Chapter 2098. Roar. At the same time. Painful roars could be heard from the glacier behind the madman. The madman paused for a moment before turning his head to look behind him. He saw one beast after another roaring from the bottom of the glacier. They weren't the companions of the 9 ice apes. There were all kinds of beasts. As soon as these ferocious beasts appeared, they fled in panic without looking back. Qin Feiyang, who was in the castle, also noticed this scene. Only now did he understand that it wasn't that there weren't any beasts on the way here. It was that these beasts were hiding under the glacier and didn't dare to come out after sensing the madman's aura. And now, the moment the madman and the 9 ice apes fought, these beasts felt the danger and naturally didn't dare to continue hiding. This also meant that the far west was more terrifying than they imagined. Compared to the dozen humans before, it's really different. The 9 ice ape looked at the madman and muttered, but then a trace of disdain appeared in its eyes. Boom! Taking advantage of the fact that the madman's attention was on the other beasts, it took a step forward and stomped towards the madman like a giant. Beasts also know how to sneak attack. The madman was stunned. Then he raised his arm and punched out. Boom! His punch landed on the sole of the 9 ice ape's foot. Compared to the mountain-like feet of the 9-headed frost ape, his fist was like an insignificant speck of dust. However, the power of his punch sent the 9 ice ape flying, and the sole of the ice ape's foot was torn open. The 9-headed frost ape let out a pained roar and ruthlessly smashed into an ice mountain. The ice mountain was tens of thousands of feet high, but under the impact of the 9 ice apes, it was instantly flattened like a dead tree. How is this possible? The 9 ice ape climbed up from the ice and looked at the madman in disbelief. As a beast, its body was naturally stronger than a human's. And living in such a cold place all year round, the toughness and strength of its body would gradually increase. So, whether it was its body or strength, it had absolute confidence. But it didn't expect that it would lose to a human at this moment. I said, "You found the wrong opponent this time. I can't be compared to those trash." The madman's black hair fluttered in the wind. His entire body emitted a battle intent that shook the heavens. Whoosh! He crossed the void with a single step, and his fist shone with divine light. Like a shooting star, he punched out. The 9 frost apes were unconvinced. They also swung their strong arms and punched out. Rumble. The 2 fists collided. A wave of destructive energy spread out in all directions with them as the center. Crack. Following closely. An ear-piercing sound echoed throughout the area. The 9 frost apes immediately retreated in panic. As he retreated, he howled in pain. Its arm had been fractured. 2 ghastly white bone spurs pierced through his flesh and skin. Blood gushed out like a fountain. What the hell is going on? How can a human's strength be so strong? Yi Zichen muttered to himself. The 9 heads and the 18 eyes were all filled with shock at this moment. That's it? I haven't even used 1% of my strength yet. The madman walked step by step towards the 9 frost apes. His footsteps were steady and powerful. The void collapsed one after another. His aura shook the heavens. The 9 frost apes revealed a look of fear. He hadn't even used 1% of his strength and he was already so powerful? Then how terrifying was this person's peak strength? Suddenly, it glanced around, then turned around and fled deeper into the forest. The madman was stunned. It hadn't even started and it was already running away? How boring. He pursed his lips and withdrew his aura. He looked around and said indifferently, "Come out." Not long after his voice fell, Qin Feiyang appeared beside the madman. The madman condensed another divine power barrier to isolate the cold current outside. Qin Feiyang smiled. "You haven't had enough yet, right? Isn't that nonsense?" The madman rolled his eyes. This level of battle wasn't even enough for him to warm up. "Don't worry. There will definitely be stronger beasts behind. However, at this point, Qin Feiyang hesitated. The madman looked at him and said impatiently, "If you have something to say, then say it." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Look, facing a beast of this level, I can't help at all. Instead, I will be a burden to you, less nonsense. Since you've boarded my pirate ship, don't think about getting off." Before Qin Feiyang finished, the madman gave Qin Feiyang a mocking smile. Then he forcefully brought Qin Feiyang and continued to fly deeper. Qin Feiyang was furious. To be honest, facing a beast of this level, his cultivation wasn't much help. He couldn't understand why the madman was dragging him along. About 100 breaths passed. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He stared at the glacier ahead as if he had seen a devil. His eyes were filled with fear. The madman was also slightly taken aback. But then, his eyes were filled with excitement. "He is indeed a battle maniac," Qin Feiyang muttered. The glacier ahead wasn't some rare treasure. It was a frost ape. Moreover, it was the 9-headed frost ape that fought the madman before. Its broken arm was still bleeding. Those 9 pairs of millstone-sized eyes were all suffused with a terrifying ferocious light. But this wasn't the reason why Qin Feiyang was terrified. The real reason was that behind the 9-headed frost ape, there were another 15 frost apes. They also had 9 heads. Their size was the same as the 9-headed frost ape from before. And the aura they emitted was also the same. In other words, they were all super existences that surpassed perfect monarch god. "Senior brother, you play slowly. I'll leave first." Qin Feiyang swallowed his saliva. After saying that, he went straight into the castle. What a joke. Adding the 9 frost apes from before, there were a total of 16 of them. With such a terrifying lineup, if he stayed outside, only death would await him. You're scared to the point of pissing your pants. Really useless. The madman snorted. Qin Feiyang, who had entered the castle, heard the madman's words and was so angry that his nose was about to become crooked. Which perfect war god wouldn't run when they saw 16 half-step monarch god beasts? Not to mention a perfect war god, even a perfect monarch god could only run at the sight of them. It's him. Brothers, let's kill him together. The injured 9-headed frost ape let out a resentful roar and charged at the madman with a terrifying aura. The other 15 frost apes also roared and charged at the madman. "If you can force me to take a step back, I'll admit defeat." The madman crossed his arms and stood in the air. He looked at the 16 frost apes with disdain. Arrogant. The 16 frost apes roared like thunder. They waved their mountain-like fists and smashed at the madman. The madman sneered. He clenched his fists and charged forward. Bang bang bang. Rumble rumble rumble. Accompanied by loud sounds, the 16 frost apes were sent flying in less than 5 breaths. Their arms were all broken. All of them grimaced in pain. But more than that, they were terrified. Especially the 15 frost apes that came out later. They were terrified to the extreme. This power, this physical body, why was he so ridiculously strong? They didn't believe it when they heard the first frost ape talk about the madman. How could a human's physical body and power compare to these beasts? But the result was even more terrifying than what the frost ape said. Inside the castle, Qin Feiyang's face was also filled with shock. Last time when they sparred on Turtle King Island, he already knew that the madman's physical body had been tempered. It wasn't a problem for him to crush a middle-grade divine weapon with his bare hands. But he found that the madman's performance this time was even stronger than last time. It was probably comparable to a high-grade divine weapon. In other words, the madman now could probably crush a high-grade divine weapon with his bare hands. He might even dare to fight against a perfect divine weapon. However, it hadn't been long since the last time they sparred. How did he improve so much? Was the madman hiding his strength from the beginning? Or could it be that he had some kind of special method that allowed him to temper his body? Outside, the madman really didn't take a step back. He was like Mount Tai. His black hair fluttered in the wind. The blood-red divine power around him was like a tide that rolled in the void. Looking from afar, he was like a demon god. His killing intent was shocking. Just this bit of skill? Looking at the 16 frost apes, his expression was filled with contempt. Roar. These words completely enraged the 16 frost apes. They faced the sky and roared, shaking the surroundings. Following closely, waves after waves of heavenly energy poured out and turned into waves of cold air that drowned out the sky. Immediately, the snowstorm in this area was even more intense than before. The cold currents were bone-chilling. A layer of ice appeared on the madman's body. If Qin Feiyang was outside right now, there was no doubt that he would turn into an ice sculpture and freeze to death. Divine technique? The madman muttered. The ice on his body was getting thicker and thicker. Even his 4 limbs were starting to go numb. If he just stood there without moving, even with his cultivation, he would definitely be completely frozen in less than 3 breaths of time. Gotcha, the madman was trapped in the cold current, so he was naturally clear of this point. Waves of killing intent broke out of his body. The ice on his body began to crack slowly, accompanied by a series of ear-piercing cracking sounds. What? We can't freeze him. Just how strong is the killing intent in his body? The 16 frost apes were shocked when they saw this scene. They had never seen a human with such a shocking killing intent. Not enough, far from enough. You don't even have the qualifications to let this father warm up. All of a sudden, the madman roared and the ice on his body shattered. He jumped up and landed on the head of one of the frost apes. Boom! He stomped down. With a cracking sound, one of the frost apes' heads exploded like a watermelon. Flesh and blood splattered. The surrounding ice and snow instantly turned blood red. The remaining 8 heads of the frost ape howled miserably. His heart was also filled with fear that could not be dispelled. This human was like a god descending to the mortal world. He was so strong that it made them despair. Chapter 2099. Run. The frost ape that had appeared first suddenly let out an explosive roar, turned around, and began to flee. The frost ape that had one of its heads crushed and the other 14 frost apes didn't dare to stay any longer and fled for their lives. This time, we won't be as lucky as before. The madman chuckled and waved his hand, sending out a ray of golden light. The ray of golden light was like a strand of hair, but its lethality was extremely terrifying. Whoosh! The golden light streaked across the sky like lightning, shattering one head after another. The 16 frost apes were all killed in less than 10 breaths. The mountain-like corpse fell into the snow, and blood flowed out like a small stream. Terrifying. Inside the ancient castle, Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Last time, it was this ray of golden light that broke the blood flash formed by the kill formula. But what was this ray of golden light? He still couldn't figure it out. Outside, the madman casually clapped his hands, and the golden light disappeared into his body. Then he looked into the void and said, "Did you see that? With me here, you'll be fine." Qin Feiyang appeared beside Madman and praised him without holding back. Impressive, impressive. The madman smiled proudly and pointed at the 16 frost apes. Take these corpses. Qin Feiyang paused and asked suspiciously, why should I take their corpses? Nonsense. Of course, to the resource hall to exchange for soul stones. These beasts are all half-step paragon gods. Whether it's their blood or bones, they are all very valuable. Even if you don't lack soul stones, you can sell them to the treasure hall. You can sell them for a sky-high price. The madman said. I see. Qin Feiyang's heart moved. He took out an unused interspatial ring and put the 16 frost ape corpses inside. How dare you? How dare you hurt my subjects? But just as Qin Feiyang put away the interspatial ring, an angry roar came from the void in front of him. Merely that voice contained an oppressive might that caused Qin Feiyang to feel fear. Qin Feiyang hurriedly raised his head to look. Immediately, he saw a golden flowing light breaking through the air with a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye. What followed was a monstrous divine power. This divine power had already surpassed the 16 frost apes. The madman was also shocked and shouted, "Damn, it's a beast emperor that just became a paragon god. Run!" Hearing this, Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate to turn around and escape. "You're too slow." Madman grabbed Qin Feiyang and used a supplementary divine art, disappearing in the blink of an eye. "Where do you think you're going?" However, the golden light was not shaken off by them. Instead, it was getting closer and closer to them. In other words, the speed of the golden light was even faster than Madman's. "Why are we so?" Madman angrily glanced at the golden flowing light behind him. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Don't you have a spatial divine item that divine sense can't capture? Let's go in and hide." This, Qin Feiyang was a little hesitant. The madman urged, "Hurry up. If you don't go in, I won't be able to protect you." Qin Feiyang let out a breath. With a thought, he brought the madman into the Black Tortoise realm. Swish! Just as the two of them disappeared, the golden stream of light swept over and appeared in the void. It was a golden ape. But compared to the 16 frost apes, it was much smaller. It was about the size of an adult, about 1.78 meters tall and only had one head. The golden fur on his body was like satin. But at this time, its golden eyes were filled with anger. Divine sense surged and covered all directions. "Damn humans, do you think you'll be safe by hiding in a spatial divine item?" It uttered a roar. Wisps of golden god force burst out of its body and swept across the place like a surging tide. Millions of void, earth, and mountains were all shattered. This world turned into chaos, as if it was the beginning of the world. But soon, the golden ape frowned. If it was a spatial divine item, then even if it was shattered, there should be fragments. However, his divine sense hadn't detected anything. What was going on? Inside the Black Tortoise realm. The madman stood in the sky above the herb field and looked around curiously. Qin Feiyang looked at the golden ape in the image with a worried expression. The golden ape was too strong. He was worried that the Black Tortoise realm might not be able to withstand it. But it seemed that he was worried for nothing. The Black Tortoise realm didn't shake at all. Another moment passed. Seeing that the Black Tortoise realm was still fine, Qin Feiyang finally let out a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang, in the future, it's best not to provoke experts at the level of paragon gods. But at this moment, an angry voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This seemed to be the voice of the little boy. "What's wrong?" he asked in his mind. "Do you think the Black Tortoise realm is really fine?" "Let me tell you, it was I who used the origin power to stabilize the Black Tortoise realm, preventing it from being destroyed," the little boy said angrily. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang was shocked. In any case, with the current strength of the Black Tortoise realm, it can't directly clash with experts at the level of paragon gods. Otherwise, it will consume a large amount of origin power every time, the little boy said. In other words, the Black Tortoise realm isn't really incapable of clashing head-on with experts at the level of paragon gods? Qin Feiyang asked. If it's really a head-on clash, the Black Tortoise realm can still withstand it. However, it's better to avoid this kind of thing as much as possible, because the consumption of origin power will affect the growth of the Black Tortoise realm, the little boy explained. Qin Feiyang said, "Then when will the Black Tortoise realm be able to fight with paragon gods without any scruples?" "Judging from the current growth rate of the Black Tortoise realm, it shouldn't be long. I'll tell you when the time comes," the little boy said. "Okay. I'll try my best to avoid it in the future." Qin Feiyang secretly said. The little boy responded and then didn't say anything else. And outside, the golden ape roared angrily and also disappeared into the depths of the far west. Qin Feiyang exhaled. He finally avoided this calamity. Wait. Origin power, rule power, is there a difference between these two things? Qin Feiyang frowned again. Suddenly, Madman's doubtful voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's ears. Qin Feiyang, is this really a spatial divine item? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned, turned his head to look at Madman, and nodded, of course. Then why are there so many people and beasts? It feels no different from the outside world. Madman frowned. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank slightly. This person's insight was really terrifying. He smiled and said, the people here are basically the clansmen of my subordinates. Do you think I'm stupid? How can there be so many clansmen in that family? Madman said angrily. Don't move. In my world, a slightly larger tribe has millions of clansmen. Qin Feiyang said. So it's like this. Madman nodded in realization. Seeing Madman still looking thoughtful, Qin Feiyang immediately realized that he couldn't let this person continue to stay in the Black Tortoise realm. The Black Tortoise realm wasn't comparable to others. Even the alchemy scripture, the 6-word divine formula, and the ancient castle couldn't be compared to the Black Tortoise realm. Because the Black Tortoise realm was an independent small world. Once exposed, it would definitely attract countless people to snatch it. Even the people of Nine Heavens Palace would probably force him to hand over the Black Tortoise realm. That monkey has already left, let's go out. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he didn't wait for Madman to react and left the Black Tortoise realm. The bone-piercing cold current surged over. A layer of ice immediately appeared on Qin Feiyang's body. What a burden. Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. He formed a divine power barrier to isolate the cold current. After Qin Feiyang melted the ice, he said angrily, I am a burden to begin with, can you please let me go back? No. Madman shook his head. Who did I offend? Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. Don't be angry, it's just a joke, let's go. Madman chuckled and continued forward with Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang stared at Madman and looked ahead. His expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly said, Wait, you still dare to go like this? Aren't you afraid of meeting that monkey again? Then how do you think we should go? Madman was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, Nonsense, of course we'll take a detour. That's fine. Madman thought for a moment and nodded. Then, he led Qin Feiyang away from the route and flew to the left. After a while, seeing that there was no danger, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but ask curiously, Is Paragon God the realm above Divine Lord? Yes. Madman nodded. Qin Feiyang said, Is it the same as War God and Divine Lord? Yes. It's all elementary, minor, major, perfection, and perfection. Madman said. What about above Paragon God? Qin Feiyang said. Above Paragon God, Madman muttered to himself and shook his head, even I can only look up to experts of that level, don't even think about it, break through to Divine Lord first. Qin Feiyang curled his lips and said, I don't think you're that good. You can only run away when you meet a beast at elementary Paragon God. Say that again? Madman's body stiffened and he immediately stopped in the void, staring at Qin Feiyang with hostility. Am I not telling the truth? Qin Feiyang looked at Madman without fear. What do you know? Do you know the difference between half-step Paragon God and elementary Paragon God? It's like the difference between false God and war God. Without some heaven-defying means, it's impossible to cross this threshold. Of course. It's not that I don't have the ability, I just find it troublesome. Madman said. Keep bragging. Qin Feiyang sneered. Bragging? Madman was furious and said, If you have the guts, then make a bet with me. How? Qin Feiyang asked. I'll go find that damn monkey right now. If I can't beat it, I'll listen to your orders from now on. I'll do whatever you want me to do. But if I win, you'll give me that spatial divine item. Do you dare to bet? Madman provoked. Chapter 2100. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be tempted. This madman's strength was obvious to all. It was a great temptation to listen to him in the future. However, he really didn't dare to gamble. Because Madman was too confident. And he also knew that Madman's strength was far more than this. Although the temptation was great, the price was also great. If Madman really defeated the Golden Ape, then he would have to give the Black Tortoise world to Madman. This wasn't a good deal. Don't be like a woman. Just say it, do you dare to gamble? Madman said. Ha, Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. Senior brother, I was just joking. You took it seriously. Joking? If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Why find an excuse? Madman's face was full of disdain. Qin Feiyang smiled and quickly changed the topic. He asked curiously, how long does it take to cultivate from a half-step paragon god to a beginner paragon god? How long? Madman murmured and continued to move forward with Qin Feiyang. After a long time, he shook his head. It depends on one's talent. Those with good talent can take hundreds of thousands of years. Those with average talent can take millions or even tens of millions of years. Those with good talent need hundreds of thousands of years? Qin Feiyang was dumbstruck. He asked, then what if we have enough soul stones? That's a different story. If there's a time array, then it's even better. In short, once you break through to the war god realm, you will be in seclusion for hundreds or thousands of years. When you break through to the monarch god realm and paragon god realm, you will be in seclusion for even longer. Tens of thousands of years is common. Just like the 9 elders of our Empyrean Palace. From the time I entered Empyrean Palace until now, I have only seen them a few times. Madman sighed. Tens of thousands of years, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Because of the ancient castle, let alone thousands or tens of thousands of years, he hadn't even tried to cultivate for decades. In his opinion, it was too long. It was too boring. Cultivating in seclusion all day, what fun was there in life? The path of cultivation is like this. The higher the realm, the more boring it gets. Great Elder kept urging me to go into seclusion, but I just wasn't willing. Madman pursed his lips. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, how long has it been since you became a half-step paragon god? How long? Madman pondered for a moment and said, probably 7,000 to 8,000 years. 7 or 8,000 years. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. When Madman broke through to the half-step supreme god realm and dominated the 9-heaven palace, he wasn't even born yet. In that case, this fellow was also an antique. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned. Madman had broken through to half-step paramount god 7 or 8,000 years ago. At that time, it seemed to be the time when the ancestor's reputation was rising. And it was at that time that the ancestor went missing. In other words, when the ancestor entered 9-heaven palace, he met Madman. When Qin Feiyang thought of this, he was immediately bewildered. He had always thought that Madman was a junior in front of the ancestor. He had never seen the ancestor in person, only heard rumors. However, he never expected that Madman and the ancestor were from the same time period. The meaning was completely different. Because if Madman was only a junior, then he definitely didn't know much about the ancestor's deeds. After all, the rumors were more or less untrue. But as people from the same time period, he definitely knew the ancestor's background. In other words, this Madman knew everything about the ancestor. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and asked with a pleading tone, Senior brother, can you tell me why my ancestor disappeared? Madman glanced at him, shook his head, and sighed. After thousands of years, if I had cultivated seriously, I would have broken through to the half-step supreme god realm by now. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be angry. I'm asking you a question. You ask me and I have to answer you? How much face do you have? Madman's face was full of disdain. Qin Feiyang was infuriated, but a sense of powerlessness soon followed. If it were anyone else, he could think of a way to force the other party to say it. But this madman, although he looked unrestrained and frivolous, was actually a scheming old fox. Coupled with his terrifying strength, he really couldn't do anything. Roar. The following journey was not as smooth as the beginning. From time to time, a ferocious beast would run out, and their strength was extremely terrifying. The weakest was Half-Step Supreme God. Half-Step Supreme God ferocious beasts were also common. This extreme west has really exceeded my expectations. The degree of danger should be comparable to the depths of the heavenly dragon sea. Madman had long stopped underestimating the place. His mind was highly focused, and he would immediately flee if there was any movement. Just as he said, it wasn't that he couldn't win, but that he was afraid of trouble. After all, once he fought with a ferocious beast, it would attract other nearby ferocious beasts. Time flew by. The sky gradually darkened. The night in the far west was covered by dark clouds, and the moon couldn't be seen. Everywhere was pitch black. Qin Feiyang and Madman became more and more careful. Roar. Beast roars sounded in the night sky from time to time. At first, it was nothing, but late at night, the two of them sensed a ferocious beast even more terrifying than the golden ape in the glacier ahead. This won't do. We have to go around. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. Its aura was even more terrifying than the golden ape's. Without a doubt, the ferocious beast hiding under the glacier was definitely a half-step supreme god. Madman didn't dare to be careless and immediately led Qin Feiyang around the glacier ahead. But soon, the two of them stopped again. Madman's brows were tightly furrowed. Qin Feiyang had a look of fear. Because no matter how they went around, they would always encounter ferocious beasts stronger than half-step supreme god. Looks like we have to stop here. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Madman. Because it was obvious that they had already entered the depths of the far west. The ferocious beasts they would encounter next would probably be at the half-step supreme god level. Unless they had absolute confidence in their strength, they wouldn't be able to continue. Madman scanned the front, his face full of unwillingness. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he said to Qin Feiyang, "Why don't we use the spatial divine item to travel? You want to go in so badly?" Qin Feiyang frowned angrily. Madman smiled and said, "We've already come this far. Wouldn't it be a pity to give up halfway?" Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Madman said, "Don't dilly-dally. Quickly take me to your spatial divine item." "Go to my spatial divine item?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback and frowned. "Why? Don't you have it?" Madman's expression stiffened as he smiled embarrassedly. "I really don't." Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He just sneered at Madman. Did he think he was an idiot? How could a half-step supreme god not have a spatial divine item? "I'm not lying to you. I used to look down on spatial divine items," Madman said. "Look down on?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "That's right. Only a coward who's afraid of death would prepare a spatial divine item and be ready to escape at any time," Madman said. "What kind of logic is that? Who said that a spatial divine item is for escaping? There are other uses for it, okay?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. All right. Hurry up," Madman urged with an awkward expression. "You really don't have a spatial divine item?" Qin Feiyang still didn't believe it. Who didn't know the benefits of a spatial divine item? This guy definitely wanted to enter the Black Tortoise world again and take the opportunity to observe it. "I really don't. If you don't believe me, use your divine sense to search. If you find it, I'll give it to you," Madman said. "Really?" Qin Feiyang asked. Come, come. Madman opened his hands and didn't have the slightest intention of resisting. I still don't believe it. Qin Feiyang muttered and released his divine sense, pouncing towards Madman. You're really searching? Madman's face darkened. A divine sense appeared and blocked Qin Feiyang's divine sense. Nonsense. You're the one who asked me to search. Why? Are you feeling guilty now? Qin Feiyang sneered. Who doesn't have a secret? I really don't have a spatial divine item. Why don't you believe me? Madman said powerlessly. Don't give me that. Qin Feiyang sneered. Now, he naturally wouldn't believe it. Madman was instantly annoyed and said angrily, Brat, don't go too far. If you provoke me, I'll really announce your identity. You, Qin Feiyang was furious in his heart. Other than threatening him, what else could he do? As a 7-foot man, isn't he ashamed? Hurry up. Madman shouted impatiently. I really owe you in my previous life. Qin Feiyang glared fiercely at Madman and then helplessly brought him to the Black Tortoise world. That's more like it. Perform well like this. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll tell you everything about Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang. Madman stood in the sky and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smug face and smiled. Who are you trying to fool? Qin Feiyang sneered and controlled the Black Tortoise world, silently shuttling through the night sky. This spatial divine item, the more I look at it, the stranger it becomes. Madman crossed his arms and looked at the Black Tortoise world, muttering thoughtfully. Don't let him see anything. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and was quite worried. In fact, he had thought of bringing Madman to the castle. But the castle couldn't be exposed. Because the castle's time laws were easier to distinguish. Once they entered the castle, Madman would definitely be able to sense the abnormality of time, which would be even more troublesome. Moreover, alchemy scripture, 6-word divine art, fire lotus, mermaid princess and others were all in the castle. He really didn't dare to take this risk. Sure enough, it was as expected. The deeper they went, the stronger the beasts they encountered. As for how strong they were, Qin Feiyang couldn't judge. Because he still didn't understand the existence of the Paragon God level. However, just the aura emitted by those beasts made him feel a fatal threat. In this place, if one didn't have enough strength or protection, they would definitely die. Around late at night, Qin Feiyang gradually discovered that the aura of the beasts seemed to be getting less and less. What was going on? Wait! He suddenly remembered the information he got from Long Tianyu's memory. Chapter 2101. According to Long Tianyu's memories, after entering the hinterland of the far west, there would be fewer and fewer beasts. Because the Grey Castle was in the hinterland. And because of the existence of the Grey Castle, the entire hinterland was filled with a strange power that could steal life and erode the soul. It was because of this power that the beasts of the far west did not dare to enter the hinterland. Even if they entered the hinterland, they did not dare to stay for long. In other words, it was very likely that they had already entered the hinterland. Madman. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Madman, and the anger in his heart immediately rose. Not long after this guy entered the Black Tortoise world, he took out an armchair and lay on it, leisurely taking a nap. As if these things had nothing to do with him. Madman slowly opened his eyes, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, Don't be so rude, call me senior brother. Look at you now, how do you look like a senior brother? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him and said, Stop talking nonsense, let's go out and take a look. Go out for what? Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, I estimate that we should have already entered the hinterland of the far west, I want to go out and confirm it. For such a small matter, can't you go out by yourself, why did you call me? Madman glared at Qin Feiyang and closed his eyes again. Who is coming to the far west? Qin Feiyang was furious, he stepped forward and grabbed Madman, and appeared above the glacier outside. Madman could not help but be angry, but before he could get angry, a trace of surprise crawled on his face as he scanned the surroundings. In this world, he really did sense an invisible force. This power had an extremely strong penetrating power. It could actually ignore his physical defense, enter his body, steal his life, and erode his soul. As expected, we have reached the hinterland of the far west. Madman muttered. Why was it so quiet? Why didn't Qin Feiyang say anything? When he looked at Qin Feiyang, his expression changed drastically. He saw that Qin Feiyang had already turned into an ice sculpture. The madman hurriedly waved his hand and a barrier appeared. However, although there was a barrier separating the cold current, the ice on Qin Feiyang's body did not show any signs of melting. Don't tell me he's already dead. The madman's eyelids twitched as he realized he had been careless. This was the hinterland of the far west, and the cold current was countless times more terrifying than outside. Let alone Qin Feiyang, who was a perfect war god, even a half-step divine monarch like him felt his body stiffen. Boom! He hurriedly circulated his divine power to melt the ice on Qin Feiyang's body. Several breaths later, the ice finally melted. Qin Feiyang shivered and curled up. He looked up at Madman and said angrily, "Do you know that I almost died? Are you blaming me?" Madman pursed his lips. "Who should I blame if not you?" Qin Feiyang's eyes were red. The moment he came out, his consciousness was swallowed by the cold current and his entire body fell into darkness. He didn't even have time to enter the black tortoise world again. In those few short breaths, he had truly felt the aura of death. "Isn't it fine now? Don't be like a sissy and make a fuss." Madman glanced at Qin Feiyang with disdain and then scanned the void again. His brows gradually furrowed. "I'm a sissy?" Qin Feiyang was so angry that he went crazy. What kind of person was this? He was almost frozen to death and he was still mocking him like this? "I'll endure it." Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and suppressed the grievance in his heart as he scanned the surroundings. Immediately, his eyes were also filled with bewilderment. The barrier formed by Madman blocked the fatal cold current, but it couldn't block that invisible force. It was a bit exaggerated. It could even penetrate a barrier made of divine power? Madman frowned and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. "We seem to be sure that we shouldn't have come to this place. You only know now." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. "Why don't we go back now?" Madman said. "You must be joking. We've already come this far and we're still going back." Qin Feiyang said. Now, his interest was piqued. Madman chuckled and said, "If that's the case, then let's go." Qin Feiyang was about to bring Madman into the black tortoise world. But at this moment, the little boy's voice sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind again. "Qin Feiyang, you can't come to the black tortoise world again." There was a tone that didn't allow for discussion. "Why?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked in surprise. The penetrative power of this force is beyond imagination. If you don't use your origin power, even the black tortoise world won't be able to block it. The little boy said. "So terrifying?" Qin Feiyang was shocked. The little boy said, "You can try going to the castle. The castle is a heaven-defying divine artifact with the power of law. It might be able to block it." Qin Feiyang hesitated. "Let's go, what are you still standing there for?" Seeing Qin Feiyang standing there motionless, Madman couldn't help but urge him. "I can't go, my spatial divine artifact can block the corrosion of this force." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Madman was stunned and frowned. "Then what should we do?" "How would I know?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. He wasn't omnipotent, so why ask him everything? "Then let's try walking for a while. Let's see how strong this force is." Madman frowned and suggested. "That's the only way." Qin Feiyang nodded. In short, he would never bring Madman to the castle. Although Madman had been helping him during this period of time, who knew Madman's true purpose? It was better to be on guard. The two converged their auras and flew deeper into the castle at their fastest speed. As they went deeper and deeper, they could no longer sense the aura of the beasts. But the invisible force was becoming more and more terrifying. At first, the feeling of seizing life force and eroding the soul wasn't too obvious. But gradually, Qin Feiyang and Madman could clearly sense it. After about 1,000,000 miles, Qin Feiyang's face suddenly lit up. He pointed to the glacier in front and shouted, "Look, the gray castle is in front." Madman looked up and was slightly stunned. Other than the endless glacier, there was nothing else in front of them. "Where is the castle? Are you seeing things?" Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "No way." Qin Feiyang rubbed his eyes and looked again. There was indeed no castle. What was going on? Madman looked at Qin Feiyang and his face suddenly changed. "Not good, it should be that force that has already eroded your consciousness, causing you to hallucinate just now." Hallucination. Qin Feiyang was shocked. It seemed that his consciousness was indeed in a trance. "You can't go any further." Madman stopped and said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang was a little unwilling. "Then should I just give up like this?" Madman pondered for a moment and said, "Your space divine item should be able to hold on for a while. Go in and hide first. I will go take a look alone. Is this okay?" Qin Feiyang was a little worried. "It's okay. With my cultivation, I can still hold on for a while." After Madman finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight without looking back. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he also entered the castle. Everyone was cultivating in seclusion. Qin Feiyang didn't disturb everyone and silently sensed the castle. In the end, he found that the castle could really block the erosion of that force. He finally let out a sigh of relief. After pondering for a moment, he drove the castle and chased after Madman. He definitely couldn't catch up. After all, Madman's speed had far surpassed his. However, he was more and more curious about the mysterious gray castle. Qin Dage. Suddenly, Fire Lotus opened her eyes and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. During this period of seclusion, Fire Lotus had also broken through to perfect war god level. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fire Lotus and asked with a smile. Fire Lotus looked at the glacier outside through the image in the void. She shook her head and said worriedly, "You shouldn't have followed Madman here." Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and asked, "You know this place?" "I heard people in Ninth Heaven Palace say that the danger level of the Far West is comparable to the depths of the Sky Dragon Sea. Even if an absolute god came in, they might not be able to leave alive." Fire Lotus said. "I see. With the castle and Black Tortoise World, it should be fine." Qin Feiyang smiled comfortingly. "You're too optimistic." Fire Lotus shook her head and looked at the glacier outside. She let out a low sigh in her heart. At the same time, Madman sped along. His face was no longer as frivolous as before. It was incomparably serious. That was because that strange power was far more terrifying than he had expected. The vitality in his body was quickly draining. His soul was also being eroded. Suddenly, he looked at an ice mountain in front of him. That ice mountain was more than 1,000 feet high. At the peak of the mountain, stood a black-haired old man. Grand Elder? Madman was taken aback and hurriedly flew towards the ice mountain. He shouted from afar, "Old man, why are you here?" However, the Grand Elder did not answer. He just smiled at him and waved at him, as if calling him over. A trace of suspicion crept up Madman's brows. But suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He slammed on the brakes and stopped in the void. He rubbed his eyes and looked up again. The Grand Elder and the ice mountain had both disappeared. It really was an illusion. Madman's heart trembled. It seemed that even his consciousness was beginning to be eroded. But there was not even a shadow of the gray castle. "Do I really have to give up?" Madman muttered to himself. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at the void behind him. His eyes flashed, and in the next moment, he disappeared without a trace. Space Divine Item. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely run out and find Madman to settle the score. He clearly had a Space Divine Item, but he was still hiding it. Unfortunately, Qin Feiyang was still far behind and did not have the chance to see it. At the same time, in the central area of the hinterland, a huge gray castle stood on top of a glacier. It was surrounded by white snow. However, there was no snow on top of the gray castle. There was not even a piece of frost to be found. At this moment, a gray figure was standing on top of the castle, looking ahead. He was looking in the direction of Qin Feiyang and Madman. I didn't expect someone to break in. It seems that the existence of this sovereign has already been known. The gray figure muttered and disappeared again. Not even a trace was left, as if he had never appeared. Chapter 2102. The night was as dark as ink. The howling snowstorm swept in all directions. In the void, the two spatial divine objects, one in front and one behind, quickly approached the location of the gray castle. About half an hour passed. The madman suddenly stopped in the void, looking at the scene in front of him, his eyes shining. The glacier was endless. A gray castle, like an immemorial giant beast, lay on top of the glacier, emitting a cold and mysterious aura. There really is an ancient castle, the madman murmured. After observing for a while and confirming that there was no danger, he rode the spatial divine object and carefully approached the gray castle. Soon, he appeared at the gate of the ancient castle. The stone gate was tightly closed, releasing a strong aura. There were no windows in the entire gray castle, so there was no way to see the situation inside. I was born in the North Domain since I was young, but I didn't know that there was such a castle in the far west. The madman rode the spatial divine object, carefully observing the gray castle, his eyes full of curiosity. Finally, he came to a conclusion. This castle was not simple. According to his judgment, it should be a divine artifact. And its level was not low, otherwise it would not be able to remain undamaged in such a harsh environment. But how to get in? After pondering for a while, the madman gritted his teeth, left the spatial divine object, and appeared outside the gate. His entire body was suddenly drowned by that strange power. In an instant, his strong and full body shriveled, and dense wrinkles appeared on his face. His hair also quickly turned white. In an instant, he aged more than half. One must know, he was still a half-step supreme god. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the strange energy that permeated this place was. The madman was also shocked, and didn't dare to stay for a moment, immediately entering the spatial divine object. He was still scared. Not only was more than half of his life force stolen, even his soul was wrapped by that strange power. A heart-wrenching pain came from his soul. It took him a lot of effort to refine that strange power. What should I do? While recovering his life force, he racked his brains to think of a way. Let's try again. A moment passed. He suddenly gritted his teeth, left the spatial divine object again, and appeared in front of the stone gate. The same situation as before happened again. His life force and soul were being plundered and eroded by that strange power. However, he didn't care at all. Blood-colored divine power surged out. Open for me. With a roar, he punched the stone door. Rumble. A loud explosion rang out, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, the stone door did not budge at all. The gray castle didn't even tremble in the slightest. So sturdy. Madman was dumbfounded. After he came back to his senses, he didn't dare stay any longer. He quickly hid in a spatial divine object and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to refine the strange energy that was corroding his soul. This time, he stayed longer than before. The life force that was robbed was naturally more than the last time. His hair was white and mottled, and he was emaciated. His body was also extremely stooped, and he looked like an old man on the verge of death. After a while. Only then did the madman refine the strange power in his sea of consciousness. Immediately after. He stood up and looked at the gray castle's stone door with fear in his eyes. I can't go out again, or I'll definitely lose my life. Even his voice had become extremely hoarse. Although the strange power could be refined, the life force that was robbed was not so easy to recover. Now. There wasn't much life force left in his body. If he went out again, he would definitely die on the spot. But the gray castle was right in front of him. He was unwilling to give up just like that. I can't rush. Let's recover the life force I lost first. Madman whispered, trying to calm himself down. Then, he took out a pill. This pill was emerald green and had a total of 8 patterns. It emitted an extremely majestic life force. This was the Divine Life Pill. The Divine Life Pill not only had the effects of healing pills, bone replenishing pills, regeneration pills, and other pills, but it also had the ability to recover life force. Madman took the Divine Life Pill and closed his eyes to cultivate. The effect of the Divine Life Pill was immediate. After the madman took it, his old face and snow-white hair began to slowly recover. Time passed bit by bit. 4 hours later. Madman finally recovered his original appearance. He was full of energy. He opened his eyes and looked at the stone door again. Damn it. But suddenly. His body trembled. He seemed to have forgotten about Qin Feiyang. After so long, would he have become a dry corpse? It's over. When Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang know that I killed their descendant, they will definitely come to settle the score with me. No, I have to go back and take a look. If I can find his body, I can answer to Qin Badian and the others. Madman patted his head and immediately drove the spatial divine item back the way he came. However, after turning around, it hadn't even flown half a mile when the spatial divine object suddenly seemed to have collided with something and was actually bounced back. Madman was startled. He looked up and saw a gray light screen appear in the void outside. This light screen flickered with a dim light and blocked the way in front. What's going on? Madman was surprised. He waved his hand and the screen quickly turned to look in several other directions. Finally. He was shocked to find that it was not a simple light screen, but a gray barrier. The barrier, with the gray castle as the center, covered an area of 1 mile around. In other words. Now, he was trapped inside the barrier. When did this barrier appear? Why can't I feel anything? Madman glanced at the barrier with a dumbfounded expression. At the same time. Outside the barrier, in the void. Why is there a barrier? Qin Feiyang stood in the castle and looked at the gray barrier in astonishment. Although his speed was much slower than Madman's, it had still been more than 4 hours. So just now, he finally came here. And he just happened to see the gray barrier appear. Originally, he also wanted to get close to the gray castle, but the appearance of the barrier made him stop decisively. In other words, Madman actually helped him out and saved him from being trapped. This kind of barrier won't appear for no reason. Something must have hit it to trigger the barrier and make it appear. Fire Lotus glanced at the barrier and said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. What could it be? Wait. Suddenly. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Fire Lotus and asked, we don't seem to have seen Madman along the way, right? No. Fire Lotus shook her head. Could it be? Qin Feiyang looked at the barrier again and said in surprise, it can't be him, right? Because they were both in the space divine object and couldn't see each other, neither Qin Feiyang nor Madman knew that the other was here. Compared to the relatively calm Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus, Madman was panicking at this moment. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have left that kid behind. What should we do now? Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang are both ruthless people. When they hear the news of Qin Feiyang's death, they will definitely come to settle the score with me. He already thought that Qin Feiyang had died. Of course. He couldn't be blamed for thinking so. After all, this was the far west. And it was the hinterland that was shrouded in that strange force. And even Qin Feiyang himself said that the space divine object couldn't stop the invasion of this strange force. So in Madman's view, Qin Feiyang definitely wouldn't survive. What a headache. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have brought him here. In the future, how am I going to explain to Qin Badian and the others? Madman rubbed his forehead and looked at the grey castle, suddenly burning with anger. It's all because of this thing. Today, if I don't break this damn thing and see what's inside, I won't give up. Without a doubt, the grey castle became his target to vent his anger. Shwa. The next moment, he appeared outside the stone door, his eyes emitting a sharp light. Shatter for me. With his roar, a golden light emerged, carrying a destructive aura, and blasted towards the stone door. Clang. Boom. The stone door trembled. It works. Madman's eyes suddenly flashed. However, before he had time to be happy, his body stiffened and he immediately cursed. Because the stone door only trembled a little before returning to normal. Looking at the place where the golden light bombarded, there was only a white scratch. Damn you, Madman could only hide in the space divine object again. It's really him. Outside the barrier. Looking at Madman who appeared and disappeared out of thin air, Qin Feiyang's face suddenly had a trace of anger. He knew that this bastard was ignoring him. Fire Lotus glanced at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, the level of his space divine object is not low. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. When Madman appeared just now, he also noticed that more than half of Madman's life force was taken away. From this, it could be seen that the strange force inside the barrier was far stronger than outside. And Madman's space divine object could block the strange force inside the barrier, so it was definitely not an ordinary space divine object. Madman is imprisoned. And from the looks of it, he has wanted to break the stone door more than once. But until now, the stone door has not been opened. I'm afraid that even with us, we won't be able to open it. Why don't we go back first? Fire Lotus suggested. Then what about Madman? Qin Feiyang asked. He asked for it, so why should we care? Besides, Madman's life is not in danger if he hides in the space divine object. When we go back, we will report to First Elder and Shengguan Fenglan. They will naturally think of a way to save Madman. Fire Lotus said. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. Since they were already here, he really didn't want to leave like this. The most important thing was, if there was any treasure hidden in this grey castle, then when First Elder and Shengguan Fenglan came and got the treasure, he would definitely not have a share. If only Chang Shui was here. With Chang Shui's ability, he will definitely be able to break this stone door. Qin Feiyang sighed. Chapter 2103. The key point is that Chang Shui is not in your hands. Let's go. There may not be any treasures in this castle, maybe there is a Grim Reaper sitting there. Fire Lotus said. Grim Reaper? Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at Fire Lotus, his eyes full of surprise. Look at the strange power emitted by this grey castle. Even the madman can't withstand it. It can be seen that this castle is definitely not an ordinary thing. Then what is the grey figure hiding in the castle if not the Grim Reaper? Fire Lotus said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded. It makes sense, our lives are more important, let's retreat. After saying that, he turned the castle around and flew away. Boom. However, the castle seemed to be hitting something. Immediately after, a grey light curtain appeared out of thin air and bounced the castle back. Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. Why is there another light curtain? He quickly changed the image and was shocked to find that another enchantment had appeared at this moment. This enchantment was even bigger than the one that trapped the madman. Not only did it imprison Qin Feiyang, but even the madman and the enchantment that trapped him were also enveloped. In other words, Now it was equivalent to 2 enchantments. The first enchantment trapped the madman. The second enchantment trapped Qin Feiyang. Oh no. The people in the Grey Castle must have noticed that we have entered the far west and set up a trap here in advance. Fire Lotus said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang's heart also sank. If it was really as Fire Lotus said, then they were already trapped here. At the same time, the madman also heard the movement outside and quickly changed the image, locking onto the direction of the castle. What's the situation? Another enchantment actually appeared? His face was also full of surprise. Could it be, there was someone else? If there was someone else, who could it be? Wait. It couldn't be Qin Feiyang, right? Welcome to this sovereign's domain of death. Suddenly, a hoarse laugh sounded in the barrier and entered the ears of Qin Feiyang and the madman. The two of them shifted their vision at the same time and locked onto the Grey Castle. However, they saw nothing outside the Grey Castle. That hoarse laughter seemed to come out of nowhere. Now, I'll give you a chance to live. The hoarse voice sounded again. Just as he finished speaking, the barrier that trapped the madman suddenly dissipated. However, the enchantment that trapped Qin Feiyang showed no signs of dissipating. In other words, at this moment, there was only one barrier here. Qin Feiyang and the madman were trapped in the same barrier. This domain of death is my strongest technique. With your strength, you will never be able to break it. So, I'll kindly advise you not to do useless work. The mysterious man's voice echoed in the bounded domain again. Death domain? Qin Feiyang and madman frowned. Now, please come out first. I don't like to speak while looking at the air. The mysterious man said. Looking at the air? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Listening to what he said, this mysterious man was looking at them now. But there wasn't even a shadow inside the barrier. Could it be? Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the Grey Castle, his eyes flashing. Was it the grey figure that gave Long Tianyu the potential pill? Come out. I've already dispersed the power of death. I won't rob your vitality and erode your divine soul. The mysterious man said again. It's already dispersed. Qin Feiyang glanced at the void outside in surprise. He really didn't dare to go out and take the risk. One had to know. The strange power here, even the madman, a half-step divine lord, couldn't last for a few breaths, let alone him. If the mysterious man was lying to him, wouldn't going out be the same as courting death? The madman was also hesitating. But in the end, he finally gritted his teeth and left the space divine item, appearing inside the barrier. Inside the barrier, the strange power had really disappeared. Seeing that the madman was safe and sound, Qin Feiyang was completely relieved. However, just as Qin Feiyang was about to leave the castle, Fire Lotus said, Qin Dage, take me with you. Take you with me? Qin Feiyang frowned. Maybe I can help. Fire Lotus said. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated. Even if I can't help, you can send me to the castle as soon as possible. There won't be any danger. Fire Lotus said with a smile. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, but you have to promise me that you will always stay by my side and not act on your own. Okay. Fire Lotus smiled. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, rolled up Fire Lotus and appeared not far away from the madman. It's really you. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the madman was overjoyed and hurriedly ran in front of the two, saying, You really scared me to death, I thought you were already dead. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Wait. That's not right. Didn't you say that your space divine item can't block this strange power? Why is nothing happening now? The madman frowned. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, Didn't you also say that you don't have a space divine item? Ah. The madman was stunned, shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the madman, looked at the Grey Castle, and said coldly, We have all come out, but what about you? Are you going to hide in there forever? If you want to see this sovereign's true face, let's see if you have the qualifications. As the mysterious man's voice fell, clouds of gray fog suddenly appeared in the barrier, floating in the void, emitting a gloomy and evil aura. Immediately after. Rumble. In the clouds of gray fog, there was a deafening sound. It was not the sound of aura erupting, nor was it the sound of battle, but the sound of footsteps. And there was more than one, deafening. Moreover, there was also a terrifying evil aura, as if countless devils were tearing the barrier between heaven and earth, climbing up from hell. What is that? Qin Feiyang and the other two stood together, staring at the gray fog with vigilance. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and more deafening. Qin Feiyang and the other two's heartbeats were beating at the same frequency as the footsteps. Even the qi and blood in their body were surging uncontrollably. Be careful. The madman secretly warned. Qin Feiyang nodded. There was no need to think to know that something bad was going to happen. About a few breaths later. Boom! Suddenly. A huge beast shadow walked out from one of the clouds of gray fog. The pupils of the three shrank. It turned out to be a frost ape. It was exactly the same as the 16 frost apes they encountered at the beginning. It had 9 heads, like a small mountain, standing in the void opposite them, exuding a terrifying aura. Be careful, it also has a half-step paragon god cultivation base. The madman whispered. Half-step paragon god. Qin Feiyang's body stiffened. How strong was this mysterious man to be able to summon a half-step paragon god beast? However, an even more shocking scene was yet to come. In the other gray fog, beasts also walked out one after another. And there was more than one kind. There was a snow leopard that was more than 10 meters in size. There was an ice python that was as huge as a mountain ridge. There was also a lion eagle that Qin Feiyang was more familiar with. Each of the lion-headed eagles was dozens of feet tall, comparable to a mountain. Wait. And there was no exception. These beasts were all half-step paragon god existences. The ferocious aura surged, pressing Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus until they were almost out of breath. So many? Even the madman was shocked. Because there were a total of 35 beasts that appeared in front of them in the end. Let's begin. The mysterious man's voice sounded. Boom. As the voice fell, the 35 beasts stepped on the void and charged toward Qin Feiyang and the other two. All of you, back off. The madman shouted. 35 half-step paragon god beasts, with Qin Feiyang's current cultivation base, there was no room for him to fight back. Even just the fluctuations of the battle were enough to take his life. Hearing the madman's words, Qin Feiyang didn't dare to hesitate and immediately pulled Fire Lotus and retreated. When the two retreated to the edge of the realm of death, the madman waved his hand and a wave of divine power emerged, forming a divine power barrier that enveloped Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. This was naturally to protect Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus. After all, the realm of death was only so big. And the battle of half-step paragon god was enough to spread millions of miles away. Therefore, no matter where they retreated, they couldn't escape the fate of being affected by the fluctuations of the battle. Therefore, they had to be prepared in advance. And Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus's lives weren't in danger, so the madman could fight without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, the 35 beasts had already charged in front of the madman, each exuding an aura that could destroy the world. This is interesting. The madman chuckled. Boom! Blood-colored divine power surged out like a tide. In an instant, the madman's aura changed greatly, as if he had become a different person. His eyes flashed red as if he was possessed by a demon god. His fiendish aura was even more terrifying than the 35 beasts. As he waved his hand, the blood-colored divine power gathered together. Clang! In the next instant, a palm-sized blood-colored square seal appeared. Blood Demon Seal. Fire Lotus might be unfamiliar with the Blood Demon Seal, but Qin Feiyang was very familiar with it. Because the madman had used this divine art on Turtle King Island. And it was a peak divine art. I am invincible. Kill. The madman raised his head and laughed wildly. The blood devil seal rushed into the sky and expanded in the wind. In an instant, it turned into a giant seal that was several hundred feet long. Demonic aura spread in all directions. As he waved his hand, the blood demon seal descended with an aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Roar. The two frost apes roared and raised their thick and solid arms to meet the attack. Boom. Inside the enchantment, there was a loud explosion that shook the heavens and earth. The arms of the two frost apes were crushed by the blood devil seal on the spot. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, as if they didn't feel pain, they raised their other arm and threw it at the blood demon seal. Although the physical body and power of beasts were naturally stronger than humans, it was still a peak divine art. How could the body of flesh block it? The other arm also shattered with a crack. Blood splattered and dyed the ground red. But then, a scene that shocked the madman and Qin Feiyang even more appeared. The two frost apes' arms were shattered, but they still didn't have any intention of dodging. They didn't even scream. It was as if they really didn't know what pain was. What was even crazier was that after their arms shattered, not only did they not retreat, they used their bodies to charge at the blood demon seal. Chapter 2104. What's going on? Aren't they afraid of death? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. No. Fire Lotus shook her head and glanced at the two frost apes. Suddenly, she found that their eyes seemed to be empty. Could it be? Her gaze trembled as she quickly looked at the other 33 beasts. Their eyes were also empty. I see. She immediately understood and hurriedly shouted, "Madman, be careful. They are puppets." Puppets? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Madman was also stunned. The two carefully sized up the beasts. After Fire Lotus's reminder, they quickly noticed the clues. The 35 beasts not only had empty eyes but also no heartbeat. They were equivalent to corpses. No wonder they were so crazy. Corpses had no consciousness and were completely controlled by someone. In other words, at this moment, these beasts were secretly controlled by the mysterious person hiding in the Grey Castle. In the blink of an eye, the two frost apes had already collided with the blood devil seal. With a loud bang, the two frost apes' huge bodies exploded in the void. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The blood devil seal was not damaged at all. It carried a monstrous aura and continued to kill the other puppets. Boom! The remaining 32 beasts were also killed one after another. I was looking forward to it, but I didn't expect it to be a group of puppets. Madman waved his hand and the blood devil seal turned into a bloody light that floated above his head. The bloody light illuminated half the sky. Looking down on puppets? The mysterious person's voice sounded. Puppets can't activate their battle soul and can't use god techniques. With my means, killing them is like killing dogs. Madman sneered. Hee hee, ha. The mysterious person couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't worry, this is just an appetizer. The real show has yet to begin." Appetizer? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled as he swept his gaze towards the balls of gray mist floating in the air. Could it be that there were stronger puppets in the gray fog? Come out. The mysterious person shouted. Deafening footsteps could be heard coming from within the gray fog. Boom! In the next moment, more and more ferocious beasts appeared. Just like the 35 ferocious beasts from before, its eyes were empty and there was no heartbeat. However, the auras they emitted were as different as heaven and earth. An initial paragon god. Madman's pupils constricted as he looked at them one by one. In the end, he discovered that there were as many as 50 fierce beasts. Can Madman withstand it? Qin Feiyang was quite worried. 50 beasts that had just become paragon gods. Even if it was a puppet, it was not something that ordinary people could deal with. If they were all alive, Madman would definitely have a hard time. After all, there are too many of them. But puppets, with Madman's methods, it shouldn't be a problem. Fire Lotus whispered. She then looked at the gray castle, a cold light flashing in the depths of her eyes. Go. The mysterious man said. The 50 ferocious beasts instantly turned into a torrent and crazily pounced at Madman. No matter how many come, I'll kill them all. The madman laughed arrogantly. Without any fear, he charged over. He wasn't afraid of a mere puppet. Qin Feiyang watched nervously. In the meantime, he was even more afraid of the mysterious man in the gray castle. One must know. Whether it was a half-step paragon god or an initial paragon god, they were all extremely terrifying existences. And this person actually controlled so many puppets of this level. Just how strong was he? It was hard to imagine. As Fire Lotus said, this person was indeed a terrifying devil comparable to the Grim Reaper. Don't mind it. Suddenly, the mysterious man's voice sounded again. Immediately after, an invisible force crashed down, and the barrier that the madman had set up earlier instantly collapsed. Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed. Because as soon as the barrier was broken, the fluctuations of the battle between Madman and those puppets were overwhelming. Qin Feiyang immediately felt the threat of death. Quickly go to the castle. Fire Lotus shouted. But before Fire Lotus's voice faded, another invisible force descended and shrouded the two. Then, the two felt their bodies become light. The next moment, they both appeared outside the barrier. Huh? The two were stunned. What was this situation? Fire Lotus came back to her senses and said, Qin Dage, take this opportunity to leave. Qin Feiyang nodded. However, before they could enter the castle, another gray barrier appeared out of thin air and trapped them again. Damn it. Fire Lotus glanced at the barrier, her face gloomy. Don't worry, there will be a way. Qin Feiyang secretly comforted her and turned to look at the gray castle, saying, show me what you have. You have guts. But I don't know how strong you are. The mysterious man smiled sinisterly. Inside the barrier where Qin Feiyang and Fire Lotus were, clouds of black fog immediately appeared. Boom! A series of loud and clear footsteps resounded. Immediately after, from the black fog, beasts walked out one after another. Their strength was not strong, and they were all perfect war gods. Compared to the puppets that Madman was facing at the moment, it could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. But their numbers were several times more than the puppets that Madman was facing at the moment. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and estimated that there were at least 200 beasts. Fire Lotus glanced at the beasts and said in a low voice, Qin Dage, let me do it, so that I don't get injured and expose my identity. No. Although these beasts are all puppets, their cultivation is higher than yours. You are not their opponent. Don't worry about me. A group of perfect war god puppets can't injure me. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he decisively sent Fire Lotus to the castle. Only in the castle could he guarantee her safety. You're quite affectionate. Not bad, this sovereign appreciates you. The mysterious man laughed hoarsely. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and glanced at the beasts. His aura erupted like a volcano as he took the initiative to attack. Kill! The mysterious man's roar also sounded. More than 200 ferocious beasts suddenly turned into a torrent, and rushed toward Qin Feiyang from all directions. Humph! Qin Feiyang snorted from his nose and had no intention to defend at all. Divine power gushed out and attacked the beasts. He didn't show any mercy. Every time he attacked, he could kill a puppet. For a moment, broken corpses and limbs flew all over the sky. Blood dyed the sky red. Boom! Suddenly, just as he smashed a puppet with his palm, two ferocious apes pounced at him fiercely and their millstone-sized fists fiercely hit his back. But Qin Feiyang's face only turned slightly pale and he didn't suffer any actual damage. After being tempered by 2 heavenly tribulations, not only did his strength exceed ordinary people, the willfulness and strength of his body were also comparable to a high-grade divine artifact. So, the attacks of the 2 ferocious apes didn't have any lethality in front of him. From the beginning to the end, he didn't get angry. He turned around and directly killed the 2 ferocious apes. Because there was no need to get angry with these puppets that had no consciousness and no emotions. Even if you were angry, they wouldn't understand. At this moment, he was like a god of death, his expression extremely cold. It was completely a one-sided massacre. Of course. He didn't use the power of the divine dragon. But the other 2 types of divine power were enough for him to deal with these puppets. And the battle on the madman's side was more intense than Qin Feiyang's side. Although the madman was very arrogant, he didn't dare to lower his guard in the face of 50 early-stage supreme god puppets and fought with all his strength. About 100 breaths later, Qin Feiyang stood proudly in the void, his aura like a rainbow. His whole body was covered in blood, as if he was bathed in a rain of blood. The more than 200 ferocious beasts had all been killed. The blood on his body was from those ferocious beasts. Below the glacier, there were mountains of bones piled up, and the pungent smell of blood filled the entire death region. Die for me. It was also at this moment. The madman's violent roar sounded. Qin Feiyang turned his head and saw the head of a ferocious beast being smashed into pieces by the madman's punch. His strength is indeed not simple. Qin Feiyang murmured. With a half-step supreme god cultivation, killing a early-stage supreme god ferocious beast, even if it was a puppet, was enough to be praised. It seems that this lord has underestimated you a little. The mysterious man's voice sounded, echoing in the barrier for a long time. I also want to see how strong I am now. Qin Feiyang sneered. When he was still a early-stage war god, he could already kill a half-step supreme god. What was a mere perfect war god? One must know. He hadn't activated the 6-word divine art yet. The 6-word divine art could ignore the barrier of a large realm. It was estimated that even if it was a perfect war god, he could still fight with the 6-word divine art. Huh, what an arrogant brat. The mysterious man laughed hoarsely and said, "This lord will fulfill your wish." As soon as his voice faded, another ferocious beast roared out from the gray fog. Their cultivation had reached the level of a half-step supreme god. Not enough, not enough. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a wisp of blood-red light streaked across the sky like lightning, entering the head of a ferocious beast. Crack. The ferocious beast's head shattered on the spot. Following closely, that wisp of blood-red light attacked the next ferocious beast. None of the ferocious beasts could withstand the blood-red light's attack and were instantly destroyed. This was the power of the kill formula. Even though it was only formed by a wisp of killing intent, it still had a heaven-defying divine power. And now, he could only activate the kill formula, battle formula, advance formula, and return formula. Although he was only one step away from a half-step supreme god, a half-step supreme god had already surpassed the war god level. Therefore, divine arts such as the divine dragon formula, the fire phoenix formula, and the end of the void formula were unable to display their original power. In other words, these divine arts could not cause harm to a half-step supreme god. Of course, if Qin Feiyang really went all out, even if he didn't use the 6-word divine art, he would still be able to fight against a half-step supreme god. However, this way, he would definitely be injured and bleed. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he was more straightforward and directly revealed the 6-word divine art. Kill one that came out. In the end, it was really like that. Those puppets only revealed half of their bodies in the gray fog before they were mercilessly shattered by the blood-red light. Chapter 2105. Fuck, so fierce? Looking at Qin Feiyang killing gods and devils, Madman couldn't help but be dumbfounded. But when he noticed the wisp of blood grace, he smiled in relief. He had personally experienced the might of the blood-colored fleeting grace. He knew the terrifying power of blood grace. This daddy can't lose to him. Trump card, is it? Who doesn't have one? The corners of Madman's mouth curled up, and a wisp of golden light appeared, streaking across the sky like lightning. One of the beasts that had just reached the supreme god realm was instantly killed. Kid, let's compete and see who can kill more. Madman laughed wildly. Qin Feiyang looked at Madman and asked with a smile, is there a prize? You rascal, you really want to take advantage of me at any time and place. Madman rolled his eyes. You are an influential figure in our Nine Heavens Palace. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of you. No prize, I won't do it. Qin Feiyang laughed. Madman snorted coldly, if you don't want to do it, then don't. This daddy will suffer a loss. What loss? Qin Feiyang didn't understand. Look at your opponent, and then look at this daddy's opponent. They are both supreme god-level puppets. In terms of numbers, I definitely can't compare to you. If you want to compete, then let's compete in quality. 1 billion soul stones, do you dare? Madman's face was full of provocation. Compete in quality? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. If they competed in quality, then he would definitely lose. Because no matter how many he killed, it couldn't compare to a puppet that had just reached the supreme god level. After all, these puppets he killed were only half-step divine lords. If he still competed, it would be equivalent to giving 1 billion soul stones to Madman. Only a fool would do such a losing deal. Coward. Madman despised. Don't provoke me, it's useless. If you want to compete, then let's compete in quantity. Qin Feiyang disdained. Madman rolled his eyes fiercely. If they competed in quantity, he would definitely lose. Because Qin Feiyang had already killed more puppets than him. The two of them were talking and laughing, and it didn't seem like they were fighting at all. What two arrogant brats. This sovereign wants to see how long you can laugh for. The mysterious man laughed angrily. This was simply a humiliation to him. As the mysterious man's voice fell, the ferocious beast that roared out of the black fog seemed to have its strength increased by a level. The puppet that Qin Feiyang faced was shockingly at the early Divine Lord realm. The madman's puppet was at the level of a lesser paragon god. They were densely packed and innumerable. He killed wave after wave, just like a beast tide, there was no end to it. Not enough, not enough. However, Qin Feiyang felt no pressure at all. The blood-red light was magnificent and unstoppable. Looking back at the madman, the mysterious golden light was unstoppable, and he was doing the same with ease. The power of this golden light is beyond my imagination. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Of all the methods the madman had displayed, what he cared about the most was the golden light. To be able to compete with the kill formula, suddenly. A terrifying thought crept into his mind. Could it be, this was also a heaven-defying technique that could allow one to break through countless realms? The glacier below was piled up with mountains of corpses. The death domain sealed the surroundings, and the pungent smell of blood couldn't disperse. All of it gathered within the domain, making one nauseous. Even in the death domain, there was already a bloody mist. You really have some ability? The more the mysterious man looked, the more surprised he became. All of a sudden, the puppet that appeared from the gray fog had its strength soared by another level. The puppet that Qin Feiyang faced was a lesser divine lord. The puppet that the madman faced was a greater paragon god. This is really satisfying. Although it's just a puppet, it's been a long time since I've killed to my heart's content. The madman laughed loudly. The golden light in his body surged and gathered in his palm. The next moment, with a loud clang, a halberd appeared, as if it was cast from gold, emitting a dazzling golden light. Brat, I'll let you see my true means now. The madman laughed wildly, grabbed the halberd, and waved it in the air. A golden light blade suddenly swept across the sky. The puppets that appeared from the gray fog were all shattered in an instant. Qin Feiyang was shocked. How similar was this to the kill formula? Are you shocked? Quickly let me see your true means. The madman laughed loudly. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, and killing intent surged in his hand. Clang! A blood-colored long sword appeared out of thin air. A monstrous murderous aura instantly erupted from the death domain. The kill formula was fully activated. At this moment, he was like a killing god. He grabbed the blood-colored long sword and slashed out. The sword light tore the sky and split the earth. Those lesser divine lord puppets didn't have any room to resist and were torn to pieces by the sword energy. Powerful. The madman whispered. He was indeed a fierce person. However, he had a hunch that this wasn't Qin Feiyang's full strength, and there should be something hidden. Qin Feiyang also had the same feeling towards the madman. There might be more terrifying means hidden. The two of them slaughtered crazily. No matter how many puppets there were, they couldn't stop the blood-colored long sword and halberd in their hands. They were like invincible existences. But the puppets in the gray fog came wave after wave, like an undead army. And their strength was getting stronger and stronger. The puppets that the madman was facing at this moment had already reached the level of perfection god. The puppets that Qin Feiyang was facing had also reached the level of perfection god. In other words, Qin Feiyang had now crossed a major realm. But whether it was the madman or Qin Feiyang, they were invincible. Of course. They were able to do this because their opponents were all puppets. Because puppets couldn't use divine arts, couldn't activate soul-suppressing, and didn't have divine weapons. They fought purely by relying on their physical body and strength. If these puppets were replaced by living people, it would definitely be a different situation. Because living people could use all kinds of methods like them. For example, divine arts, divine weapons, and so on. But even so, it could already reflect how terrifying the power of the blood-colored long sword and halberd was. However, the two of them also slowly felt the pressure. Because there were too many of them, they couldn't kill them all. If this continued, sooner or later they would be exhausted to death. And the mysterious man seemed to have the same plan, constantly summoning puppets to kill the two of them. Unknowingly, the sky began to gradually turn white. In other words, Qin Feiyang and the madman had been fighting non-stop for an entire night. The two death realms had become mountains of corpses and seas of blood. How many puppets do you have? The madman roared. He was already exhausted. A lot, very fast. You can't kill them all in a year and a half. The mysterious man laughed. Can't kill them all in a year and a half? How many puppets do you have? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, these beasts, did you turn them into puppets after killing them? In this world, there is a kind of control secret technique. As long as you are controlled by this secret technique, you can instantly turn the other party into a puppet. The mysterious man said. Control secret technique? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Could it be the puppet technique? No. Although the puppet technique could also turn the other party into a puppet, their life would not disappear. And the secret technique that the mysterious man mastered was to erase the other party's life and turn them into a corpse. It was really a vicious secret technique. But in comparison, it seemed that the puppet technique was a little more advanced. Because under the control of the puppet technique, even if the other party became a puppet, they could still use divine arts, battle souls, and so on. Of course. In terms of cruelty, the puppet technique was definitely not as good as the secret technique that the mysterious man mastered. There aren't many perfection paragon gods in the entire northern region, and you actually have so many puppets. Who exactly are you? The madman said in a deep voice. In the current ancient realm, there aren't many perfection paragon gods, but in the previous era, there were as many as dogs. The mysterious man laughed sinisterly. The previous era? Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. That's right. Although the previous era ended 100 million years ago, the living beings of the previous era were not extinct. And I was one of them. The mysterious man said, his hoarse voice suddenly becoming incomparably old. 100 million years ago? The previous era? What are you talking about? The madman frowned. You are all too weak now and are not qualified to know these secrets. You'd better think about how to survive in the realm of death. The mysterious man laughed sinisterly. The madman said angrily, didn't you say that you would give us a chance to live? Yes. As long as you can last a month in the realm of death, I will let you go. The mysterious man said. A month. Qin Feiyang and the madman were dumbfounded. How was this possible? They were already exhausted after one night, let alone an entire month. If they had time to rest in the middle, it would be fine. But the mysterious man did not intend to let them rest at all. Continuously killing for a month without rest, with their ability, it was simply impossible. The mysterious man was determined to exhaust them to death. Damn it. It has always been me teasing others, no one dares to tease me. You want me to kill for a month, so I will kill for a month? Give you so much face? Kid, let's go to the space treasure, ignore him. The madman said angrily. Qin Feiyang also felt that it made sense, there was no need to be led by the nose by this person. Enter the space treasure? Then you might as well try and see if I have a way to kill you. The mysterious man sneered. Don't be scared by him, let's go. Madman angrily roared at Qin Feiyang before teleporting and disappearing without a trace. Qin Feiyang glanced at the gray castle and also disappeared in a flash. Really two disobedient young people. The mysterious man sighed. Clang. All of a sudden. The gray castle on the glacier bloomed with dazzling divine light. Immediately after. The gray divine light surged like a tide in the two realms of death. Inside the castle. Qin Feiyang immediately felt that the gray divine light was breaking the castle's defense bit by bit and slowly penetrating. Chapter 2106. Even the castle can't block it? Qin Feiyang turned pale with fright. The gray divine light seeped in, and a strange force quickly spread in the castle. Not only Qin Feiyang himself, Fire Lotus, Mermaid Princess, and White-Eyed Wolf were also rapidly aging. This was a sign that their vitality was being robbed. And that strange force was still crazily eroding their divine souls. Little Qin Zi, think of a way. If this goes on, we will all become jerky. Feiyang, no one was in the mood to cultivate in seclusion now. They all got up and looked at Qin Feiyang in horror. But there was one person who didn't have fear in her eyes, but there was a trace of anger. This person was Fire Lotus. She stared at the gray castle outside through the screen. There was a trace of hostility between her eyebrows, but Qin Feiyang and the others didn't notice it because of the mask. But suddenly, the divine light of the gray castle dissipated. That strange force also quickly receded like the tide. Do you understand now? In front of me, no matter where you hide, it's useless. Now, I will count to 3. If you don't come out, then don't blame me for being merciless. 1, 2, 3. Just as the number 3 appeared, Qin Feiyang and the madman appeared in the realm of death. There was no other way. They could only come out. Because even if they hid in the divine space item, they would only die. Especially Qin Feiyang, it would implicate the mermaid princess and the others. This was not what he wanted to see. Your divine space items are very good, but unfortunately, they are all sealed and can't block my death force. The mysterious man smiled coldly. What? Sealed? Qin Feiyang looked at the madman in shock. He didn't expect that this person's divine space item was also sealed. Could it be that it was also a heaven-defying divine object like the castle? Don't say. It was really possible. Otherwise, why would the madman keep hiding it, afraid that he would find out? The madman stared at the gray castle and said, "In other words, we have no choice." "Yes. But don't blame me. You can only blame yourselves for overestimating yourselves and barging into the far west. Let's continue." The mysterious man laughed hoarsely. More puppets came out from the gray mist, letting out roars. As for the madman, he was still a perfect transcendent. However, Qin Feiyang's puppet was a half-step transcendent god. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. "Bastard, he's just a perfect war god. How can he defeat a half-step paragon god?" Madman roared as well. "This is the price for your disobedience. If he dares to play any more tricks, he'll have to face early, minor, or even great perfection paragon puppets." The mysterious man laughed mockingly. "Damn you." The madman was enraged. He grabbed the halberd and like a demonic god, he crushed the puppets one by one and charged towards the gray castle with murderous intent. "Do you think I'm a pushover?" When he reached the top of the gray castle, the madman roared. He grabbed the halberd with both hands and slashed at the gray castle. Clang! A loud noise shook the clouds. The halberd shattered on the spot. However, the gray castle was not damaged at all. How is this possible? The madman stared at the gray castle in a daze. "With your strength, you want to shake this divine artifact?" The mysterious man's disdainful voice sounded. "If I can't destroy this castle, then I'll split open this domain of death." The madman was furious. He condensed the halberd again and charged into the sky, slashing at the barrier. Boom! However, when the halberd landed on the barrier, it was as if it had hit a sponge. All the power and sharpness were dissolved by the domain of death. The madman couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. What the hell is this thing? He didn't have time to think. Another large group of puppets charged at him. He quickly began to counterattack. Back to Qin Feiyang. In the face of a half-step peerless god puppet, he was flustered. Although the kill formula was heaven-defying and could ignore the barrier of major realms, there were already 7 minor realms between the perfect war god and the half-step supreme god. Even the kill formula was difficult to deal with. What's more, it wasn't just 1 or 2 puppets. It was a large group, countless of them. Boom! In less than 3 breaths, he was forced to activate the battle formula, the advance formula, and the return formula. But even so, he couldn't stop those puppets. Puff! Suddenly, a beast rushed behind Qin Feiyang like lightning. It raised its sharp claws and fiercely clawed at Qin Feiyang's back. The battle armor formed by the battle formula was cut open on the spot. Several bloody wounds appeared and blood gushed out. And that terrifying force even sent Qin Feiyang flying. He smashed into the glacier below, blood gushing out of his mouth. Oh no! Qin Feiyang's expression changed. The madman's expression also changed. Purple gold dragon blood, exposed. That is, purple gold dragon blood. How is that possible? You have purple gold dragon blood? The mysterious man's exclamation also sounded, full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang climbed out of the ice and snow. He looked at the puppets in the sky, then looked at the gray castle and heaved a sigh of relief. It's good to be exposed, so I won't be restrained. Madman, hold on, I will make him pay. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman and said. He rushed into the sky, holding a blood-red long sword, and madly attacked those puppets. So what if you're a half-step supreme god? In the end, you're just puppets without consciousness. He roared angrily and slashed out with his sword. The ferocious beast that was charging at the front was actually split into 2 halves. Blood poured down like a waterfall. Open. Qin Feiyang's aura was like a rainbow. His long hair quickly turned blood red. With a shout, a large blood-red domain appeared. Boom! The murderous aura around him soared countless times in an instant. This was his ultimate move. Slaughter domain. As soon as the slaughter domain was opened, the blood from the mountain of corpses below turned into a long blood river, flowing against the current and into the slaughter domain. In the end, the blood all entered the blood-red long sword in Qin Feiyang's hand. Clang! The blood-red long sword crazily devoured. Its sharpness and aura were also crazily rising. Damn! The madman looked at Qin Feiyang in horror. Was he still a human? His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked just like a god of death who had returned. Especially that murderous aura, which he had never seen before in his life. Strong indeed. But I'm not bad either. Kill! The madman roared. His sky piercer was invincible, creating a sea of blood. After Qin Feiyang opened the slaughter domain, he became even crazier. Moreover, as the blood-red long sword absorbed more blood, its power became stronger and stronger. It became easier to kill those half-step supreme god puppets. About 100 breaths later, the sharpness of the blood-red long sword had soared by more than 2 levels. Even those puppets were as easy as cutting vegetables. As he killed, he absorbed the blood. One had to know. He had been killing in the death domain for an entire night. This night, he didn't know that after killing the puppets, the ground below had long turned into a sea of blood. And these blood were all being crazily absorbed by him. Moreover, compared to the last time when he fought with the demon ancestor and opened the slaughter domain, there was a qualitative difference this time. Because the lowest level of absorption this time was the blood of a perfect war god. The creatures of the black tortoise world couldn't compare at all. Even now, he was still absorbing the blood of half-step supreme god. This was even more incomparable. After all, in the black tortoise world, the strongest was only a false god, and there were very few of them. Most of them were below the false god level. Half of them were even mortals. How could ordinary blood compare to God's blood? Naturally not. So this time, although the number wasn't as much as the last time, as long as he was given time, he could still reach the same level as the last time. Clang! As the blood-red long sword absorbed the blood, it trembled violently, as if it was very excited and happy. Its power had soared to another level. Those half-step supreme god puppets were as easy as cutting watermelons at this moment. This time, he was really crazy. Chapter 2107. Purple gold dragon blood. The mysterious man stood in the gray castle, looking at Qin Feiyang outside, still shocked by the purple gold dragon blood. Of course. He also saw the scene of Qin Feiyang opening the killing zone. He was also very shocked. What was the background of this boy? Not only did he have the bloodline power of the purple gold divine dragon, but he also had such a terrifying killing technique. Suddenly, he waved his hand gently. Outside, in the death zone where Qin Feiyang was, a large number of puppets at the beginner level of the immortal realm immediately emerged from the gray light fog. Looking at those puppets, Qin Feiyang's face was full of disdain. With a slash of his sword, a puppet was directly split into 2, and the blood that flowed out was all absorbed by the blood-red long sword. In less than 10 breaths, all the puppets were slaughtered. Not a drop of blood was left. Even the blood in the corpses was forcibly sucked dry. However, there was still a lot of corpses and blood piled up below. Because the absorption also needed a process, it was impossible to suck all the blood in the death zone dry in an instant. After all, he had been killing for an entire night. The puppets that died in his hands could probably be piled up into dozens of mountains. Fortunately, the death zone where he was imprisoned was big enough, otherwise it wouldn't be able to pile up. He killed batch after batch. Suddenly, a group of puppets at the beginner level and the great perfection of the immortal realm rushed out at the same time. Qin Feiyang also seemed to be tireless, killing as many as came out as he could. Clang! The power of the blood-red long sword suddenly rose to a new level. He now had a kind of confidence. Even puppets at the great perfection of the immortal realm could be killed with one slash. What kind of killing technique is this? Its power has increased so much, why hasn't it stopped? Could it be, this kind of killing technique can be absorbed endlessly? The mysterious man was surprised. He simply summoned a large number of puppets at the great perfection of the immortal realm. There were more than 3,000 of them. That battle array could simply be described as apocalyptic. Absorbing their blood should be enough to increase the power of the killing technique to the same level as last time. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. The blood of a perfected god was far more potent than that of a perfected battle god or perfected divine lord. This was a super tonic for the kill formula. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind as he wielded his blood-red sword and charged forward in a frenzy. Clang. Rumble. At first, it was very difficult to deal with these puppets. His body was also riddled with wounds. There were even a few times when he almost lost his life. However, as it continued to absorb and grow, the blood-red sword began to display its prowess. About half an hour passed. 3,000 golems at the paragon level had all perished beneath his sword. Clang. After absorbing the divine blood of these puppets, the power of the blood-red longsword increased by another level. This level was no different from the last time he fought the fiend ancestor. The mountain of corpses and sea of blood below had also been completely absorbed. Not a single drop of blood could be squeezed out of those corpses. The entire barrier was filled with the aura of death, as if it was hell. Qin Feiyang lowered his head to look at the blood-red longsword and muttered, "It's time to fight back." Last time in the Sea of Reincarnation, when the blood-red longsword reached this level, even the two heaven-defying artifacts, Blood Blade and Snow, couldn't block it, let alone this grey castle. Taking a step back. Even if this grey castle was also a heaven-defying artifact, the blood-red longsword could still destroy it. "Are you a descendant of Qin Badian?" Suddenly, the mysterious man's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He raised his head to look at the grey castle and asked in surprise, "You also know my ancestor?" "Ancestor? You really are his descendant?" The mysterious man whispered. "You've seen him?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes. I've seen him," the mysterious man said. "When? Where is he?" Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly said. Many years ago. As for where he is now, I'm afraid you won't be able to find him. Because he has already been refined into a puppet by me." The mysterious man laughed. "Refined into a puppet?" Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. "Qin Feiyang, don't believe his nonsense. With your ancestor's methods, even if he isn't his opponent, it's impossible for him to be refined into a puppet." Madman shouted. Qin Feiyang suddenly recovered and sneered, "That's right, my ancestor is omnipotent, how could he fall into your hands? Break for me." With a loud shout, he raised his blood-red longsword and slashed at the death domain. Madman's eyes were filled with anticipation. Kacha! Accompanied by a deafening sound, under Madman's expectant gaze, the death domain finally shattered. Madman was overjoyed and shouted, "Quickly, break my domain of death." Qin Feiyang took a step forward and slashed at the death domain that trapped Madman. Kacha! The death domain also shattered instantly. After the domain of death shattered, the clouds of black mist also dissipated. In other words, the mysterious man could no longer summon a puppet. Madman laughed and shouted, "Let's go, destroy that grey castle." Madman grabbed the halberd. Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood-red longsword. The two's aura soared into the sky as they rushed above the grey castle and shouted at the same time. Slash! The halberd and blood-red longsword slashed at the grey castle with a world-destroying sharpness. Boom! The grey castle also suddenly released a dazzling divine light. "You want to destroy my main body with just the two of you? In your dreams." The mysterious man was disdainful. However, at the next moment, when the halberd and blood-red longsword fell, the grey castle was directly split in half with a deafening sound. "How is this possible?" the mysterious man exclaimed. His tone was no longer as arrogant as before, but with a strong sense of panic. Main body? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. Madman said in disbelief, "Is there something wrong with my ears?" He actually said that this gray castle is his main body? I also heard him say that. Qin Feiyang said. Could it be? The two seemed to have thought of something and immediately looked at the gray castle, their eyes shining. Main body, originally, they all thought that this mysterious man was a living person. However, they didn't expect that he was the weapon spirit of the gray castle. For a weapon spirit to be so powerful, this gray castle must be a heaven-defying weapon. Continue. Madman shouted. Qin Feiyang nodded. Although it was a heaven-defying weapon, this time it really angered him. Clang. The two once again held the halberd and blood-red longsword and slashed at the gray castle. The halberd was still fine. The blood-red longsword emitted a sharp aura, making the weapon spirit of the gray castle almost despair. Qin Feiyang, Madman, I will remember you, just wait for me. The weapon spirit roared with resentment, and the gray castle that was cut in half immediately rose into the air. Escape? Not a chance. Qin Feiyang and Madman shouted angrily. The halberd and blood-red longsword flew out of their hands. Clang. The gray castle, which had already been cut in half, was once again divided into two halves, becoming four halves. Its speed instantly dropped by a large margin. Qin Feiyang and Madman waved their hands and recalled the blood-red longsword and the halberd. Then, using the auxiliary technique, they chased after the gray castle like lightning and blocked it from the front and back. Damn it, damn it. If I knew earlier, I would have killed you at the first moment. The weapon spirit roared again and again. There is no such thing as if you knew earlier. But we knew that even if we could hold on for a month, you would definitely not let us go in the end. Madman sneered. Clang. Qin Feiyang shook the blood-red longsword in his hand, his aura firmly locked onto the gray castle, and said, "There is no medicine for regret in this world. You can only blame yourself for being careless and underestimating us. Now answer my question, where did you see my ancestor? You don't think I'm stupid? If I tell you, do I still have a way to live?" The weapon spirit sneered. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "As long as you didn't lie to me, I can let you go." Really? The weapon spirit asked. I, Qin Feiyang, am a man of my word. Qin Feiyang said. The weapon spirit pondered for a moment and said, "It seems that more than 2,000 years ago, I saw him and Lu Xingyang in the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea." More than 2,000 years? Madman was slightly taken aback and asked suspiciously, what were they doing in the deepest part of the Sky Dragon Sea? I don't know. Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang's methods are indeed terrifying as you said. Back then, they weren't very strong. I really wanted to refine them into puppets. But the result was the same as today. I was almost killed by them. Later, I escaped from the Sky Dragon Sea and have been hiding in the far west. But I didn't expect to meet their descendants now. The weapon spirit sighed and was a little depressed. Qin Feiyang said, "So where are my ancestors now?" You don't know either. But according to my estimation, they should still be in the Sky Dragon Sea. Although I don't know what they are doing. But I vaguely feel that they are planning something. The weapon spirit said. Sky Dragon Sea, Qin Feiyang muttered and said in a deep voice, "Then where did you get the potential pill and potential pill?" The weapon spirit said, "I snatched them from your ancestors." So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and frowned. Then why did you nurture that youth called Long Tianyu? So you really did learn of this sovereign's existence from him. How infuriating. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have helped him. The weapon spirit was furious. Although Long Tianyu is young, he is very righteous and did not betray you. It was because I forcefully read his memories that I learned of your existence. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. In that case, I wronged him? The weapon spirit said in a daze. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Quickly answer my question. This sovereign is just feeling sorry for him. His parents, as well as his grandfather, actually didn't die an unnatural death. Instead, they were assassinated. The weapon's spirit sighed. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked and said, who secretly killed them? Why did they secretly kill them? After reading Long Tianyu's memories, he knew the cause of death of Long Tianyu's parents and grandfather. They all died under the claws of fierce beasts. But he did not expect that there was actually another secret. Chapter 2108. The artifact spirit said, their village chief. Village chief? Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. That's right. Long Tianyu's mother wasn't from the village. She was brought back by Long Tianyu's father. She was quite beautiful. That village chief was lascivious. The moment she entered the village, he coveted her. But at that time, she was pregnant. The village chief had some misgivings and didn't dare to do anything. Not long after, Long Tianyu was born. The village chief couldn't hold back anymore. He tricked Long Tianyu's mother into an ice valley at the edge of the far west land and raped her. At this point, the artifact spirit paused and said, I believe that you should know what happened without me explaining. Qin Feiyang and Madman nodded. After being humiliated, Long Tianyu's mother thought that the village chief would let her go as long as she didn't say anything. But on the contrary, not only did the village chief not let her go, he even used Long Tianyu to threaten her and forced her to submit. Later, she couldn't bear such humiliation and told Long Tianyu's father. After learning of this, Long Tianyu's father couldn't help but want to kill. But in consideration of his reputation, he didn't say anything. The couple discussed and secretly asked the village chief to go out and kill him. But the village chief was stronger than them. In the end, not only did they not succeed, they died in the village chief's hands. The artifact spirit sighed. They're worse than beasts. Madman said angrily. Qin Feiyang also couldn't help but be angry. He asked, what happened later? Later, the village chief returned to the village and painfully told everyone that the couple had been clawed by ferocious beasts. He pretended to be a good person and took good care of Long Tianyu and Long Tianyu's grandfather. And the grandfather and grandson, who didn't know, were grateful to him. But one day, Long Tianyu's grandfather suddenly found a secret compartment in the house. There was a letter in the secret compartment. It was left behind by Long Tianyu's parents before they died. It was precisely because they were afraid of failure that they wrote down all the evil deeds of the village chief and hid them in the hidden compartment. After knowing the true cause of his son and daughter-in-law's death, Long Tianyu's grandfather was filled with grief. But he's just an ordinary old man. He's powerless to take revenge. Furthermore, the village chief is usually a nice guy in the village. Even if he were to announce the letter, no one would necessarily believe him. After much consideration, he thought of poisoning. But the result was obvious. He also failed and was killed by the village chief instead. Moreover, it was faked that he died under the claws of a vicious beast. In that case, Long Tianyu will truly become an orphan. The artifact spirit said. Madman asked, does Long Tianyu know about this? Before the artifact spirit could speak, Qin Feiyang said, he doesn't know, because I didn't read any of his memories. Yes. Long Tianyu doesn't know. Even now, he still thinks that the village chief is sincerely taking care of him. The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang asked, then how did you know? And how did you know it so clearly? The artifact spirit said, I was bored and suddenly encountered this matter. I felt that it was quite interesting, so I paid special attention to it. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, then why didn't you help them? Help? Based on what? They're just a bunch of ants. Are they worthy of this sovereign's help? The artifact spirit's tone was full of disdain. If that's the case, then why did you help Long Tianyu? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. This sovereign was moved by his perseverance. He entered the far west several times to search for opportunities and good fortune. The willpower he displayed during this period made this sovereign somewhat impressed. Later, he couldn't bear the invasion of the cold current and fainted on the snow. This sovereign couldn't bear it and kindly helped him. As for the truth, it was too big of a blow for a child of his age. Therefore, this sovereign has been hiding it from him. I wanted to wait for him to grow up before telling him, so that he can personally avenge his family. The artifact spirit said with a hint of doting love for Long Tianyu. Qin Feiyang said, "It seems that you have developed feelings for Long Tianyu after being together with him for so many years." Yes. This child is sensible and obedient. He has always called me grandpa. As time passed, this sovereign began to treat him like a grandson. Otherwise, this sovereign wouldn't have given him the potential elixir, nor would I have nurtured him wholeheartedly. The artifact spirit said. Since you care so much about him, why didn't you keep him by your side? You must know that if you let him return to the village, he might be killed by the village chief. Qin Feiyang said. He's a child after all. How lonely would it be to let him stay here alone? He's a child. He must have a good childhood. That's why this sovereign let him return to the village. As for the village chief, this sovereign had secretly planted a wisp of death energy in his body 2 years ago. As long as he has the intention to kill Long Tianyu, this sovereign will be able to sense it immediately. The artifact spirit said. A good childhood, Qin Feiyang muttered. Inexplicably, he couldn't help but envy Long Tianyu. Because everyone wanted to have a good childhood. But they might not be able to do so. Just like him. Although after being expelled from the imperial capital, Uncle Yuan had always been by his side. However, his heart had never been at peace for a single day. Since 10 years ago, he had been burdened with hatred, suffering, and torment. But Long Tianyu was different. Although Long Tianyu's background was also very miserable, he didn't know the truth now. He was still the same as before. He was an innocent child, enjoying the good childhood that a child should have. Moreover, there was also the Grey Castle silently protecting him. So in comparison, Long Tianyu was much happier than him. The artifact spirit suddenly said, "You are the descendant of Qin Batian. Then you should also have the pill formulas for the potential elixir." Qin Feiyang nodded. The artifact spirit was overjoyed and quickly said, "Then how about we discuss a condition?" What condition? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. As the descendant of Qin Batian, your situation in the northern region is definitely not very good. However, this sovereign can help you. With this sovereign's strength, even if you are facing the 2 palace masters and the 10 great elders of the 9 heavens palace, this sovereign can help you kill a bloody path. Furthermore, this sovereign can protect you and enter the heavenly dragon sea to search for the whereabouts of Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang. The artifact spirit said proudly. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. It was already very obvious that this Grey Castle was definitely a heaven-defying divine artifact. If the Grey Castle really helped him, then in the future, he would have more confidence in the 9 heavens palace. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang asked, "What is your condition?" The artifact spirit said, "Help this sovereign to nurture Long Tianyu." It's that simple? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang frowned. With your ability, you shouldn't need me to help you nurture him, right? That's true. Although your killing technique is heaven-defying, whether it is cultivation or experience, compared to this sovereign, they are far inferior. However, this sovereign only has a little potential pill and a few other potential pills. I don't have any other pills that can open the gate of potential. The artifact spirit said. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Madman suddenly transmitted his voice. "Kid, be careful, this might be a stalling tactic." A stalling tactic. Qin Feiyang was shocked. If not for Madman's reminder, he would have forgotten that the slaughter domain had a time limit. The slaughter domain could only be maintained for an hour. More than half of it had already passed. In other words, there was not much time left for the slaughter domain to open. Once the slaughter domain ended, he would undoubtedly become a lamb again. Unless it recognized him as its master or controlled him. However, He had no way to forcefully recognize or control such a heaven-defying divine artifact. Wait a minute. The fact that the slaughter domain had a time limit, other than himself and the people around him, no one else knew about it. Therefore, as long as he didn't say anything, Grey Castle would probably think that he could open the slaughter domain at any time. As such, Grey Castle naturally wouldn't dare to act rashly. That wouldn't do. The artifact spirit had witnessed the entire process of opening the slaughter domain. Even if he didn't know that the slaughter domain had a time limit, he must have seen that the slaughter domain needed to absorb a large amount of blood to display its power. With Grey Castle's strength, it was completely capable of killing him while he was in the process of opening the slaughter domain and absorbing blood. In other words, if he didn't take the opportunity to destroy Grey Castle now, anything could happen in the future. However, wasn't it too much of a pity to destroy such a heaven-defying divine artifact? Was there any way to get the best of both worlds? What? You don't believe this sovereign's words and are afraid that this sovereign will plot against you? Seeing that Qin Feiyang didn't speak for a long time, the artifact spirit was suspicious. Yes. Qin Feiyang didn't deny it. Because there was no need. I didn't expect you to be such a vigilant person. How about this sovereign will let you recognize me as your master first. When we find Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang, you can remove the blood contract. The artifact spirit said. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he looked at the Grey Castle with an astonished expression. It actually took the initiative to recognize him as its master? Hey, do you think I don't exist? When Madman heard these words, he couldn't sit still because it was obvious that Grey Castle didn't play any tricks. They were sincere in wanting to help Qin Feiyang. Then he couldn't continue to stand idly by. After all, it was a heaven-defying divine artifact. Such a big advantage, how could he give it to Qin Feiyang? You have an opinion? The artifact spirit was suspicious. Of course. Look at me, in terms of talent, I'm stronger than Qin Feiyang. In terms of status, I'm also higher than Qin Feiyang. If you follow me, I guarantee that you'll live a good life. As for training Long Tianyu, that's not a problem for me. It's as simple as drinking tea and chatting. Madman said. Qin Feiyang's face turned black. This was clearly trying to poach him. The artifact spirit pondered for a while and said, it seems to make sense, but can you refine pills like the potential pill? This, Madman was quite happy at first, but when he heard the second half of the sentence, he shrank back. He didn't even have the pill recipe, let alone refining these pills. Moreover, even if he had the pill recipe, he couldn't refine it. Because he wasn't an alchemist at all. If you can't refine it, why are you still interrupting? Get lost. The artifact spirit shouted ruthlessly. Chapter 2109. The madman's expression stiffened. Although I can't refine it, with my face, what kind of pill can't I get? The artifact spirit said, is that so? Of course. The madman nodded and pointed at Qin Feiyang. If you don't believe me, ask this kid. If I ask him for a pill, will he not give it to me? Qin Feiyang grinned and looked at the madman. Sorry, what did you say? I don't understand. A row of black lines appeared on the madman's forehead. He glared at Qin Feiyang and roared, can't you cooperate? If it's the truth, I will definitely cooperate with you. But bragging, forget it. We have to be honest people. Qin Feiyang chuckled. You want me to cooperate with you when you're trying to steal my woman? Do you think I'm stupid? The madman gritted his teeth in anger. Is there a need to do this? Yesterday before entering the land of the far west, didn't you say that if there is any treasure, you will give it to me? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Fuck. What I mean is, ordinary treasures. But this is an ordinary treasure. This is a heaven-defying artifact. It might even control the power of laws. The madman thought. Qin Feiyang said, fine, let's be fair and let the artifact spirit choose. If the artifact spirit chooses, it will definitely choose you. The madman was furious. If he could refine a pill that could open the door of potential, then he had an absolute chance of winning. Then you can't blame me. Who told you not to be an alchemist? Qin Feiyang smiled proudly. The madman was furious. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have brought this guy along. Qin Feiyang looked at the gray castle and said, "You said it yourself. I didn't force you." "Yes. But let's talk about the ugly things first. If you don't help me break the blood contract when I find Qin Batian and Lu Jingyang, I will take you down with me even if I have to destroy my own body." The artifact spirit snorted coldly, his tone filled with a bone-piercing chill. "All right. It's a deal." Qin Feiyang cut his finger and a drop of purple gold dragon blood seeped out and entered the gray castle. The artifact spirit really didn't resist. Very soon, the master recognition process was complete. Qin Feiyang finally let out a sigh of relief and closed the slaughter domain. The blood-red sword in his hand also dissipated. As soon as the slaughter domain disappeared, the bone-piercing cold current surged violently. Madman pursed his lips and formed a barrier to protect Qin Feiyang. He was very reluctant to do so. Because right now, he was very depressed. He had spent so much effort, but in the end, he didn't get anything. Instead, it all went to Qin Feiyang. Just thinking about it made him unhappy. However, if Qin Feiyang really froze to death here, it would be troublesome. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Scram!" Madman shouted coldly. Just looking at it made him angry. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He turned to look at the gray castle and asked, "Your main body should be able to repair itself, right?" "Of course." The artifact spirit said proudly. Qin Feiyang said again, "Then can you let us take a look inside your main body?" He was very curious about the inside of the gray castle. "You are now considered this sovereign's master. If you want to go in, it's just a thought. There is no need to get this sovereign's permission, right?" The artifact spirit was a little speechless. "Isn't this a form of respect for you?" Qin Feiyang laughed. "Respect?" The artifact spirit was stunned and laughed hoarsely. This is the first time this sovereign has heard that a human would respect an artifact spirit. "You are indeed different. All right, after this sovereign has repaired my main body, I will let you go in and take a look." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then this sovereign will borrow your body." After the artifact spirit said that, the gray castle quickly shrank and entered Qin Feiyang's body in an instant. It floated in his chi sea and flickered with a hazy light. This is really infuriating. Madman stared at Qin Feiyang with a face full of envy and jealousy. "This is my character. In this matter, your character is still not as good as mine." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Look at how cocky you are." Madman said with a face full of contempt, "But you can't let this daddy come here for nothing, right? What do you want?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. After obtaining the gray castle, he was in a good mood. "You have to give this daddy something? How about this, give this daddy your spatial divine item." "This daddy doesn't mind." Madman said. "You don't mind?" "I can't bear to." "Don't even think about it." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. He knew that this guy wanted the black tortoise world. "It's just a spatial divine item, is there a need for you?" Madman despised. Qin Feiyang waved his hand impatiently and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and go back." How could Madman be willing? He had to get some benefits. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "I say, what do you want? What's the point of being so wishy-washy for a man? Do you know that this is a classic example of taking advantage of others?" Madman was instantly furious. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, Okay, this time I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, just come and find me." After all, it was Madman who brought him to the far west land. He also did his best on the way. As a person, he couldn't only care about himself. That's more like it. Madman's anger subsided a lot. Then, with Qin Feiyang, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared like lightning. In the evening, two figures flew out of the far west land. It was Qin Feiyang and Madman. Madman asked, "Are we going back now?" "To see Tianyu." A hoarse voice sounded from Qin Feiyang's body. It was the artifact spirit. Madman sneered, "You are quite concerned about him." The artifact spirit ignored him and asked, "Are you going back to Nine Heaven Palace next?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then do you want to bring Long Tianyu with you?" "I don't feel at ease leaving him here alone." The artifact spirit was worried. This, Qin Feiyang turned to look at Madman. "This won't do. The rules of Nine Heaven Palace are that one must be at least a war god and pass the official test to enter Nine Heaven Palace." Madman shook his head. The artifact spirit was hesitant. "How about this, let's ask his opinion first and see if he wants to stay in the village or go with us," Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." The artifact spirit replied. Qin Feiyang retracted his aura, opened an altar, and teleported to the sky above the village. In the evening, the village was brightly lit. Many people were taking a walk outside to enjoy the shade. Children were also playing happily. However, they couldn't find Long Tianyu in the village. "Where did he go?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "Shua." The gray castle appeared and said, "This noble one guesses that he must be cultivating in a secret room in his home." "Secret room?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. I've warned him that when he cultivates, he must find a secluded place. Because I gave him a lot of battle chi pills. And they were all battle chi pills with 5 veins and above. If other people in the village saw these battle chi pills, especially the village chief, they would definitely be greedy. So when he came back from the far west, he dug a secret room under his bedroom. At night, he would cultivate in the secret room." The artifact spirit said. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he carefully looked at Long Tianyu's memories that he had read. There was indeed such a thing. After reading the memories, he also knew where Long Tianyu's home was. Shua. He took a step and instantly landed in a remote corner on the left side of the village. There was a small wooden house in this corner. There was only one floor. It was very shabby. There were no other houses within a few hundred meters. It seemed a little lonely. This was Long Tianyu's home. In fact, Long Tianyu didn't live here in the past. His family originally lived not far from the entrance of the village. There were many neighbors. It was only after his grandfather passed away that he moved here. On one hand, it was to be able to cultivate in peace. On the other hand, because of the death of his parents and grandfather, his personality became a little lonely. He didn't like to live too close to others. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang smiled. But just as Qin Feiyang, Madman, and the gray castle were about to walk out of the small wooden house, a black shadow suddenly flew over from afar. Qin Feiyang and Madman frowned. If this black shadow was out in the open, they wouldn't think too much about it. However, that black shadow was very sneaky. It didn't make the slightest bit of sound. "Who is he?" Madman was suspicious. "He is the village chief of this village." The voice of the artifact spirit resounded in their minds. Qin Feiyang and Madman's hearts trembled. The village chief was sneaky. It definitely wasn't anything good. Madman secretly said, "This kind of scum, why don't we directly kill him? Wait first. Let's see what he wants to do." Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Qin Feiyang and Madman and the gray castle were standing not far away from the small wooden house, but the black shadow didn't notice them at all. After all, their cultivation was too high. Even if they stood behind the village chief might not notice them. Finally, the village chief rushed to the door of the small wooden house. He didn't knock on the door, nor did he make any sound. Through the crack of the door, it seemed like he was looking at the situation inside the hall. Qin Feiyang and Madman finally saw the village chief's face clearly. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a slender figure. His face was gentle and didn't seem to have any hostility. Don't say. Just from his appearance, if they didn't know about this person's evil deeds beforehand, Qin Feiyang and Madman wouldn't have thought that the village chief was an ugly person. Let's go over. Qin Feiyang secretly said. The two and the gray castle silently appeared behind the village chief. They didn't make a sound. They were just inches away. Not only did the village chief not feel the danger behind him, he kept muttering. He disappeared in one night. Where did this little bastard hide to cultivate? And he improved so quickly. If there's nothing fishy about this, I'll chop off my head and feed it to the dogs. The village chief only had the cultivation of a 5-star combat emperor, while Qin Feiyang and Madman and the Grey Castle were at least perfect combat gods. As long as they retracted their aura and didn't take the initiative to say anything, the village chief would never discover them. Strange, the village chief muttered to himself, then turned around and walked towards the window of the bedroom. Qin Feiyang and Madman and the Grey Castle also turned around when the village chief turned around. They always maintained the angle of standing behind the village chief. Chapter 21:10. Walking to the window of the bedroom, the village chief looked at the closed window and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he raised his hand and gently pushed it open. There was an oil lamp inside. The candlelight flickered, making the bedroom seem a little dark. The bedroom was also very simple. Apart from a shabby desk, there was only a wooden bed. However, it was very neat and clean. On the wooden bed, a 13-year-old boy was lying on his side, covered with a blanket and sleeping soundly. He didn't cultivate? The Grey Castle's spirit was a little surprised. After all, he is still young. If we let him cultivate every night, how can his body bear it? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. That makes sense. The spirit muttered. He is actually sleeping today. The village chief looked at the boy on the wooden bed with a stunned expression. Obviously, this wasn't the first time he came to monitor Long Tianyu. Madman secretly said, this person has long been suspicious of Long Tianyu. If he continues to stay in the village, I am afraid he will be in danger sooner or later. This lord thinks so too. This bastard is worse than a pig or a dog. If not for wanting to let Tianyu deal with him himself, I really want to kill him now. The spirit transmitted his voice, his tone carrying a dense killing intent. Time passed bit by bit. After waiting for about half an hour, the village chief still didn't see Long Tianyu wake up. Seems like there won't be any harvest tonight. What a waste of time. I might as well have a good time with Long Dayu's wife. Speaking of that woman, my heart itches. She is even more interesting than this little bastard's mother. Wait, it seems that Long Dayu went to the town yesterday and will only be back after a few days? This is a good opportunity. Let's go find that slut now. With that, the village chief had a lewd smile on his face as he turned around and left quickly. Indeed a bastard. Madman's face was filled with disgust. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he turned to look at the Grey Castle and transmitted his voice, you chat with Long Tianyu. I will follow the village chief to take a look. Others are going to have fun, what are you going to look for? Peeping? I really didn't expect you to be so wretched at such a young age. The artifact spirit said disdainfully. Qin Feiyang's face twitched as he said in annoyance, I'm just going to see if that big fish Long's wife was also forced. What are you thinking about? I see. The artifact spirit smiled awkwardly and said, then you go. We'll meet at the village entrance. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the Grey Castle and turned around to chase after the village chief. I'm going to join in the fun too. Madman chuckled and quickly chased after him. Human men are indeed beasts. The Grey Castle said disdainfully, then turned into a stream of light and flew into the bedroom. Following closely. A gray figure flew out from the gray castle. It was the artifact spirit. Tianyu. Unable to see his true appearance, the artifact spirit walked to the bedside and pushed Long Tianyu. Long Tianyu immediately got up with a start, his little face full of vigilance. But when she saw the artifact spirit, her little face immediately lit up with joy as she called out, "Grandpa Hui. Brat, you slept quite soundly." The artifact spirit laughed hoarsely, full of doting. "Isn't this too tiring? That's why I want to rest. Grandpa Hui, I'm not slacking off. I usually work very hard. Look at me now, I've already broken through to the 3-star War Emperor. I've also completely grasped the perfect battle art that you gave me. If you don't believe me, I'll show you a few moves." Long Tianyu raised his head and said in a fluster. All right, what's there to show? Grandpa didn't blame you. This time, Grandpa came over to tell you something. Grandpa will be going to the 9-Heaven Palace later. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you in the future. Grandpa wants to ask you, do you want to go with Grandpa? The artifact spirit asked with a smile. 9-Heaven Palace? Long Tianyu was slightly startled, and his little face was immediately filled with excitement and yearning. Obviously. He had long heard of the existence of the 9-Heaven Palace from the artifact spirit. However, after the excitement, he was somewhat hesitant. Don't worry, take your time to think about it. Grandpa won't force you. The artifact spirit laughed. When interacting with Long Tianyu, there wasn't the slightest bit of hostility. A dignified heaven-defying artifact, no. To be exact, it should be considered a heaven-defying demon. A demon actually had such a gentle side. It was truly hard to imagine. On the other side, Qin Feiyang and Madman were like two ghosts, following not far behind the village chief. Why are you following us? Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Fuck. Wherever I go is my freedom. Why do you care? Madman raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang looked at him helplessly, turned his head to look at the village chief's back, and secretly said, Tell me, if that Long Deyu's wife was also forced, what should we do? Nonsense. Of course we should castrate him, chop him into 8 pieces and feed him to the dogs. Madman sneered. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and said in surprise, I didn't expect you to hate evil so much. What do you mean? Madman was slightly startled, and frowned. Am I usually very hateful? No. Very domineering, very invincible. Qin Feiyang hurriedly smiled. Madman smiled proudly and said proudly, As a person, you have to be domineering, otherwise you will only be bullied. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. Speaking of which, what was the domain you opened in the far west this morning? Madman looked curiously at Qin Feiyang. Slaughter domain. Qin Feiyang didn't hide it. Slaughter domain? Madman was startled, and frowned. I seem to have heard that during the test, you were at the bottom of the sky stairway and were troubled by Feng Wenhai, so you also opened this slaughter domain? Qin Feiyang nodded, and said contemptuously, If it wasn't for Shengguan Fenglan's appearance, Feng Wenhai would have already become a ghost under my sword. Madman was stunned, and said with a playful smile, This Feng Wenhai probably still doesn't know that Shengguan Fenglan indirectly saved his life. Don't just talk about me. When are you going to show me your true trump card? Qin Feiyang secretly said. Me? The methods I showed in the morning are all of my strength. Madman chuckled. Do you think I will believe you? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him. Madman pouted and said lightly, Forget it if you don't believe me. About 10 breaths later, the village chief looked around and turned into an alley. Qin Feiyang and Madman also followed in. Not long after, the village chief stopped in front of a house, and looked around sneakily. Seeing that there was no one around, he gently knocked on the door. Not long after, the door opened. A woman appeared in his line of sight. The woman was about 30 years old, and although she was dressed very plainly, her figure was quite good, and she was still charming. It's you. When the woman saw the village chief, her face turned pale, and she quickly closed the door. However, the village chief quickly raised his hand and pushed the door open, and even the woman was forced back a few steps. Then the village chief walked in and closed the door behind him. What are you doing? The woman was terrified. Longdeyu is not here, what are you doing? Also, keep your voice down, don't let the neighbors hear you. The village chief leaned against the door, holding his chin, and his eyes unscrupulously scanned the woman's body. The woman's face was pale, and she suddenly knelt on the ground and begged, "Please let me go, okay? I don't want to let you down." Hearing this, the village chief rushed over angrily and slapped the woman's face. "It's your fortune that I like you, don't be so shameless. Besides, it's not our first time. If you want to say that you've let down Longdeyu, you've already let him down." After the village chief finished speaking, he sat on a chair in the hall and said with a smile, "Crawl over here." The woman didn't seem to hear it, and she was paralyzed there in despair. "Didn't you hear me? Do you want me to kill Longdeyu? Okay. Once Longdeyu is dead, I can come to find you even more unscrupulously. You know that I have the ability. After all, my son is now a disciple of Nine Heaven Palace." The village chief laughed. "What? His son is also a disciple of Nine Heaven Palace?" Inside the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang and Madman looked at each other. After the village chief closed the door, they naturally couldn't directly barge in. Therefore, Qin Feiyang brought Madman into the Black Tortoise world, and then sneaked into the hall without anyone noticing. Because of this, they heard every word of the village chief. "Don't kill Jiu." At the same time, the woman's body stiffened, and she hurriedly looked at the village chief and shouted, "Then crawl over here. As long as you serve me well, I guarantee that Longdeyu will be safe." The village chief said. The woman crawled toward the village chief in despair, her eyes filled with tears. The village chief looked at the woman with a face of satisfaction. "Preposterous, preposterous. This beast is simply the shame of my northern region." Madman was furious. Not only did he take someone else's wife, he even threatened him so blatantly. This was intolerable. Qin Feiyang's heart was also burning with anger. The village chief didn't realize that danger was coming. He lay on the chair and said, "Take off your clothes and crawl onto me." The woman sobbed and could only begin to undress. How impressive. But at this moment, a cold and bone-chilling voice sounded. Following closely, two figures appeared out of thin air in the hall. It was Qin Feiyang and Madman. "Who is it?" The village chief suddenly stood up. The woman also retreated to the side in panic. "The person who wants your life." Madman laughed sinisterly. "It's you guys." The village chief looked at the two and said in shock and anger, "Yesterday, when Qin Feiyang and Madman broke into the village and read Long Tianyu's memories, the village chief was actually present. But at that time, he didn't say anything. He even hoped that Qin Feiyang could kill Long Tianyu. So, when he saw Qin Feiyang and Madman's faces, he immediately recognized them. "Yes, it's us." Madman took a step forward and instantly landed in front of the village chief. Then, he stretched out his arm like lightning and grabbed the village chief's neck. The village chief wanted to resist, but he was shocked to find that the young man's strength was too great. He couldn't move at all. At the same time, Qin Feiyang waved his hand and condensed a barrier that covered the entire hall. The next movement would definitely be a bit big. So it was better to soundproof it so as not to alarm the other people in the village. After all, this wasn't something to be proud of. "You dare to touch me? Do you know who my son is?" The village chief roared in horror. The madman shouted, "Then do you know who I am?" The village chief looked at Madman and sneered, "Looking at you, I know that you must be a little boy. And my son is a disciple of Nine Heaven Palace, you can never afford to offend him." Chapter 21:11. Disciple of Nine Heaven Palace? I can't afford to offend them. Madman was stunned. He even said that he was just a small fry. What? Are you afraid? No matter how strong you are, can you be compared to the disciples of Nine Heaven Palace? Let me go right now, kneel on the ground and apologize to me. Otherwise, when I tell my son, you will all die. The village chief looked at Madman and Qin Feiyang with disdain. Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything, so he thought that the two were afraid. All of a sudden, he became arrogant and inflated. Madman laughed. Was there anyone in Nine Heaven Palace that he couldn't afford to offend? He probably wasn't even born yet. Qin Feiyang also laughed. Ignorance was really scary. Madman was someone who dared to kill in front of everyone in Nine Heaven Palace. Why would he care about a mere disciple? Even if it was an earth and heaven ranking disciple, he would kill them without hesitation. Why aren't you letting me go? Do you believe that I won't tell my son to wipe out your entire family? The village chief roared. Interesting. I really want to see what kind of person your son really is. What gave you the courage to say that you will wipe out my entire family? Madman laughed and punched the village chief in the stomach. He then let go and the village chief fell to the ground, holding his stomach as he cried out in pain. You are dead. I will immediately send a message to my son. Just you wait. The village chief roared with hatred. No need to be so troublesome. I will directly bring you to Nine Heaven Palace. Madman grinned. The village chief was stunned. Directly to Nine Heaven Palace? Were these two also disciples of Nine Heaven Palace? Madman grabbed the village chief and looked at Qin Feiyang. Let's go. Qin Feiyang glanced at the woman and said, You go first. I will find you at the entrance of the village later. Madman was startled and asked suspiciously, Why are you staying? Don't tell me you've also taken a fancy to her? He quickly moved to Qin Feiyang's side and said in a low voice, Brother, your appetite is a bit too heavy. Although this woman is indeed somewhat beautiful, she's already quite old and she's someone else's wife. This, the more Qin Feiyang listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. Did she think that he stayed because of this woman's beauty? His face instantly darkened, and he said angrily, Scram. What was he thinking about all day long? All right. As long as you're happy. The madman waved his hand, grabbed the village chief, and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look at Qin Feiyang with disdain. Your thoughts are not pure. Qin Feiyang was helpless. He walked to the woman and said with a smile, Get up. The woman also retreated in a fluster. Because she had also heard what the madman had said before. Don't worry, I don't have any thoughts about you. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Did he lack beauties? He never lacked beauties. How could he do such a thing? She underestimated Qin Feiyang too much. Hearing this, the woman didn't relax. Her face was still full of panic. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and said, I believe you also know that this matter is not glorious, so it's best to hide it from your husband. But the village chief, the woman said. Don't worry, from now on, he will disappear without a trace. But you have to keep your mouth shut about what happened tonight. In other words, even if someone asks you about the village chief's whereabouts in the future, you have to pretend that you don't know anything, understand? Qin Feiyang said. Yes. The woman nodded repeatedly. All right then, live well. Don't feel sorry for your husband. After all, you were forced to do this. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. The woman said gratefully. She slowly realized that the young man in front of her did not have any malicious intentions. Instead, he was enlightening her and teaching her how to deal with the aftermath. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to leave. Outside the village, beside the stream. When Qin Feiyang arrived, he only saw Madman and the village chief. Madman had an angry smile on his face. The village chief's attitude was also very arrogant. Qin Feiyang glanced at the village chief, then looked at Madman and said, "He's still arrogant? How can you use the word arrogant to describe him? He doesn't put madman in his eyes at all." Madman said angrily. Qin Feiyang glanced at the village chief and smiled. "I have to admit, your guts are really big. Is it very funny? You just wait and see. When we reach Nine Heavens Palace, you will be like him, kneeling in front of my son and begging for mercy." The village chief looked at Qin Feiyang and sneered. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Can't you see that we are also disciples of Nine Heavens Palace? So what? Can you compare to my son?" The village chief said proudly. Qin Feiyang's expression froze and asked curiously, "Then dare I ask, what rank is your son in Nine Heavens Palace? If I tell you, you will be scared to death." The village chief said. Qin Feiyang smiled. "Then tell us, let's see if you can scare us to death." "Listen well, my son is now an earth-ranking disciple of Nine Heavens Palace. Ranked 10th. The village chief said with a face full of arrogance. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned again. Earth ranking 10th? At most, he was just a perfect war god, and he thought he was strong. Afraid, but it's too late. "I will definitely make you pay the price for offending me." The village chief sneered. Qin Feiyang nodded. Yes, we are afraid, we are afraid. You are a great person, don't bother with us." The village chief was even more proud. However, he didn't notice that Madman's eyes were filled with disdain. He didn't even put a heaven-ranking disciple in his eyes, let alone an earth-ranking disciple. Of course. This village chief did have the right to be arrogant. After all, an earth-ranking disciple had a certain status in Nine Heavens Palace. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to talk nonsense with the village chief. He looked around and asked Madman, "They still haven't arrived?" Madman nodded. "So." But before he finished, the gray castle brought Long Tianyu with it as it broke through the air and landed in front of Qin Feiyang and Long Tianyu. When the village chief saw Long Tianyu, he was stunned. When Long Tianyu saw the village chief, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. But when he saw Qin Feiyang and Madman, he panicked and shouted, "Grandpa Gray, yesterday it was them. Grandpa knows what happened yesterday. That was just a misunderstanding." The Gray Castle's spirit laughed. "What? It can actually speak?" The village chief looked at the Gray Castle with his mouth agape. The Gray Castle ignored him and smiled at Long Tianyu. "Tianyu, they are the two big brothers that Grandpa told you about. From now on, follow them and listen to them. Do you understand?" Long Tianyu looked at the two of them in fear. Yesterday when Qin Feiyang controlled him and read his memories, it made him wish he was dead. So until now, he was still a little afraid. "Don't be afraid. They are my friends. Yesterday, they didn't know about our relationship." The Gray Castle said. "I see." Long Tianyu nodded his head. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and smiled politely. "Hello, big brothers." Qin Feiyang smiled. Madman pouted and looked at the Gray Castle. "Is it over? If it is, we will return to Nine Heavens Palace." "Wait. What is going on with him?" the artifact spirit asked. It seemed like he was talking about the village chief. Madman said expressionlessly, "He is doing something immoral again, so I couldn't take it anymore and attacked." "You really won't change. That's good. Once we get rid of this problem, everything is over," the artifact spirit said. He wanted to let Long Tianyu deal with him, but now that Madman and Qin Feiyang attacked, there was nothing he could say. Moreover, it was good to get rid of such a person, in case he harmed others. "Then, I will leave Tianyu to you." "Right, I didn't tell Tianyu about your true identity," the Gray Castle said to Qin Feiyang in secret. Then, it entered Qin Feiyang's body and continued to repair its body. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang looked at Long Tianyu and then at Madman. Madman waved his hand and opened an altar. He grabbed the village chief and jumped up. Qin Feiyang carried Long Tianyu and landed beside Madman. Long Tianyu looked at the village chief and then at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Big brother, is Grandpa village chief going to Nine Heaven Palace too?" "Yes. He made a mistake and is going to Nine Heaven Palace to be punished." Qin Feiyang smiled. "What mistake did he make?" "Grandpa village chief is a good person." Long Tianyu didn't understand. Qin Feiyang rubbed Long Tianyu's head and smiled. "This is a matter between us adults. A kid like you shouldn't interfere." "Oh." Long Tianyu nodded. After opening dozens of altars, the four of them finally arrived at the bottom of the stairway. "This is Nine Heaven Palace?" Long Tianyu looked at the stairway curiously. "Qin Feiyang nodded. Madman looked at the village chief and grinned. "Old fart, just you wait. You will see your son soon." The village chief laughed coldly. "Then, it will be the time of your death." "Huh," Madman laughed. He grabbed the village chief and stepped onto the stairway. Wang! The stairway buzzed. This was because the village chief wasn't someone from Nine Heaven Palace, so the stairway gave off a warning. The white-haired old man sitting beside the stairway suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Madman. "Outsiders aren't allowed to enter Nine Heaven Palace." Madman's expression froze. He turned to look at the white-haired old man and said unhappily, "Old man, is there a need to be so strict?" "This is the rule." The white-haired old man said indifferently. "Make an exception." Madman smiled. He seemed to be afraid of the white-haired old man. "No." The white-haired old man shook his head. "Huh, and here I was thinking how powerful you were. You can't even order a gatekeeper old man around. If it was my son, would he not give face?" The village chief sneered mercilessly. Gatekeeper old man?" Qin Feiyang and Madman were stunned. This person really wasn't afraid of death. Did he know how strong this old man was? The white-haired old man glanced at the village chief, but there wasn't any anger on his face. It was as if nothing could affect his indifferent state of mind. "Old man, I really have something to do. Can you make an exception?" Madman looked at the white-haired old man and said, Look, he's not giving you face. If you don't have the ability, then don't be arrogant." The village chief laughed. Chapter 21:12. "Shut up." Madman slapped village chief's face with the back of his hand. He was already annoyed, but the village chief didn't know what was good for him and kept nagging at the side. Wasn't he looking for a beating? "Little bastard, you hit me? Just you wait, you're dead. Even if the heavens come down, they won't be able to save you." The village chief roared. The white-haired old man looked at the village chief curiously and asked, "Frenzy, where did you bring this mad dog back from?" "Old thing, what did you say?" "A guard dog dares to be so rude to me. Do you know who my son is? Do you believe that I'll get my son to kill you later?" The village chief stared at the white-haired old man and roared. Seeing this scene, Frenzy and Qin Feiyang looked at each other. He actually scolded. He must be tired of living. The white-haired old man looked at the village chief and then at Frenzy. "I'll make an exception this time and let you bring him in." "Thank you." Frenzy laughed and immediately grabbed Frenzy and flew up. Qin Feiyang led Long Tianyu to the white-haired old man and asked, "Senior, what about this child?" "Him?" The white-haired old man sized up Long Tianyu and pondered for a moment before saying, "At most one day." "Thank you, Senior." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and expressed his gratitude. Then, he gave Long Tianyu a meaningful glance. Long Tianyu might be young, but he was very sensible. He immediately understood and bowed to the white-haired old man. "Thank you, Grandpa." The white-haired old man gave a rare smile and then closed his eyes, ignoring Qin Feiyang and Frenzy. "Let's go." Qin Feiyang pulled Long Tianyu and walked up the stairway. The moment Long Tianyu walked up the stairway started to give off a warning. And the higher they went, the louder the sound became. Finally, The sound of the stairway was like a bell that resounded in the sky above the nine-heaven palace. What's going on? This is the stairway's warning. Did someone barge into the nine-heaven palace? That's not right. The stairway to heaven is guarded. How could anyone break in? Let's go and take a look. In an instant, the nine heavens palace was in an uproar. Regardless of whether it was the people outside or inside, they all rushed towards the stairway. Because the master of the stairway to heaven was the vice palace lord. Therefore, even if the white-haired old man agreed, the warning would not disappear. This is nine heaven palace? So big, how magical, the beasts over there are so strong. When he reached the top of the stairway to heaven, Long Tianyu's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw the majestic scene before him. The village chief was also dumbfounded. Because this was also his first time entering the nine heavens palace, he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. Lunatic? Jiang Haotian? A surprised voice was heard. Following closely, a familiar figure broke through the air and landed on the square. It was Cheng Li. The outer sanctum was the closest to the stairway to heaven, so as an outer sanctum elder, he was the first to rush over. Who are they? Cheng Li asked with a frown when he saw the village chief and Long Tianyu. It has nothing to do with you, scram to the side. Lunatic grabbed the village chief and flew into the air. Qin Feiyang didn't say anything. He brought Long Tianyu and followed behind Madman, flying towards the inner sect. Looking at the attitude of the two, Cheng Li's eyes flashed with a cold light as he angrily said, Lunatic, Jiang Haotian, you guys are too presumptuous. You actually dare to bring outsiders into the nine heaven palace. If you speak any more nonsense, this daddy will kill you. Lunatic turned around and stared at Cheng Li. Cheng Li's pupils immediately shrank as a chill appeared in his heart. Qin Feiyang pointed below the stairway to heaven and smiled, Elder, this matter has already been approved by that old man. What? Cheng Li was stunned. It's senior brother Lunatic and Jiang Haotian. Who are that man and child? Why were they brought to the nine heaven palace? Wait. Did you guys notice that senior brother Lunatic's expression is very bad? Along the way, no one dared to block them. But looking at the back of Qin Feiyang and Lunatic, everyone was filled with suspicion. Inner sect. The crimson gold divine tower was located at the peak of the mountain, giving off a majestic and ancient aura. Lunatic and Qin Feiyang brought the village chief and Long Tianyu to the square in front of the crimson gold divine tower. Qin Feiyang glanced at the village chief and smiled, this is where your son cultivates. He cultivates in such a place? One look and I can tell that this place is different. Looks like that kid didn't lie to me. He is someone with status in the nine heaven palace. You guys are all dead. The village chief smiled proudly. Ignorance is scary. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Even now, he was still so proud. He was so stupid that no medicine could save him. The village chief didn't notice and shouted, Son, come out. Someone wants to kill your daddy. Behind them, there were already many people surrounding them. Hearing the village chief's words, everyone looked at the village chief in shock. Son? What was going on? At the same time, the first level of the crimson gold divine tower. A black-clothed youth sat on the ground with a face filled with shock. This seems to be father's voice. But isn't he at home? Why would he appear in the nine heaven palace? It should be an illusion. The black-clothed youth muttered and closed his eyes, not bothering about it. Ryuko, I am calling you. Do you hear me? Very soon. Another angry roar sounded. It's really father? But what is going on? Why is father in the nine heaven palace? Wait. Was the warning from the stairway because of father? No. Father said that someone wants to kill him. Father is asking for help. He got up and left the crimson gold divine tower with killing intent. He shouted, Who is so bold to hurt my father? Outside. Long Xiang's voice also came out of the crimson gold divine pagoda. echoing above the divine pagoda for a long time. Just you wait. Next year today will be the anniversary of your death. When the village chief heard Ryuko's voice, he immediately looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman and sneered. The corner of Madman's mouth lifted slightly, full of ridicule. I understand. It's probably that Ryuko's father accidentally offended Madman, so Madman brought him into the Nine-Heaven Palace to find trouble with Ryuko. Your guess shouldn't be too far from the truth. Is this person stupid? He actually dared to offend senior brother Madman? The most ridiculous thing is that he thought that his son Ryuko can support him. What an idiot. Who doesn't know senior brother Madman's means? Even a heavenless disciple can't enter senior brother Madman's eyes, let alone a mere earthless disciple. The disciples gathered at the back slowly guessed the general situation and whispered. Their faces were full of ridicule. Boom! The door of the crimson gold divine tower opened. A black-clothed youth strode out, his face full of anger. It was Ryuko. He glanced around and raised his head to look at the village chief. Seeing that Madman and Qin Feiyang were also there, he was slightly stunned. Immediately, he hurriedly flew up and cupped his hands. Thank you for bringing my father into the Nine-Heaven Palace. Son, why are you thanking them? The village chief frowned. Of course I have to thank them. They brought you into the Nine-Heaven Palace, this is a great kindness. Ryuko said. He still didn't know about the grudge between the village chief and Qin Feiyang. He only thought that Qin Feiyang and Madman were kind enough to bring his father into the Nine-Heaven Palace. After saying that, Ryuko ignored the stunned village chief and turned to look at Long Tianyu who was standing beside Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, Tianyu, you're here too. Long Tianyu giggled and said, Brother Xiang, long time no see. After all, they were from the same village, so they must be very familiar with each other. Ryuko looked at village chief and Long Tianyu and asked, Father, Tianyu, who wants to kill you? Hurry up and tell me, I'll take you to destroy him right away. Kill him? Madman said. Yes. How dare he bully the family of Ryuko. Even if he is the god of heaven, I will not let him off. Ryuko said coldly. Really? So, you want to kill me? The madman smiled playfully as he looked at Ryuko. What? Ryuko was stunned. He quickly looked at the madman and smiled, how could I kill you? I'm talking about the person who wanted to kill my father. Village chief cried out, Son, they are the ones who want to kill me. Them? Ryuko was startled. He looked at village chief and asked, Father, who are they? In his opinion, his father would definitely not offend the madman and Qin Feiyang. Village chief pointed at the madman and Qin Feiyang and said, the two of them. What? Ryuko was petrified. The people his father was talking about were the madman and Zhang Haotian? What was going on? The village was so far away from Nine-Heaven Palace. How did his father offend these two? The madman crossed his arms in front of his chest, his eyes filled with playfulness. Ryuko came back to his senses and looked at Qin Feiyang and Zhang Haotian. He asked, Senior brother Madman, Junior brother Zhang, is this true? Qin Feiyang smiled, your father said it himself. How could it be false? Long Xiang felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. His body stiffened, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. It was actually true. It was these two people who wanted to kill his father. Not to mention Zhang Haotian, this madman was a lawless person. How could his father offend him? Son, what are you doing? Teach them a lesson. They almost killed me. Village chief said angrily. Shut up. Ryuko suddenly raised his head and stared at village chief. Village chief's expression suddenly froze. Then he turned to Ryuko and scolded him, what kind of attitude is this? I worked so hard to raise you. Now that you have grown up and your wings have hardened, you treat me like this? Interesting. The playfulness on the madman's face became stronger. Qin Feiyang also had a smile on his face. Looking at the smiles on Qin Feiyang and Zhang Haotian's faces, Ryuko was burning with anxiety. He shouted at village chief, "Shut up, shut up. If you continue like this, you will get me killed." What a joke. You are now an Earth Roll disciple. Who dares to touch you? I think you have hardened your wings. You don't even listen to me. Village chief said angrily. Chapter 21:13. Is this person from the countryside? Does he think that an Earth Roll disciple is invincible? Even a Heaven Roll disciple doesn't dare to be arrogant in front of senior brother Madman. What is an Earth Roll disciple? Just watch, Ryuko Yang will definitely be killed by him. Everyone looked at the village chief with disdain in their eyes. Ryuko Yang saw that the village chief not only didn't restrain himself, but instead became even more aggressive, making him anxious. Pa! He raised his hand and slapped the village chief's face. The village chief was stunned on the spot. Ryuko Yang wasn't in the mood to mess around with the village chief, as long as he could shut the village chief up. Immediately after, he knelt down in the air and looked at Madman. "Senior brother, this must be a misunderstanding. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us, okay?" The village chief was a vain person to begin with. After being slapped by his son in public, how could he hold back his face? When he came back to his senses, he wanted to get angry, but Ryuko Yang suddenly knelt down, making him dumbfounded. What was going on? His son was an Earth Roll disciple, but he actually knelt down in front of this person? Misunderstanding? I don't think this is a misunderstanding. This old man of yours is more than a little arrogant. Not only has he been rude to me, but he even said that this day next year will be my death anniversary. Madman chuckled. What? He actually said such words? Ryuko Yang's eyes trembled as he looked at the village chief and shouted, "Quickly kneel down and kowtow to senior brother Madman and apologize." Kowtow and apologize? The village chief began to panic. He also slowly realized that the two young people in front of him weren't that simple. "Hurry up," Ryuko Yang said angrily. "The father of an Earth Roll disciple kowtowing to me, I'm afraid I can't accept it. After all, an Earth Roll disciple has status and place in our 9-Heaven Palace." Madman said. No. My father only bragged because he didn't know. In front of you, senior brother, what am I? I'm not even a dog. Ryuko smiled flatteringly. Looking at the lowly Ryuko kneeling in front of the madman, the village chief panicked. If even an Earth-ranking disciple was so terrified, one could imagine how high the position of this madman in 9 Heaven's Palace was. It seemed that this time, he had really gotten himself into big trouble. Ryuko roared, "Kneel." Village chief trembled and immediately knelt down in front of madman. His face was filled with fear as he thought to himself, "Son, where did this person come from? He is someone we can never afford to offend. There are over 10 million disciples in the 9 Heavens Palace, and he is the number 1 disciple. No one has ever dared to be arrogant in front of him. If he wants to kill us, even heavenly deities won't be able to stop him. Dad, you're in big trouble this time. How did you offend him? Can't you be more careful?" Ryuko was furious. When the village chief heard this, he immediately collapsed to the ground. Who would have thought that this seemingly unremarkable young man would be so terrifying? Not so arrogant anymore? Where's the arrogance from before? Madman said. I'm sorry. Village chief's expression changed as he hurriedly kowtowed and apologized. Just a word of sorry and it's over? Then where will I put my face in the future? You're really tired of being arrogant in front of me. If you're not arrogant, then I'll be arrogant. Now, I'll let you see what true arrogance is. Madman kicked the village chief's face, causing his face to be mangled. He lay in the air and howled miserably. Following that, Madman slapped Ryuko's face again. Long Xiang's face was also lacerated, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Did you see that? Slapping an Earth-ranking disciple in public, This is true arrogance. Who do you think you are? Madman laughed angrily. Senior brother, spare me, spare me. How could Ryuko care about the injuries on his face? He kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. As for the village chief, it was too late for regrets. How did he provoke such a terrifying fiend? Madman spat on the ground with a face full of disdain. He looked at Ryuko and said, Ryuko, I'll ask you one thing. Do you know what your father did in the village? Ryuko was slightly taken aback as he raised his head and looked at Madman in surprise. Answer me. Madman shouted. Ryuko trembled as he turned to look at the village chief. He shook his head and said, I don't know. You don't know? Then why are you hesitating? Jiang Haotian read his memories. I want to see if he's telling the truth. Madman said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. He formed a seal with both hands and a puppet imprint appeared. Madman said, if you dare to resist, I'll kill you now. Ryuko originally wanted to resist. Although he didn't know what the imprint was, from Madman's words, it wasn't hard to guess that it should be a secret technique that could read the memories of others. Reading his memories, how could he let that happen? However, when he heard Madman's warning, he didn't dare to resist. He lowered his head and said bitterly, there's no need to read my memories. I admit that I know everything. I knew you were lying. Since you knew, why didn't you stop it? Just because you're a small disciple of Nine Heaven Palace, you and your father can do whatever you want in the village? Madman roared. It's my fault, my fault. In the past, I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen. What could I do? He's my father after all. Ryuko shouted. Persuaded? Why don't I believe you? Madman sneered and looked at Qin Feiyang. Control him, I want to know the truth. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the imprint turned into a stream of light and entered Ryuko's head. After controlling Ryuko, he immediately read Ryuko's memories. Long Xiang immediately howled miserably. A moment later, Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Madman and said, Senior brother, you're really good at predicting things. When Ryuko heard this, he became nervous. What do you mean? Madman was suspicious. Not only did he not stop his father, but he also often bullied people in the village. There are more than a dozen girls in the village who were all harmed by him. And his methods of torturing others are better than his father. Qin Feiyang said. Ryuko was in despair. He could actually read his memories. What? There are more than a dozen girls who were all ruined by him? Madman was dumbfounded, unable to believe it to the extreme. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, and after he ruined them, they were all killed by him. Bastard. You are simply the scum of scum, and the shame of our Nine Heavens Palace. For a person like you, even if you were to be cut into pieces, it would not be enough to relieve the hatred in my heart. Madman flew into a rage and slammed his palm towards Long Xiang's head. Don't kill me, senior brother, I was wrong, I will definitely change in the future, Ryuko roared in horror. However, Madman turned a deaf ear and didn't show any mercy. He slapped the top of Long Xiang's head. Suddenly, a scream resounded through the sky. Along with the scream, Ryuko's head exploded on the spot like a watermelon, and blood dyed the surroundings red. Son, the village chief stared dumbfoundedly at the corpse that was slowly falling down, his entire body sinking into deep fear. Madman smiled in disdain, looked at the village chief, and said, Didn't you always say that when you see your son, it will be the time of our death? What about now? The village chief quivered and hurriedly begged, Lord, please spare my life. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I'm sorry. Actually, I admire your courage, because you are the first person who dares to be arrogant in front of me. Unfortunately, you are also very stupid. Because of your stupidity, not only did you kill yourself, you also killed your son. Madman grabbed the village chief and flew towards a mountain not far away. Madman, What is he trying to do? It's definitely not a good thing. Ryuko Yang was indeed killed. How pitiful. Pitiful? Didn't you hear Jiang Haotian say before that this father and son pair bullied men and women in the village? There were more than 10 girls in the village who were all ruined by Ryuko Yang. This kind of scum deserves to die. I'm just curious, how did Madman and Jiang Haotian find out about this? I also know that Ryuko Yang, we even drank together a few times. His village is far from our 9-heaven palace. It seems that we have to open more than 10 altars to get there. Maybe someone snitched on him. It's also possible that they accidentally bumped into him. People discussed in low voices. Madman said. He grabbed the village chief and landed in the sky above the mountain range. Fierce beasts were everywhere in the mountain range. And each of them had terrifying strength, with the weakest being a monarch god. However, these fierce beasts would not harm the disciples of 9-heaven palace. Madman glanced at the mountain range, smiled coldly, and crippled the village chief's cultivation. Then, he let go of the village chief and the village chief fell down powerlessly. Madman shouted, "Tear him apart for me." Madman's words caused the originally docile fierce beasts to become ferocious. They bared their fangs and pounced at the village chief. Damn, he wants those fierce beasts to tear him apart bit by bit. Madman, this fellow is too cruel. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the disciples present turned pale. At the same time, hearing Madman's words, the village chief's body and mind trembled. "No, I beg you, let me go, who can be merciful and save me?" He struggled with all his might, shouting with all his might, but no one paid any attention to him. What a joke. This was someone that Madman wanted to kill. Who would dare to save him? Without any suspense, the outcome was already decided. Those fierce beasts pounced forward as if they were fighting over a delicious cake. Miserable screams resounded through the sky. Qin Feiyang also looked at this scene indifferently, but suddenly, a childish voice sounded from the side. "Why is this happening?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and lowered his head to look at Long Tianyu. He saw Long Tianyu looking at the dismembered village chief. His small face couldn't help but turn pale. He also had a trace of puzzlement. Long Tianyu gathered his courage and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Big brother, Grandpa village chief is such a good person, why do you want to kill him?" The human heart is sinister. Some people are not as simple as they seem. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand. When you grow up in the future, you will naturally understand. Qin Feiyang smiled. However, Long Tianyu's performance made him look at him in a different light. An ordinary 12 or 13-year-old youth would definitely be scared to tears when they saw such a bloody scene. Although Long Tianyu looked a little scared, at least he wasn't scared out of his wits. This meant that he had experienced a lot in the past and his temperament had been tempered, surpassing his peers. Chapter 21:14. The village chief and Ryuko had died one after another, and their fates were so miserable. But in the madman's heart, there was still resentment that he couldn't find a way to vent. Because when he thought of those girls who were humiliated by Ryuko and then killed by him, he couldn't calm down. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Feiyang pulled Long Tianyu forward and asked suspiciously. "Why do you think there is such a scum in this world? It's not an exaggeration to say that he's worse than pigs and dogs." The madman said. "This kind of thing is very common. It's just that you stay in 9-heaven palace all year round and don't know." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. It could be seen that the madman didn't know much about the cruelty of the outside world. But he was already used to it. Very common? The madman frowned. Qin Feiyang nodded his head. "No. This resentment is stuck in my heart. If I don't vent it out, I will definitely go crazy." The madman shook his head and turned to fly towards the sky stairway. "Where are you going?" Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. "To get rid of evil for the people, punish evil and promote good," the madman said without turning his head. Qin Feiyang looked at the madman's back in shock. He didn't expect that this devil incarnate actually had a kind heart. Very soon, the madman disappeared without a trace. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He left just like that. What a willful fellow. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shouted and chased after him with Long Tianyu. What? The madman stopped in the air and waited for Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang caught up, he asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang looked at Long Tianyu and said, "Bring this little fellow with you." Bring him? The madman's expression stiffened and then said, "What kind of joke is this? I don't want to bring a burden." "I'm not a burden." Long Tianyu looked at madman with dissatisfaction. "With your little bit of cultivation, I can kill you with a single breath. Aren't you just a burden? Young man, can you have some self-awareness?" Madman's face was full of disdain. Long Tianyu glared at the madman. His face was filled with displeasure, but he wasn't afraid at all. "You still dare to glare at me?" Madman raised his eyebrows. "Humph. You are very strong now, but I will definitely surpass you in the future." Long Tianyu snorted coldly. "Ouch!" Madman exclaimed and then rubbed his chin. He sized up Long Tianyu and laughed. "You have guts. Okay, since you said that, I will bring you along." A smile appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. He lowered his head and looked at Long Tianyu. "Although he has a bad temper, he's really strong. If you learn from him, it will be of great help to your future growth." "All right." Long Tianyu nodded and flew to Madman's side. Madman's face was cold. "Kid, if you follow me, you have to listen to me no matter what. Do you understand? If it makes sense, I will listen." Long Tianyu said. "Damn, you have a personality." Madman chuckled, grabbed Long Tianyu, and tore through the air without looking back. Qin Feiyang watched the two of them leave. "Qin Feiyang, why did you let Tianyu follow him? With that guy's personality, he will teach Tianyu to be a little madman sooner or later." The voice of the artifact spirit suddenly rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang laughed inwardly. A big madman and a little madman. Not bad. I'm not joking. Tianyu is like my grandson in my eyes. I don't want him to be like that madman and be crazy all day long. The artifact spirit said. I'm not joking either. Don't look down on madman. Although he is a little abnormal, his heart is very meticulous. If madman is really going to punish evil and promote good, then Long Tianyu will be able to learn a lot by following him. For example, the ugliness of human nature, darkness, and scheming. The most important thing is that in the process of madman punishing evil and promoting good, he will be able to learn what is good and what is justice. This will be very helpful for his growth in the future. Qin Feiyang thought. So it's like that. The artifact spirit was enlightened and smiled happily. I didn't misjudge you. You are a talent and a good teacher. Teacher? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and shook his head. I didn't say that I will take Long Tianyu as my disciple. Moreover, in front of you, I don't have the qualifications. Although this exalted is stronger than you, in terms of teaching, I am truly ashamed of my inferiority. Why don't you spend some effort and help me teach him a lesson? The artifact spirit said with a pleading tone. Try your best. There is a good saying, the master can show you the way, but the cultivation depends on the person. What path to take in the end will depend on his own choice. Qin Feiyang said. That's true. The artifact spirit said, this ninth heaven palace is not a good place. Qin Feiyang was surprised and asked, what do you mean? I control the power of death, so I am very sensitive to evil things. The moment I entered the ninth heaven palace, I felt a terrifying evil aura in the deepest part of the ninth heaven palace. The artifact spirit said. Evil aura, the deepest part of the ninth heaven palace. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the depths of the ninth heaven palace, his eyes flickering. What kind of evil thing could it be that even the Grey Castle was so concerned about it? Jiang Haotian. Suddenly, A hearty laughter rang out, interrupting Qin Feiyang's thoughts. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a purple-clothed youth, stepping into the air step by step. It was Mu Tianyang. A smile also appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Mu Tianyang said, "Let's go to the cave for a chat." "Sure." Qin Feiyang nodded. The two of them walked together and entered the first sacred peak. Inside the first cave, the two sat opposite each other. Mu Tianyang asked, "That village chief, is it the mission that Shangguan Fenglan gave you?" "You can say so." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You're just fooling me. How could the dignified law enforcement hall master let you handle such a small matter?" Mu Tianyang rolled his eyes. "I really can't fool you." Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. Mu Tianyang's eyes revealed a trace of disdain, and said, "Is it related to that young man?" "Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at the tightly closed stone door, and said, "This matter is complicated. Let's go to the Black Tortoise world and talk about it slowly." Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed. To be so cautious, it seemed that it was not a small matter. Black Tortoise world. Medicine field, courtyard. Qin Feiyang did not hide anything from Mu Tianyang about what he had experienced in the past 2 days. What? He actually obtained another heaven-defying divine artifact? Mu Tianyang was dumbstruck when he heard this. The Grey Castle appeared and said unhappily, "I didn't get it, I was just temporarily helping him." Mu Tianyang looked at the Grey Castle with a trace of doubt in his eyes. What? The artifact spirit was suspicious. "I'm a little puzzled. You are a demonic creature. Why are you so good to a human child? Don't blame me for being suspicious." "You followed Qin Feiyang. Are you up to something?" Mu Tianyang said. Up to something. Qin Feiyang also looked at the Grey Castle without batting an eyelid. In fact, he also thought so. But there was no evidence, and he couldn't make an assertion. Up to something? With my strength, if I really have some up to something, do I need to hide like this? The artifact spirit was disdainful. That's not necessarily true. After all, it's not the first time I've come into contact with a heaven-defying divine artifact like you. Existences like you, without a purpose, how can you help us humans? Mu Tianyang said. The artifact spirit sneered, "Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain." Good, good, good. I'm a villain. Let's not talk about this for the time being. What I want to know the most is, are Qin Badian and Lu Xingyang really in the Sky Dragon Sea? Mu Tianyang said. If they were really there before, I can swear, but now it's hard to say. I have to go and find them to know. The artifact spirit said. Sky Dragon Sea. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while, looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Since we have a clue now, we should go to the Sky Dragon Sea as soon as possible." I think so too. But now, we are working in the resource hall. Without a suitable excuse, we can't leave. Qin Feiyang frowned. This is a small matter. I'll solve it. And, I have a good news here. Mu Tianyang smiled. What good news? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked. Mu Tianyang smiled, took out the image crystal, and with a wave of his hand, a picture slowly unfolded in the void above. Qin Feiyang looked up curiously, and a flash of light flashed in his eyes. It was actually an image. In the video, Feng Yuan sat in the lounge on the second floor of the resource hall, and his face was extremely gloomy. Opposite, Mu Tianyang stood respectfully with his head lowered, and there was a trace of nervousness on his face. Didn't I ask you to cooperate with them to kill Jiang Haotian and Huai? Now tell me, what did you do at that time? Feng Yuan said angrily. Mu Tianyang's face changed, and he hurriedly said, Hall Master, you can't blame me for this. If I don't blame you, then blame me? In that situation, as long as you took action, Jiang Haotian and Huai would definitely die. Feng Yuan shouted. Hall Master. Although Jiang Haotian and Huai would definitely die if I took action, wouldn't I become an accomplice? If there was no one at that time, it would be different. But at that time, there were thousands of people outside the North City gate, and they were all watching. And Madman just happened to rush over. You know Madman's character. If he saw me helping those assassins to kill Jiang Haotian and Hui Yi, then my little life would definitely be gone. Mu Tianyang's face was full of grievances. Bastard. Compared to Jiang Haotian and Hui Yi's lives, what is your life? Feng Yuan was furious. Mu Tianyang's face suddenly sank, and he said, Hall Master, what do you mean by this? In your eyes, I'm just a chess piece. Then what do you think you are? A cooperative relationship? You think you're worthy? You should know that right now, your little life is already in my hands. If I want to kill you, it's as simple as stepping on an ant. Feng Yuan sneered. Mu Tianyang said angrily, when I followed you, you didn't say that. Yes. At that time, this old man was very polite to you, but that was only at that time. And now, do you have the qualifications to negotiate with this old man? Feng Yuan sneered. Chapter 21:15. Mu Tianyang was furious. You're burning the bridge after crossing the river. I really regret letting you control me back then. No wonder Guyong betrayed you. A sinister villain like you is not worthy of our service. Slap. After Mu Tianyang finished speaking, Feng Yuan stood up angrily and slapped Mu Tianyang's face. A blood-red palm print appeared. The corner of Mu Tianyang's mouth also flowed with blood. Feng Yuan laughed. Do you believe that this old man will kill you right now? Of course. But if you kill me, you'll never get rid of Jiang Haotian. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you don't have the ability. Mu Tianyang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Feng Yuan flew into a rage out of humiliation and raised his arm again, but it stopped in the air and did not slap down. Mu Tianyang did not show the slightest fear and even looked at him provocatively. Ha! Feng Yuan suddenly laughed and lowered his arm. He returned to his seat and said, You do have some value. It's a pity to kill you. It's good that you know. Mu Tianyang said. Feng Yuan said, Then tell me, how can we get rid of Jiang Haotian? I've already said that this matter can't be rushed. To deal with Jiang Haotian, we have to do it step by step. Mu Tianyang said. All right. This old man won't make a move for now. Find an opportunity. This old man still has things to do. You can leave now. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed. I have another question. What question? Feng Yuan looked at him in confusion. Mu Tianyang said, Who assassinated Ma Guang and those assassins? Does this have anything to do with you? Feng Yuan frowned. Of course it does. This person can kill Ma Guang and the others under the eyes of lunatic without anyone noticing. One can imagine that he must be very strong. If I can get him to help me, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Mu Tianyang said confidently. Feng Yuan was stunned and asked, You mean you want him to follow you? Listen to your orders? Yes. Mu Tianyang nodded. Huh, you're getting more and more arrogant. You actually want to order this old man around? Feng Yuan was rocking back and forth with laughter. He looked at Mu Tianyang as if he was looking at a clown. What? Are you the one who killed Ma Guang and the others? Mu Tianyang was bewildered. That's right. It's me. Who asked Ma Guang to be so talkative? Aren't you courting death? Feng Yuan sneered. You actually took action personally? Mu Tianyang was shocked. You may leave. If you want this old man to continue nurturing you, then show me your true strength and methods. Feng Yuan said coldly. Mu Tianyang took a deep look at Feng Yuan, then turned and left the lounge. The video ended there. You actually got something out of him. Impressive. Qin Feiyang gave Mu Tianyang a thumbs up. It's nothing. But that slap really hurt. Mu Tianyang touched his face, a trace of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "Sooner or later, I'll make him pay for it. And it will be 100 times more." Mu Tianyang smiled coldly, put away the video crystal, and said, as Lunatic said, "This evidence is not enough." "I know. There's no hurry. Take your time," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mu Tianyang nodded and took out another interspatial ring. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Mu Tianyang said, "Soul stones." Hearing this, Qin Feiyang quickly grabbed the interspatial ring and checked it. Sure enough, it was full of soul stones. Mu Tianyang said, "A total of 350 million. 350 million? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Although the first 4 symbols infinite divine pill was sold for a sky-high price of 1 billion, that was because Lunatic and Feng Zihan were fighting. When the second pill was auctioned, Hui Yi and I also played with Yuzijie. But Yuzijie seemed to have received news that we were bidding on behalf of Feng Yuan, so he tactfully withdrew. The second pill was only sold for 400 million. As for the third pill, Hui Yi and I didn't bid. Feng Zihan also didn't bid. Only Yuzijie competed with others. In the end, Yuzijie got it for 200 million. Mu Tianyang said. Only 200 million? Qin Feiyang frowned. 200 million is already a lot, okay? After all, it only takes 100 million soul stones to cultivate from a perfect war god to a half-step monarch god. In other words, the price of the 4 symbols infinite divine pill has doubled. Besides, in the northern region, how many people have the ability to take out hundreds of millions of soul stones at once? Mu Tianyang said. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. 1 billion, 400 million, 200 million. In total, the 3-4 symbols infinite divine pills that were auctioned yesterday were worth a total of 1.6 billion soul stones. We'll get 800 million. Then, after deducting Hui Yi's hush money, we only have 700 million left. So, the two of us can only get 350 million each. Mu Tianyang said. You really gave him hush money? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Hui Yi's hush money was 50 million per person. In other words, Hui Yi didn't do anything and took away 100 million soul stones from him and Mu Tianyang. What if he doesn't give it to us? If it really leaks out that the 4 symbols infinite divine pill was refined by us, then there will be a lot of trouble. It's better to spend some money to shut his mouth. Mu Tianyang was helpless. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mu Tianyang continued, but this person is also tactful. I guarantee that in the future, he won't come and extort us again. If a person is not satisfied, then it will bring about a fatal disaster. He is a smart person, so he will definitely think of this. Qin Feiyang said. Mu Tianyang asked, then I'll go and plan, and then set off for the Sky Dragon Sea? All right. Qin Feiyang nodded, and then brought Mu Tianyang and the Grey Castle out of the Black Tortoise realm, appearing in the cave. Mu Tianyang did not delay and immediately turned to leave. The artifact spirit looked at Mu Tianyang's back and transmitted, this person is not simple. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and asked curiously, what do you mean? The artifact spirit said, I can sense a dangerous aura on him. You're quite observant. This person is indeed not simple, because he also has a heaven-defying divine artifact. Qin Feiyang said. What? The artifact spirit was shocked. When did heaven-defying divine artifacts become so worthless? Qin Feiyang suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, I have something to ask you. Is Frenzy's spatial divine artifact also a heaven-defying divine artifact? Yes. The artifact spirit replied. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He was just guessing, but he didn't expect it to be true. And according to my guess, that spatial divine artifact should also have a time array. And it's not a low-level time array. The artifact spirit said. No wonder he wanted to hide it from me, afraid that I would go in. It turns out that there is a time array. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Wait. Low level? There is a difference between low-level and high-level time arrays? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course there is. The artifact spirit said. How? Qin Feiyang was immediately interested. High-level, low-level. Low-level time arrays can change the rules of time, at most 10 years. 10 to 1,000 years belongs to the mid-level time array. And more than 1,000 years belongs to the high-level time array. The artifact spirit explained. What? 1 day is equal to 1,000 years? Qin Feiyang was shocked. You can never imagine the things in this world. 1,000 years is nothing. It is said that some time arrays can change the rules of time, up to 10,000 years. The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. 1 day is equal to 10,000 years, this is too terrifying. He didn't even dare to think about it. Qin Feiyang asked, then how can one set up a time array? The artifact spirit said, an existence that has mastered the law of time can set up a time array. Master the law of time? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he thought of Mu Tianyang's blood blade and asked, that time reversal, is it considered the law of time? Of course. The artifact spirit replied. In that case, can't the blood blade also set up a time array? In that case, why did Mu Tianyang go to the Crimson Gold Divine Tower? Qin Feiyang frowned. Of course, things like divine artifacts can't set up a time array. For example, this lord doesn't have this ability. The artifact spirit said. Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, why? Because the power of law contained in divine artifacts is bestowed by the person who forged them. In other words, artifact spirits like us don't fully comprehend the power of law. Without fully comprehending the power of law, naturally, we can't set up a time array. The artifact spirit explained patiently. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Then this could be explained. Although the blood blade could use the law of time, it hadn't fully comprehended it, so it couldn't set up a time array. In that case, Mu Tianyang could only think of another way. Previously, he thought that Mu Tianyang might be up to something again, but in the end, it was just him being paranoid. Being too paranoid was not a good thing. Suddenly, the artifact spirit was surprised and sent a sound transmission. Someone is coming, this lord will avoid it first. With that, the grey castle rushed into Qin Feiyang's chi sea like lightning. Qin Feiyang was stunned and looked at the stone door. Sure enough. In less than 3 breaths, the stone door was pushed open, and a woman in light purple slowly walked into the cave. Qin Feiyang hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Disciple Jiang Haotian greets Lord Palace Master. That's right. The person who came was Shengguan Fenglan. Shengguan Fenglan looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, this lunatic is really too reckless, he actually brought you to the far west. Fortunately, it's not a big deal. Qin Feiyang laughed, senior brother lunatic also wanted to bring me to see the world. Then did you see anything? Shengguan Fenglan asked. Qin Feiyang said, we have investigated the cause of death of those law enforcers, they died at the hands of the frost apes in the far west. Shengguan Fenglan said, you should know that this lord is not asking about this. Then what is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Long Tianyu has already been brought to the Nine Heavens Palace by you, don't you know? Don't play dumb in front of this lord. This lord wants to know the reason for Long Tianyu's talent transformation. Shengguan Fenglan said. Lord is asking about this. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood, then lowered his head and said, to be honest, Lord, we have not investigated this matter clearly. Chapter 21:16. I didn't find out, Shengguan Fenglan murmured. She slowly walked into the living room and sat on a chair. She looked up at Qin Feiyang with an extremely unfriendly expression and said, do you take me for a fool? I wouldn't dare. Qin Feiyang hurriedly bowed. I think you don't take me seriously. Shangguan Fenglan slammed her palm on the armrest of the chair. Her face was full of anger as she shouted, "You can even read Ryuko Yang's memories. I don't believe that you can't read Long Tianyu's memories." Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that Ryuko Yang's matter would spread to Shangguan Fenglan's ears so quickly. Although at that time, when he controlled Ryuko Yang, he didn't mention the name of the puppet technique, everyone was not stupid. They would definitely think that it was a kind of secret technique. Shangguan Fenglan smiled coldly and said meaningfully, "I also didn't expect that you actually have such a secret technique." Qin Feiyang was a little flustered. Shangguan Fenglan shouted, "I want to hear the truth." Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll tell you. I did read Long Tianyu's memories and also know that the reason for his talent transformation is because of a divine artifact." Divine artifact? Shangguan Fenglan was surprised. This answer was a little unexpected. Yes. In the deepest part of the land of the far west, there is a divine artifact. When Frenzy and I rushed there, we also saw that divine artifact. But that divine artifact was too terrifying. We were no match for it at all and could only flee in panic. Qin Feiyang said. What kind of divine artifact? Shangguan Fenglan asked curiously. It's a gray ancient castle. It controls the power of death and can seize vitality and erode the divine soul. Qin Feiyang said. Seize vitality, erode the divine soul, Shangguan Fenglan murmured. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, her body trembled slightly and she asked, "Are you sure it's the power of death?" Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. How could it be? Shangguan Fenglan suddenly stood up, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said in a deep voice, "This matter, only you and Frenzy know. Don't tell anyone else, understand?" Yes. Qin Feiyang replied. However, he was a little puzzled. Did Shangguan Fenglan know the origin of Grey Castle? And, Shangguan Fenglan originally wanted to leave, but she suddenly stopped. She turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "When Madman returns, have him bring Long Tianyu to see me, forget it. I'll personally send a message, SSS without 8TT, what?" Qin Feiyang frowned. TST, S funds. A blurry grey figure appeared. It was the spirit of the Grey Castle. The spirit looked at Qin Feiyang and said anxiously, "Qin Feiyang, don't let her see Tianyu." Why? You really know her? Qin Feiyang was surprised. I do know her. And we have a grudge. If Tianyu falls into her hands, he won't have a good time. The spirit said in a deep voice. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Then why didn't you tell me just now?" If the spirit had told him earlier that he had a grudge with Shangguan Fenglan, he wouldn't have told the truth. For example, he could have fabricated a divine weapon and then told Frenzy, and Shangguan Fenglan wouldn't be able to find out. It's been too long. I didn't think of it just now. When I heard her last words, I realized something was wrong, so I thought about it carefully and remembered the grudge with her. The spirit sighed. Qin Feiyang said suspiciously, "Then what's the grudge between you two? Why are you so flustered? This grudge isn't ordinary. Let's put it this way, you two can be considered life and death enemies." The spirit said. Life and death enemies. How could you forget such a serious matter? I really admire you. Qin Feiyang was speechless to the extreme. We'll talk about this later. Quickly think of a way to inform Frenzy to hide Tianyu. The spirit urged. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "I didn't establish a contract with Frenzy." Then what should we do? Tianyu can't enter Ninth Heaven Palace again. The spirit said. Don't worry. This matter hasn't reached the point where it can't be resolved. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Although the spirit was anxious, it didn't disturb Qin Feiyang. A moment later. Qin Feiyang finally raised his head and looked at the spirit with a smile. "Let Long Tianyu come back." Are you kidding me? The spirit said angrily. Don't be anxious. Let me finish. Although your relationship with Long Tianyu isn't shallow, only Frenzy and I know about this matter. Shangguan Fenglan doesn't know anything. The people in the village also don't know anything. So, as long as Frenzy and I don't say anything, no matter how Shangguan Fenglan investigates, she won't know the true relationship between you and Long Tianyu. Qin Feiyang smiled. The spirit pondered for a moment and asked, and then? When Long Tianyu comes back, Shangguan Fenglan will interrogate him. At that time, we'll secretly tell Long Tianyu that you've only met him once and don't know why you're helping him. He's still a child. Shangguan Fenglan won't think that he would lie. This way, Shangguan Fenglan won't be able to do anything to him. At most, she'll send someone to secretly monitor him. And as I expected, Shangguan Fenglan will definitely make an exception and let Long Tianyu stay in Ninth Heaven Palace. Because it's easier to monitor him in Ninth Heaven Palace. Qin Feiyang smiled. Not only can we resolve the crisis, but we can also stay in Ninth Heaven Palace. Hearing you say that, it's not a bad idea. Okay, I'll listen to you. The spirit pondered for a moment and nodded. Thank you for your trust in me. You go and recuperate first. I'll go to the stairway to heaven now and wait for Frenzy and Long Tianyu. Qin Feiyang said. The spirit disappeared in an instant. Qin Feiyang also turned and flew out of the cave, heading towards the stairway to heaven. It was evening when they came out of the far west land. Qin Feiyang and Frenzy stayed in the village for a while before returning to Ninth Heaven Palace. In other words, it was still night time. The sky of Ninth Heaven Palace was different from the far west land. The full moon was in the sky and the stars were shining brightly. Just as Qin Feiyang left the cave, another figure flew out from cave number 4. It was Hua Yi. Why are you still running out in the middle of the night? It shouldn't be anything good. Let's follow and see. Hua Yi looked at Qin Feiyang's back suspiciously. He muttered a few words and silently entered the mountains below, following behind Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, someone is following you. In the sky. Qin Feiyang didn't notice Hua Yi following him. However, the tool spirit immediately discovered it and secretly informed Qin Feiyang. What? Someone is following me? Qin Feiyang was shocked. Don't look back. He's hiding in the mountains below. But this person's cultivation seems a bit weak. He's a perfect war god. The spirit said. Perfect war god? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Sneaky, and he's a perfect war god? A figure immediately appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. He thought, where did he come from? The artifact spirit said, it's the 4th abode next to yours. It's really him. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but have a headache. You know him? The spirit asked. His name is Hua Yi. We entered Empyrean Palace together. Our relationship, it's okay. Qin Feiyang thought. But you still have to be careful. Although this person's cultivation is weak, he gives me a great sense of crisis. This sense of crisis is not inferior to Mu Tianyang's heaven-defying divine artifact. The spirit said solemnly. What? Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked. He knew that Hua Yi wasn't simple, but he didn't expect him to hide so deeply. The spirit said, I'm a bit puzzled now. Puzzled about what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I'm puzzled. Why is it that the people you know are all mysterious and unfathomable? The spirit was confused. Frenzy, Mu Tianyang, Hua Yi, each one was more mysterious than the other. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly when he heard this. Actually, I'm also quite puzzled. By the way, do you have a grudge with Shangguan Fenglan? A mere Shangguan Fenglan is nothing. The spirit immediately smiled disdainfully. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was curious. It's a secret for the time being. The spirit said. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Wasn't this deliberately whetting his appetite? But since the spirit didn't want to say, he couldn't force it. After all, it was a heaven-defying demonic being and had a temper. Angering such an existence wouldn't do him any good. Not long after, Qin Feiyang rushed to the top of the sky stairway and looked down. He didn't go down and just waited at the top. Time passed quietly. Junior brother Jiang, why are you standing here? During this period, many disciples came back from the outside and saw Qin Feiyang standing here alone. They couldn't help but ask. Looking at the scenery. This was Qin Feiyang's answer. No matter who asked, this was the answer. Those disciples were a little speechless. What scenery was there to look at? But now, Qin Feiyang was also a famous figure in Empyrean Palace, and he even had Madman's protection, so no one dared to ask more. They greeted him, showed a little friendliness, and then left. Unknowingly, it was midnight. What's going on? It's been so long, why hasn't he come back? Qin Feiyang gradually furrowed his brows. The spirit said worriedly, could he have encountered some danger? It's not dangerous. After all, this is Empyrean Palace, who doesn't know the name of Madman? Touching him is tantamount to courting death. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Suddenly, he patted his head and smiled bitterly. I should have thought of it. Thought of what? The spirit said. With Madman's character, how could he come back just because we asked him to? He's not such an obedient person. And he's not stupid. Shangguan Fenglan is in such a hurry to find him, she will definitely be suspicious. Don't worry about it for now, go back and cultivate. Qin Feiyang shook his head, turned around, and flew away. After returning to his cave residence, he directly entered the ancient castle to cultivate in seclusion. What's going on? Hua Yi, who followed all the way, stood at the entrance of Qin Feiyang's cave residence with a dumbfounded face. He ran to the sky stairway, did nothing, and ran back. Was he bored? Chapter 21:17. The next day. Early morning. As usual, Qin Feiyang entered the resource hall early in the morning to work. Junior brother Jiang, what have you been doing these 2 days? Did you ask for leave from the hall master? The one who spoke was a woman in white, called Wang Yun. She was about 1.8 meters tall, had a tall figure, and looked pretty good. When Qin Feiyang and the other two first entered the resource hall, it was this woman who was responsible for leading them. And she was the only woman in the resource hall. Moreover, Wang Yun's usual attitude towards people was also very good, so she was very popular with everyone. Leave? Qin Feiyang was organizing the accounts. Hearing Wang Yun's words, he couldn't help but raise his head and look at Wang Yun suspiciously. Don't you know? No matter where we go, the people of the resource hall have to ask for leave from the hall master in advance. Wang Yun said. This, Qin Feiyang was startled, and shook his head, I really don't know. Wang Yun was startled, and sighed, it's my fault, I didn't tell you in advance. Qin Feiyang frowned, this shouldn't be a big deal, right? This matter can be said to be small, but it can also be said to be big. It depends on whether the hall master will pursue this matter or not. I was also wondering why the hall master's expression was so ugly these 2 days. Now I finally understand. It's because you ran out with Madman without saying a word. Wang Yun shook her head and laughed. I'll pay attention next time. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. Yes. Wang Yun nodded. At this moment, 4 inner court disciples walked in together. One of them took out a medicinal herb and handed it to Wang Yun with both hands. He asked with anticipation, look at this medicinal herb, how many soul stones can it be exchanged for? Wang Yun took the medicinal herb and looked at it carefully. This golden flower was the size of a palm. Every petal looked as if it was cast in gold, dazzling and dazzling. What was even more strange was that the stamen in the middle of the petals was arranged in a pattern that looked like a divine dragon. Qin Feiyang unintentionally glanced at the golden flower, but with just a glance, he was unable to shift his gaze away. It was actually the flower of the dragon god. one of the ingredients to refine the dragon's soul primordial spirit pill. Wang Yun observed for a while and also recognized that it was the dragon god's flower. A trace of surprise crept into her bright eyes. She looked at the 4 disciples and smiled. Dragon god's flower, 100,000 soul stones. There are actually 100,000 of them. The 4 of them were wild with joy. Qin Feiyang put down the account book in his hand and walked to Wang Yun's side. Without batting an eyelid, he smiled and said, "Senior sister Wang Yun, can you let me take a look?" Wang Yun handed it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed it and looked at it curiously. After repeated confirmation, he confirmed that this was indeed the dragon god's flower. Immediately, his heart began to burn. This dragon god's flower could not enter the resource hall. This was because once they entered the resource hall, they would be kept in the resource hall's treasury. At that time, it would be very difficult to take it out. The 4 of you, I offer 400,000 soul stones for this dragon god's flower. If you are willing to sell it to me, then come find me at the cave tonight. Qin Feiyang sent a sound transmission. The 4 of them were happy. Suddenly, they heard Qin Feiyang's voice in their minds, and their expressions couldn't help but be stunned. Qin Feiyang thought to himself, 400,000 soul stones and 100,000 soul stones, which one is more worth it? I don't need to say it, you all should know. Clear, clear. Since senior brother Jiang wants it, then we will naturally sell it to senior brother Jiang. The man in the lead thought. Qin Feiyang secretly laughed and said, "All right, come find me at the cave tonight." "All right." The man replied, then coughed dryly and extended his hand. "I suddenly don't want to sell it, please return the dragon god's flower to me." Wang Yun was startled, and asked in confusion, "Why don't you want to sell it?" The man said, "If you don't want to sell it, then you don't want to sell it, why do you have so many reasons?" "All right." Wang Yun sighed helplessly, reluctantly looked at the dragon god's flower, and then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Junior brother Jiang, return it to them." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and handed the dragon god's flower to the man. After the man put away the dragon god's flower, he secretly said, "Senior brother Jiang, this matter is settled, we will look for you tonight." Qin Feiyang secretly replied. The 4 of them looked at each other, then turned around and left quickly. What a pity. Wang Yun's face was filled with regret. It's indeed a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. After all, our resource hall doesn't force people to buy or sell. Qin Feiyang laughed. Wang Yun nodded. You guys came really early. At this time, Mu Tianyang and Hua Yi walked side by side into the resource hall with smiles on their faces. It's not that we came early, it's that you guys came too late. Qin Feiyang looked at the 2 of them and said indifferently. Mu Tianyang said, "There's a reason why we came late." Yes. Hua Yi nodded. What's the reason? Qin Feiyang and Wang Yun looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. The other staff members who were busy also came over curiously. Mu Tianyang laughed. Early in the morning, we received news that the Sky Dragon City is in chaos. Sky Dragon City is in chaos? Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. Hua Yi smiled mysteriously. You guys will never guess why the Sky Dragon City is in chaos? Don't keep us in suspense, hurry up and say it. Wang Yun said angrily. Hua Yi chuckled, and said, Madman. Madman? Everyone was stunned. Yes. I heard that he killed hundreds of people in one night. Hua Yi said. What? Kills so many people? What is he going to do? Everyone looked at each other. Mu Tianyang and I went to investigate. The people he killed were basically rotten people who liked to be arrogant, despotic, and bully others. Mu Tianyang said. He really went to punish evil and promote good? Everyone was stunned. The news of Madman saying that he would eliminate evil for the people had already spread in the 9-Heaven Palace. But everyone thought that he was just joking. But they did not expect that he would really do it. Let me tell you guys, the people in Sky Dragon City are in a panic. Those arrogant people in the past, especially those playboys, are like mice, obediently hiding in their homes, not daring to go out, afraid that they would bump into Madman. Hua Yi laughed. Actually, this is good. I understand those playboys in Sky Dragon City too well, each of them is more arrogant than anyone else, they should have been extinguished long ago. Wang Yun snorted coldly. Mu Tianyang said suspiciously, Senior Sister Wang Yun, listening to your words, could it be that you are also from a family in Sky Dragon City? No, no, no. Wang Yun immediately waved her hand and laughed. How could I have such a family background? It's just that before I entered the Nine Heaven Palace, I worked in some restaurants in Sky Dragon City and saw many playboys. So that's how it is. Mu Tianyang suddenly understood. The places that playboys frequented were undoubtedly the big restaurants, so it was normal for Wang Yun, who had worked in a restaurant before, to understand. What are you all doing? Do you all have nothing to do? Suddenly, a stern voice sounded. Everyone's face changed as they hurriedly returned to their posts. Because the owner of the voice was Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan walked into the resource palace in large strides, and looked at everyone gloomily. Everyone lowered their heads, busy with the things in their hands, not daring to look at Feng Yuan. Jiang Haotian. Suddenly, Feng Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang. Palace Master. Qin Feiyang immediately stood up and looked at Feng Yuan. Not bad, how many days have you been in the resource palace? You actually dare to ignore my existence. Feng Yuan said angrily. Disciple doesn't dare. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said. It seemed that this old thing was going to use this as a pretext to make a fuss. You call this not daring? I asked you to go to the treasure pavilion to bid for the 4 symbols infinite divine pill, but what about you? You actually left your post and fooled around with Madman? What do you think my resource palace is? You come and go as you please? Feng Yuan shouted. Palace Master, this matter is due to Disciple's lack of consideration, but Disciple had no choice. It was Madman who insisted on dragging Disciple there. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. He told you to go, so you went. Are you a dog by his side? So obedient. Feng Yuan said. Qin Feiyang's face turned cold, and said, Palace Master, this matter is indeed Disciple's fault, but please don't hurt others. What a joke. As the Palace Master of the Resource Palace, don't tell me I don't have the right to teach you a lesson? Feng Yuan laughed angrily. Of course Palace Master has the right. But what am I going to do with Madman? I believe Palace Master also knows in his heart. Even if you don't know, you must be clear that this matter is related to Shengguan Fenglan. Qin Feiyang said. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you use Shengguan Fenglan to suppress this old man? Feng Yuan was furious. Disciple didn't mean that. What I said was just the truth. If Palace Master insists on pursuing the matter, you can go to Shengguan Fenglan or the Great Elder. Because this is also the Great Elder's order. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Hearing this, Feng Yuan's old eyes suddenly had a trace of surprise. It was actually related to the Great Elder? Seeing Feng Yuan's reaction, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. It seemed that Feng Yuan didn't know about the matter between Long Tianyu and the Grey Castle. Wang Yun. Suddenly, Feng Yuan shouted. Lord Palace Master. Wang Yun's delicate body trembled, and she quickly ran to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan immediately slapped Wang Yun's face fiercely. Qin Feiyang stared at Feng Yuan. Why did he hit Wang Yun? Wang Yun covered her burning cheeks with a puzzled look on her face. Mu Tianyang and the others were also suspicious. Feng Yuan looked at Wang Yun and said, when Jiang Haotian entered the resource palace, you were in charge of leading him, right? Wang Yun nodded. Slap. Feng Yuan slapped Wang Yun's face again, and said, then did you tell him that before leaving the resource palace, he had to ask for leave from me first? Wang Yun shook her head. Slap. Feng Yuan slapped her again, and said, then tell me, do you deserve to be punished? Yes. Wang Yun nodded, not daring to resist at all. She didn't even dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. Seeing Wang Yun being beaten, Qin Feiyang's face became more and more gloomy. Feng Yuan was obviously venting his personal anger. With Shangguan Fenglan and the Great Elder, these two mountains, Feng Yuan didn't dare to do anything to him. But if he gave up like this, then he, as the palace master of the Resource Palace, would lose face, so he went to find Wang Yun. In other words, Wang Yun became his punching bag. Chapter 21:18. And Wang Yun was not Qin Feiyang. Facing the powerful Feng Yuan, she did not have the slightest courage to resist. She could only let Feng Yuan slap her face one after another. After more than a dozen slaps, Wang Yun's cheeks were already bleeding. The anger in Qin Feiyang's heart became more and more intense. Qin Feiyang, don't be impulsive. Be careful or he will reward you with a slap. With his current state, he will definitely not be merciful. At that time, you will definitely bleed. Mu Tianyang saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly transmitted his voice. So what if I bleed? Do you want me to watch a woman get beaten for me? Then am I still a man? Qin Feiyang secretly snorted and rushed forward like lightning, grabbing Feng Yuan's wrist. Jiang Haotian. Everyone's expression changed. Especially Wang Yun, who looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. She never thought that this man would stand up for her and offend Feng Yuan. Looking at Feng Yuan, she also had a look of disbelief. How dare he be presumptuous in front of him? The dignified resource hall master, with a high position and power, actually made things difficult for a disciple. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Qin Feiyang sneered. A strand of dense flames of rage instantly appeared in Feng Yuan's eyes. This was clearly provoking him. Jiang Haotian, don't be rude. This is my fault to begin with. It is only right that I be punished. Leave now. Wang Yun's expression suddenly changed and she hurriedly shouted. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and looked at Feng Yuan. If there's anything, come at me. Don't make things difficult for unrelated people. Good. Very good. Very good. Feng Yuan laughed out of extreme anger and said, just based on your actions of offending your superior, it's sufficient for you to die a graveless death. Offend? I just said a few words of justice and it's called offending? Can't I speak the truth in Ninth Heaven Palace? Qin Feiyang said. What a sharp tongue. However, no matter how eloquent you are, you won't be able to escape punishment today. Now, I will punish you according to the law. Feng Yuan's eyes surged with killing intent. This is bad. Mu Tianyang felt a chill in his heart. Feng Yuan already had a murderous intent, and no one could persuade him otherwise. This guy was really stupid. Knowing that Feng Yuan had been looking for an opportunity to get rid of him, he still took the initiative to bump into him. According to law. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, a woman in a light purple dress slowly walked into the resource hall. It was Shangguan Fenglan. Greetings, Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Everyone immediately bowed. Qin Feiyang also quickly released Feng Yuan's wrist and turned to salute Shangguan Fenglan. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. Why was it this woman again? Every time he wanted to attack Qin Feiyang, this woman would always jump out and interfere. Hall Master Feng Yuan, law enforcement is the power of our law enforcement hall. It doesn't seem to have much to do with your resource hall, right? Shangguan Fenglan glanced at Qin Feiyang and smiled at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan said, don't I have the right to punish the people of my resource hall who made a mistake? It depends on how you look at it. Privately, they are your subordinates. You do have the right to punish them. But publicly, as long as the disciples of Jiutian Palace, no matter where they are, no matter what mistakes they have made, they should be handed over to my law enforcement hall. Shangguan Fenglan said. Feng Yuan said angrily, are you deliberately going against me? I wouldn't dare. I just have something to ask Jiang Haotian, but I didn't expect to see this scene. Speaking of which, what exactly made Hall Master Feng Yuan so angry? Shengguan Fenglan looked curious. Feng Yuan's face was gloomy. Qin Feiyang said, Hall Master, this matter was caused by me. It has nothing to do with senior sister Wang Yun. Jiang Haotian, shut up. If you say it, it will definitely make Hall Master Feng Yuan angrier. Wang Yun hurriedly transmitted her voice. Don't be afraid. We are disciples of Jiutian Palace, not his slaves. Why should we be bullied by him? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly, looked at Shengguan Fenglan, and said respectfully, Hall Master, this is what happened. The day before yesterday, I went out with senior brother Feng Zi and didn't ask Hall Master Feng Yuan in advance, so he was very dissatisfied. But before that, I had taken the initiative to admit my mistake, but Hall Master Feng Yuan just didn't let it go. He even threatened to kill me. Qin Feiyang's face was full of grievance. So it's because of this. Shengguan Fenglan suddenly understood, turned to look at Feng Yuan, and said, this is my idea. Feng Yuan looked at Qin Feiyang coldly, then looked at Shengguan Fenglan and said, Jiang Haotian is a member of my resource hall after all. You let him go out to do things, out of courtesy and respect, shouldn't you tell me in advance? This is indeed my lack of consideration. But I can't help it. It was the great elder who urged me. I didn't think so much. I also thought that this was just a small matter, but I didn't expect Hall Master Feng Yuan to care so much. Shengguan Fenglan said. The meaning was obvious. If you are unhappy, go find the great elder. Don't use this as a pretext to make a fuss. And he even mocked Feng Yuan. It was such a small matter, yet he was still fussing over it. He was too narrow-minded. Good, good, good. Since it's the great elder's order, then I won't say anything more. But Wang Yun, she didn't fulfill her duty to teach the newcomers well, so she can no longer stay in the resource hall. Wang Yun, from now on, you are no longer a member of the resource hall. After handing over the work in your hands, you can leave on your own. After Feng Yuan finished speaking, he turned and walked to the second floor. Wang Yun's face was pale. She never thought that because of such a small mistake, she would be kicked out of the resource hall. Qin Feiyang just blamed himself. Although it was frenzy who forced him to go to the far west, in the end, Wang Yun lost her job because of him. What a pitiful person. How about this, I happen to be short of people in the law enforcement department. After the handover, you can report to the law enforcement hall. But just when Qin Feiyang was thinking about how to make it up to Wang Yun, Shengguan Fenglan's voice suddenly sounded. What? Feng Yuan's body stiffened and turned his head to stare at Shengguan Fenglan angrily. At the same time, Qin Feiyang also raised his head and looked at Shengguan Fenglan in surprise. Wang Yun herself had a look of disbelief. Go to the law enforcement hall? One must know that entering the law enforcement hall was more difficult than entering the resource hall. As long as one was smart enough, one would have a chance to enter the resource hall. But the law enforcement hall. Not only must one have a strong cultivation base, but also extraordinary courage and loyalty to the Nine Heavens Palace. After all, the people in the law enforcement hall had the power to kill the disciples. In short, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to enter the law enforcement hall. And the treatment in the law enforcement hall was better than the resource hall. Therefore, the disciples of the Nine Heavens Palace were extremely afraid of the law enforcement hall, but they were also very eager to enter the law enforcement hall. Wang Yun had felt that she had lost hope in life, but she did not expect that immediately after, an even bigger pie would fall down. It made her feel like she was dreaming, unreal. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Senior Sister Wang Yun, why don't you quickly thank Hall Master Shengguan? Wang Yun quivered and hurriedly knelt down on one knee, solemnly saying, Thank you, Lord Hall Master, this disciple will be loyal to the death and will not disappoint Lord Hall Master's appreciation. Shengguan Fenglan smiled and said, You have to be loyal to the Nine Heavens Palace, not me. Yes. This disciple will remember. Wang Yun respectfully replied. Shangguan Fenglan said, "Get up." Wang Yun got up, the joy on her face could not be concealed. However, there was one person at the scene whose face was extremely ugly. This person was Feng Yuan. After driving Wang Yun out of the resource hall, Shangguan Fenglan immediately took Wang Yun into the law enforcement hall. Wasn't this clearly refuting his face? "Stinking woman, just you wait." He secretly snorted coldly, and with a stomach full of anger, he disappeared from the second floor without looking back. Shangguan Fenglan looked at Feng Yuan's back, then looked at Wang Yun and said, "You can hand it over." "Yes." Wang Yun nodded respectfully, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and smiled. "Junior brother Jiang, let's go and hand it over." Shangguan Fenglan said, "You go and hand it over to someone else. I have something to ask Jiang Haoyan." "Ah," Wang Yun looked at Shangguan Fenglan in surprise. Mu Tianyang sent a sound transmission. "Brother Hua, this woman doesn't seem to have good eyesight." Indeed. Obviously, Shangguan Fenglan helped him because of Jiang Haoyan, but she didn't see through it. Hua Yi secretly said. Wang Yun indeed didn't see through it at first, but when she heard Shangguan Fenglan's words and thought of how Shangguan Fenglan protected Qin Feiyang before, she immediately understood. She looked at Qin Feiyang gratefully, then turned and walked towards Hua Yi and Mu Tianyang. "Jiang Haoyan, come out." Shangguan Fenglan said, then turned and walked out of the resource hall. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly, and followed with large strides. He didn't need to think to know that Shangguan Fenglan came to find him because of Frenzy and Long Tianyu. Walking out of the resource hall, Qin Feiyang followed Shangguan Fenglan and flew to a nearby mountain peak with no one. Shangguan Fenglan said, "You must have heard about what Frenzy did in Sky Dragon City." "I've heard a little." Qin Feiyang nodded. Shangguan Fenglan said meaningfully, "After receiving my message, he actually didn't bring Long Tianyu back. This shouldn't be simple." "How would I know?" Qin Feiyang was a little innocent. "Keep pretending." Shangguan Fenglan looked at him playfully. "I didn't." Qin Feiyang's face was full of helplessness. Shangguan Fenglan couldn't hold it in anymore and said angrily, "Weren't you the one who told Frenzy not to bring Long Tianyu back?" "When did I inform him?" "Senior brother Frenzy and I didn't establish a contract bridge." Qin Feiyang said. "You two have known each other for so long, and even went to the far west together. Do you think I will believe that you didn't establish a contract bridge?" Shangguan Fenglan said angrily. "I really didn't, why don't you believe me?" Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. "I can believe you if you want. But before evening, you must find Frenzy and Long Tianyu for me. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences." Shangguan Fenglan sneered, and flew away like lightning, disappearing from Qin Feiyang's sight. Chapter 21:19. Why am I so unlucky? Qin Feiyang stood alone at the peak of the mountain, wanting to cry but no tears came out. Everything could be related to him. Sigh. Where can I find him? Qin Feiyang sighed and flew towards the resource hall. To find Madman, he had to leave the Nine Heavens Palace. Therefore, he had to inform Feng Yuan in advance, lest he use it as a pretext to make a fuss. Returning to the resource hall, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone was there, but Mu Tianyang was nowhere to be seen. Qin Feiyang walked to Hua Yi's side. Hua Yi and Wang Yun were talking. "Junior brother Jiang, thank you. But I really didn't expect your relationship with Hall Master Shangguan to be so good." Wang Yun smiled gratefully. "I'm just a small disciple, what relationship can I have with her? She must have taken a fancy to your talent to let you enter the law enforcement hall." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wang Yun was also a smart person. She just smiled and didn't ask any more. Qin Feiyang looked at Hua Yi and asked suspiciously, "Where's Mu Tianyang?" Hua Yi pointed to the second floor and said in a low voice, "After you left, he was called up by Feng Yuan." Qin Feiyang looked at the second floor. Why was he in such a hurry to call Mu Tianyang up? You guys are busy, I'll go to the second floor too. Qin Feiyang said to the two of them and turned to walk to the second floor. Second floor. In the lounge. Feng Yuan sat beside the tea table, and Mu Tianyang stood respectfully opposite him. Feng Yuan asked, the day before yesterday, Madman took Jiang Haotian away from the treasure pavilion. You were there, right? Mu Tianyang nodded. Feng Yuan said, then do you know where they went? What did they do? I don't know. I asked Madman at that time, but he didn't reveal anything. Mu Tianyang said. So mysterious? It's really strange. Feng Yuan frowned. Mu Tianyang suddenly said, Hall Master, didn't you ask the Great Elder? This old man never thought that this matter was related to the Great Elder. Since it has something to do with the Great Elder, this matter is definitely not ordinary. That little bastard Jiang Haotian definitely won't tell me the truth. I'll have to rely on you for this matter. This old man will also find an opportunity to sound out the first elder's intentions. Feng Yuan said. Yes. Mu Tianyang nodded. Feng Yuan waved his hand and said, leave. Mu Tianyang hesitated for a moment and said, actually, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? Feng Yuan was doubtful. Mu Tianyang's gaze flickered slightly, and he said, I want to make a trip to the Heavenly Dragon Sea. Why are we going to the Sky Dragon Sea? Feng Yuan was stunned and asked in surprise. Mu Tianyang moved closer to Feng Yuan's ear and whispered a few words. So that's how it is. Feng Yuan came to a realization when he heard that and said with a nod, all right, you arranged this matter well. This old man will also let Wen Hai and Jin Yinchang they all assist you. Many thanks for Hall Master's trust. This time, I'll definitely bury him in the Heavenly Dragon Sea. Mu Tianyang said with a cold smile. If you can really make him die in the Heavenly Dragon Sea, then you'll be this resource hall's next Hall Master. Feng Yuan said. Mu Tianyang was overjoyed and said with a bow, this subordinate definitely won't let down His Excellency Hall Master's expectations. Feng Yuan laughed loudly and waved his hand, saying, go and get busy. This subordinate takes his leave. Mu Tianyang bowed and withdrew. After Mu Tianyang withdrew from the lounge, Feng Yuan immediately laughed coldly. Do you really think that this old man will let you be the next resource hall's hall master? Truly an out-and-out fool. When Jiang Haotian dies, that will also be the date of your death. Outside in the corridor. When Mu Tianyang closed the door, he just happened to see Qin Feiyang coming upstairs. What are you running up for now? Mu Tianyang was taken aback and hurriedly walked over. Shangguan Fenglan asked me to find Frenzy and Long Tianyu. What can I do? I can only come and report first. You, on the other hand. Why is Feng Yuan in such a hurry to find you? Qin Feiyang transmitted. Isn't it because he wants to know about you and Frenzy going to the far west land? But I didn't say anything. In addition, I have already obtained his consent. We can set off for the Heavenly Dragon Sea at any time. Mu Tianyang secretly said. He would agree so easily. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Do you understand my methods? Mu Tianyang waved his fist and smiled smugly, then walked straight past Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at Mu Tianyang's back view, a hint of light flickering in the depths of his eyes. Although he and Mu Tianyang were currently in a cooperative relationship, regardless of whether it was him or Mu Tianyang, they were actually well aware of it in their hearts. This kind of relationship could collapse at any time. Therefore, going to the Heavenly Dragon Sea not only had to be careful of Feng Yuan's plot, but also had to be wary of Mu Tianyang. Sigh. This scheming is really tiring. Qin Feiyang suddenly shook his head, turned back, walked to the door, and knocked lightly. Come in. Feng Yuan's voice came from inside. Qin Feiyang pushed open the door. Seeing that it was actually Qin Feiyang, Feng Yuan's face immediately turned gloomy and asked, What's the matter? Hall Master, Shangguan Fenglan asked me to find Madman. What do you think we should do? Qin Feiyang said awkwardly. What? She asked you to find Madman? Feng Yuan was stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Is she sick? There are so many people in the law enforcement hall, is there a need for you to go? Feng Yuan immediately became angry. I think so too. But she just wants me to go. She even said that if I don't find Madman before evening, I will bear the consequences. Hall Master, why don't you go and intercede for me? I still have a lot of work, how can I leave? Qin Feiyang said helplessly. You really don't want to go? Feng Yuan asked, sizing up Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I really don't want to go. I'm very curious. Why are you so close to Madman and Shengguan Fenglan? Could it be that there is some kind of unknown relationship between you two? Feng Yuan asked. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, I knew Hall Master would think so, but I can tell you responsibly that there really isn't. No? You're ignoring me. It doesn't matter, how can they take care of you like this? Feng Yuan sneered. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated and said, there's something I want to say, don't be angry. Say it. Feng Yuan said. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said, I think they might not like how you bullied me before. Feng Yuan suddenly slammed his palm on the tea table. Crack. The tea table shattered. Qin Feiyang's body trembled, and he hurriedly said, You said you can't be angry. Feng Yuan smiled coldly and said, After getting along with you for so long, I finally heard the truth from your mouth. How can I be angry? Qin Feiyang was terrified. Get lost. Feng Yuan shouted. Qin Feiyang asked cautiously, Then should I go or not? Shengguan Fenglan has spoken, how can I dare you not go? Get lost. Feng Yuan shouted angrily. Disciple will take his leave. Qin Feiyang said, then turned around and ran out in a hurry. Can't stand me bullying him? Humph. Shengguan Fenglan, lunatic, when did you become so kind? But no one who goes against me will have a good ending. Just like the son of the great elder. Feng Yuan sneered, and the killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Qin Feiyang walked out of the resource hall and looked up at the sun in the sky. When he thought of Feng Yuan's expression, his mood was incomparably happy. Then he soared into the sky and flew toward the sky stairway. After leaving the Ninth Heaven Palace, he directly opened the portal and descended outside the North City Gate. So cruel. Yeah. But it's also very satisfying. The Zhang father and son are usually arrogant and domineering, and I've long been unhappy with them. Isn't that so? And that hedonistic son of the Li family, always acting like a tyrant. He should have been killed long ago. Lunatic really did a good thing this time. With this bloody lesson, let's see if they dare to bully honest people like us in the future. As soon as Qin Feiyang walked to the city gate, he heard countless people talking about Lunatic. Lunatic really made a name for himself this time. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. But suddenly, behind him, he felt a great sense of danger. Without hesitation, he directly entered the Black Tortoise world. Just as Qin Feiyang disappeared, a black arrow flashed with a shocking sharpness, cutting through the sky like lightning and entering the back of a burly man's head. This burly man was walking in front of Qin Feiyang. The moment Qin Feiyang disappeared, the burly man naturally became a ghost. Accompanied by a painful scream, the burly man died on the spot. What's going on? The sudden scene caused the crowd at the city gate to be in an uproar. Everyone scanned their surroundings in bewilderment. The 4 guards at the city gate were naturally alarmed. 2 of them immediately rushed over to observe the burly man's situation. This arrow pierced through his sea of consciousness and directly shattered his divine soul. And there's poison on the arrow. Who is it? Who dares to commit murder at the city gate of our Sky Dragon City? The 2 guards scanned the crowd around them. I don't know. We didn't see it either. Just now, we suddenly heard this person scream and then saw him fall to the ground. The few people standing in front opened their mouths. The perpetrator must be among you. From now on, without our orders, no one is allowed to leave. Seal the city gate. The 2 guards shouted. The 2 guards guarding the city gate immediately mobilized their divine power and sealed the city gate. Then, they soared into the sky and monitored everyone present. At the same time, Qin Feiyang was also in the Black Tortoise realm, scanning the people on the plains. Only he knew that the perpetrator's target was not the burly man, but him. But he did not find the perpetrator. Everyone present looked very innocent. However, in such a short period of time, this person could not have escaped. He must still be here. But who wanted to kill him? Feng Yuan? Feng Yuan had suffered many losses, so he should not send people to assassinate him again. Moreover, Mu Tianyang had already mentioned to Feng Yuan that he wanted to go to the Sky Dragon Sea. So, even if Feng Yuan wanted to kill him, he would definitely wait until he went to the Sky Dragon Sea before taking action. But other than Feng Yuan, who else could it be? During his time in Sky Dragon City, it seemed that he had only offended Feng Yuan. Chapter 21-20. No. There seemed to be Guosweki. However, Guosweki was now following Mu Tianyang, so it was not possible to assassinate him. Besides, Guosweki certainly did not have the courage to do so now. It was a mess outside. The eyes of the 4 guards were filled with piercing cold light. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. It's senior brother Jiang. Jiang Haotian? Why is he here too? I seem to have seen him just now, but I didn't pay much attention to him. Wait a minute. Could he be the one who shot the man in the dark? It's impossible. Why is it impossible? He hid in the space divine object, assassinated the burly man, and then ran out without anyone knowing. The crowd immediately became restless. Hearing these discussions, the 4 guards looked at each other. One of the guards walked up to Qin Feiyang. With a respectful expression, he asked, "May I ask young Master Jiang, when did you arrive here?" Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and then at the guard. Obviously, the guard was also suspicious of him. This was funny. He was the real victim, but now he was the target of suspicion. No. It seemed that someone was deliberately fanning the flames. He glanced at the crowd again, his eyes flickering. Who just said that he might be the one who shot the man in the dark? If he was really fanning the flames, then the person who said this must be the murderer. Because this person wanted to confuse the public and make the scene more chaotic. In this way, he could find a chance to escape. He still remembered the voice. It was very strange. But unfortunately, he did not pay attention to the person who spoke before. Now, if that person did not speak, it would be difficult to find him in the crowd. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, the guard frowned and said, "Young Master Jiang, please answer my question." His suspicion of Qin Feiyang became more and more obvious. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly, and he said, "Actually, the arrow just now was aimed at me." What? It was aimed at him? That is to say, that burly man died unjustly? The crowd was bewildered and clamorous. The 4 guards also looked at each other. What was going on? Nonsense. You are a disciple of the 9 Heavens Palace, who would dare to assassinate you? A discordant shout rang out once again. Qin Feiyang immediately looked towards the source of the voice. His eyes instantly locked onto a black-robed middle-aged man in the crowd. This person was about 40 years old. He was short and had an ordinary appearance. At first glance, it was hard to notice him. However, Qin Feiyang's eyes were shining. The reason for that was because that person's voice was exactly the same as the voice from before. This person had pointed the spearhead at him twice. It was obvious that they wanted to cause chaos. The person who would do such a thing was undoubtedly the culprit. What are you looking at? The middle-aged man was dissatisfied when he saw Qin Feiyang staring at him. Who are you? Why did you assassinate me? Qin Feiyang walked towards the middle-aged man. I'm assassinating you? The middle-aged man was stunned and said angrily, Don't slander me. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear and said to himself, In my memory, I don't seem to have seen you. You should be ordered to assassinate me. Who is this person? What nonsense are you talking about? The middle-aged man shouted angrily, but he seemed to be a little flustered. What should we do? The 4 guards secretly communicated with each other. Jiang Haotian doesn't look like he's joking. Maybe it's really that person. Whether it is or not, we can't let the suspect go. Quickly surround him. The 4 of them immediately performed teleportation and landed around the middle-aged man in an instant, surrounding him. What are you doing? He's slandering me. Do you really believe it? The middle-aged man saw this and the panic in his eyes became more obvious. Do you know? Your acting skills are very bad. Not only are your acting skills bad, but your brain is also very stupid. If you didn't say anything, I definitely wouldn't have noticed you. But you thought you were smart and fanned the flames twice, trying to divert everyone's attention to me. This just happened to expose yourself. Qin Feiyang's face was full of ridicule. Nonsense, nonsense. Everyone, don't believe his nonsense. He's a thief pretending to be a thief. The middle-aged man roared in exasperation. Who's the thief pretending to be a thief? We'll know soon. I believe everyone has already received the news of what happened in Jiutian Palace last night. Qin Feiyang laughed. What happened? Everyone was suspicious. Suddenly, someone in the crowd said in surprise, Could it be the matter of killing Ryuko Yang? That's right. It's the matter of killing Ryuko Yang. Now many people know that I have a secret technique that can read other people's memories. Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the middle-aged man and sneered, Do you dare to let me read your memories? The middle-aged man's panic was immediately exposed. Look, he's panicking. It's really him. There must be someone behind him. Otherwise, why would he dare to assassinate Jiang Haotian? Catch him, don't let him escape. Everyone roared. The 4 guards pounced on the middle-aged man at the first moment. Jiang Haotian, you're really not easy to deal with. But with these ants, you want to keep me here? Dream on. Seeing this, the middle-aged man no longer concealed his ferocity. Boom! An aura suddenly erupted. He instantly attacked, and the 4 guards had no room to resist and died on the spot. What? So strong? This aura seems to be a great success, Divine Lord. Seeing this situation, everyone immediately retreated in horror. Qin Feiyang was also quite surprised. It was actually a great success, Divine Lord. In the future, you must always pay attention to what's behind you, because I will continue to find opportunities to assassinate you. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang with a sinister smile, and then used teleportation, rushing toward the mountain outside the plain like lightning. Continue to assassinate me? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows, and a sneer appeared on his face. Using the walk formula, he quickly chased after him. What? Jiang Haotian actually chased after him? He's crazy. His opponent is a great success, Divine Lord, and he's just a perfect realm war god. Not to mention whether he can catch up, even if he does, he'll only be courting death. Everyone was discussing and they were all in disbelief. This person's guts are too big, isn't it? Isn't Madman in the city? Let's quickly find him. Yes, let's find Madman. Jiang Haotian is under Madman's protection. When he finds out about this, he'll definitely immediately go to rescue him. Although Madman can save Jiang Haotian, it's not easy to find him. That's true. This person has changed his appearance since last night and is hiding in Sky Dragon City. Only after killing people will he reveal his identity and then continue to hide. Then what should we do? Jiang Haotian is a good person, we can't just leave him to die. How about this? Although I don't know what madman has changed his appearance to, he's definitely in Sky Dragon City now. Let's quickly spread the news. When madman receives the news, he'll naturally immediately go to rescue Jiang Haoyan. Yes, 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 everyone, let's be quick. For a moment, the people outside the city took out their image crystals and spread the news. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Not long after, not only did the news spread throughout Sky Dragon City, but it also spread to Ninth Heaven Palace. What? He's being assassinated? Resource Hall. Mu Tianyang and Hui Yi looked at each other. No matter where he went, there were people who wanted to kill him. Was this person born to be hated? Treasure Hall. Shangguan Xiao, who was sitting in the study, heard the news and suddenly stood up and shouted, "Men!" A guard ran in. Shangguan Xiao said in a deep voice, "Immediately bring people to rescue Jiang Haoyan. Remember, he must not die." Yes. The guard responded respectfully. Then, with a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Sky Dragon City. On a certain street, an old man with mottled white hair walked shakily with a walking stick in his hand. His old eyes were cloudy. But if one looked closely, there was a shocking sharpness in those cloudy eyes. He scanned the people on the street like a hunter looking for prey. Beside him, there was a teenager who was wearing tattered clothes and had some dirt on his face. The teenager supported the old man and listened to the people's discussion. He whispered, "Brother Crazy, are they talking about Brother Haoyan? Who else could it be other than this unlucky guy?" The old man chuckled. The teenager was shocked and quickly asked, "Aren't we going to save him?" "Save him? Kid, you're underestimating him. A mere large success Divine Lord is not a threat to him," the old man said and looked at a restaurant next to him. He laughed hoarsely and said, "Let's go in that restaurant and see if we can find prey. Now that everyone knows that we're hiding in Sky Dragon City, they shouldn't be able to find us." The teenager mumbled, "That's not necessarily true. What if there are a few people who aren't afraid of death?" The old man said with a smile. Outside North City, deep in the mountains, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, flew across the sky. It was Qin Feiyang and the middle-aged man. So fast? The middle-aged man turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. But then, a cold smile appeared on his face and he mumbled, "Have they caught up? Just what I want." He scanned the mountains and rivers in front of him and suddenly turned in the air and flew to the left. Behind, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He also changed his direction and continued to chase. Chapter 21-21. About half an hour passed. Even the two of them didn't know how far they had gone into the mountains. Finally, the middle-aged man stopped in the void. In the mountains below, there were countless beasts. Many of them were monarch god-level beasts, but the middle-aged man didn't care about them at all. He slowly turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. And Qin Feiyang had also stopped. Their eyes met, and invisible sparks seemed to collide in the void. Qin Feiyang said, "Can you tell me now? Who sent you? When you go to hell, the king of hell will tell you." The middle-aged man smiled sinisterly. With a flash, he instantly landed in front of Qin Feiyang and slammed his palm toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang moved his feet and activated the Xing character art, calmly dodging. And he used a thunderous method. A wisp of blood-red light streaked across the sky and instantly arrived in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he quickly dodged to the side. Puff! The blood-red light was like a sharp arrow, sinking into the middle-aged man's left shoulder, and a bloody hole appeared. Blood spurted out like a fountain. What is this? It can actually hurt me? The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his shoulder, his face full of disbelief. One had to know. He was a monarch god. And the other party was just a mere perfection war god. Even if he had a legendary level deity art, he couldn't hurt him. Because deity art was a barrier that couldn't break through to the next realm. In other words, even a beginner monarch god could easily kill a perfection war god. And now, instead, he was injured. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, "Do you think I dare to chase after you without any ability? To tell you the truth, countless monarch god have died in my hands." These words were not false. A few days ago in the land of the far west, he had indeed killed many monarch god puppets. However, although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually very vigilant. Because puppets and living people were two completely different concepts. Puppets were controlled by people and didn't have thoughts. But living people not only had their own thoughts, but they could also use deity arts and activate their fighting soul. And they might even have a powerful deity weapon. So you are confident. But I have to admit, it's really amazing. But today, you will still die. The middle-aged man shouted. Divine power rolled out, and a barrier was formed, enveloping Qin Feiyang. Following closely, the middle-aged man formed a seal with both hands, and a palm-sized square seal appeared. The square seal was golden in color, and there was a white tiger engraved at the bottom. It exuded a powerful aura. Let's see how you're going to hide now. Perfect deity technique, tiger taming seal. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the taming tiger seal shot up into the sky and expanded in size. In an instant, it was like a towering mountain. Golden light shone in all directions, releasing an aura that could destroy the world. Kill. A murderous aura erupted from his body. He waved his hand and the taming tiger seal came crashing down. Perfect deity formula. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. This was the difference between a living person and a puppet. For example, the person in front of him could pose a fatal threat to him just by relying on the cultivation of a large success divine lord and the perfect divine art. However, since he dared to come, he must have some confidence. Clang. Murderous aura rolled out from his palm, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound. A blood-red sword appeared in the sky. He grabbed the blood-red sword and slashed at the air. However, his target was not the taming tiger seal. It was the barrier that trapped him. The middle-aged man had set up the barrier to prevent him from escaping. As long as the barrier was broken, it would not be difficult for him to dodge the taming tiger seal with the deity formula. Crack. The blood-red sword's radiance tore through the sky. There was no suspense. The barrier was shattered on the spot. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang used the deity formula and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Boom! The taming tiger seal came crashing down. The void was instantly destroyed, and the ground below collapsed and sank. What? It shattered my barrier so easily? The middle-aged man was tongue-tied again. The blood-red sword, what was that? How could it have such terrifying destructive power? Clang! Just as the middle-aged man was in a daze, a blood-red sword aura came from behind him. The middle-aged man shuddered and dodged to the side without hesitation. However, the speed of the sword aura was beyond his imagination. His left arm, which was already injured, was directly cut off as the sword energy fell. Ah, the heart-wrenching pain made the middle-aged man scream like a pig being slaughtered. If you have the ability, don't hide. Fight me head-on. The middle-aged man turned around and glared at Qin Feiyang, who was standing in the air opposite him. Your cultivation is so much higher than mine, and you still want me to fight you head-on? Is there something wrong with your brain? Qin Feiyang sneered. The middle-aged man was burning with anger. That's right. His cultivation was a few levels higher than his opponent's. Moreover, there was the huge gap between the god of war and the divine lord. However, in these few rounds, he was the one who was injured. What about his opponent? He was unharmed. If it was anyone else, they would not be able to endure such humiliation. Boom! The middle-aged man's body trembled. An even more terrifying aura broke out from his body. What? Qin Feiyang was shocked. This person was not a great success, Divine Lord. Yes. This is my true strength, great perfection, Divine Lord. The middle-aged man grinned again and again, his aura fully released. This level of aura, Qin Feiyang was not unfamiliar at all. This was a great perfection, Divine Lord. Do you know why I hid my cultivation? It's because I want to lure you here so that I can kill you without anyone knowing. The middle-aged man laughed. Who the hell are you? Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Huh, it hasn't been long since the last time we met. Have you forgotten me? The middle-aged man took out a facial restoration pill. Qin Feiyang looked at the facial restoration pill and then looked at the middle-aged man. It hasn't been long since the last time we met. Let me give you a hint, martial arts treasury. The middle-aged man said. Martial arts treasury. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled and said in surprise, You are Nie Kong. The middle-aged man smiled without saying a word and took the facial restoration pill in his hand. Very soon, a familiar face appeared in Qin Feiyang's line of sight. Who else could it be but Nie Kong? I see. You were afraid of arousing the lunatic's dissatisfaction, so you changed your appearance and came to assassinate me. After the assassination failed, you hid your cultivation and lured me here. In order to kill me, you really used all kinds of tricks. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. When I tried to assassinate you, I thought I could succeed, but I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. You even managed to dig him out. However, I was unwilling, so I came up with this idea at the last minute. Because I expected that with your conceit and arrogance, you would definitely come after me. Sure enough, you came after me. Do you still remember what I said back then? I will definitely avenge my brother, my father, my grandfather, and my family. And today is the day you die. Nie Kong's face was full of resentment and once again evolved the perfect divine art, tiger taming seal. Without hiding his cultivation, the power of the tiger taming seal reached its peak state. Feeling the aura of the tiger taming seal, at this moment, Qin Feiyang's heart did not have any luck. He was afraid that even the blood-colored long sword could not match it. Because Nie Kong's cultivation was one realm higher than his. He could only activate the slaughter zone. But now, it was too late to activate the slaughter zone. After all, there was no ready-made blood. Moreover, as early as the beginning of his fight with Nie Kong, the beasts in the mountains below had already fled upon hearing the news. In other words, at this moment, within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, there was only him and Nie Kong. Are you afraid? Are you desperate? This is what you deserve. Nie Kong laughed. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I have already said that your father and the rest were not killed by me. Besides you, who else could it be? Actually, after the bet with you last time, I also thought about it carefully. With your cultivation, it should be impossible to kill my Nie family. Because of this, I hesitated for a long time. However, just earlier, when I saw that trace of crimson light and the long sword in your hand, I finally understood that you do have the ability to do so. So, the executioner who slaughtered my Nie family is definitely you. Go and be buried with them. Nie Kong roared. The tiger taming seal descended from the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world. It shattered the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles and headed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He hurriedly used the walk formula and quickly dodged. The tiger taming seal blasted into the ground below. The air billowed. In an instant, everything within the range visible to the naked eye was razed to the ground. Qin Feiyang's back was drenched in cold sweat. If he did not dodge, then he would definitely be a corpse now. No. I'm afraid that not even a corpse would be left. You think you are the only one who has mastered the auxiliary divine technique? Without waiting for Qin Feiyang to recover, Nie Kong's angry roar sounded again. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly looked over. He saw Nya Kong using a strange and unpredictable footwork, rushing towards him. Compared to his previous speed, it was on a completely different level. Perfect auxiliary divine technique, ghost steps. Nya Kong laughed sinisterly. It could be said that his current speed was even faster than Qin Feiyang's walk formula. It was not to say that Qin Feiyang's walk formula was inferior to Nya Kong's ghost steps. It was because Nya Kong's cultivation was too much higher than Qin Feiyang's. How could Qin Feiyang compare with the cultivation of a consummate Sir God and the perfect auxiliary divine technique? This time, he also truly experienced the difference between a puppet and a living person. They were completely incomparable. Chapter 21-22. He could kill puppets in seconds as if he was cutting vegetables. But for a living person, unless it was an unexpected assassination, he had no chance of winning. In the blink of an eye. Die. Nya Kong laughed sinisterly. The tiger-taming seal appeared again and blasted toward Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He held the blood-colored sword in his hand and attacked. He definitely could not avoid it. As Nya Kong's speed was faster than his, he could only give it his all. As for the ancient castle and the Black Tortoise realm, he did not intend to enter them. If he did not get rid of a powerful enemy like Nya Kong as soon as possible, there would be endless trouble in the future. Therefore, no matter what, he had to kill this person today. Even if the purple gold dragon blood was exposed, he would not hesitate. Clang! Clang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, the blood-colored sky and the tiger-taming seal met. True enough. The blood-colored sword shattered instantly. As for the tiger-taming seal, there was only a crack. And this crack was difficult to see with the naked eye. This was a completely overwhelming situation. The tiger-taming seal was full of murderous intent as it charged toward Qin Feiyang. In the nick of time, Qin Feiyang quickly activated the battle word manual. Once the blood-colored armor appeared, the tiger-taming seal blasted onto Qin Feiyang. Pfft! Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Like a meteorite, he smashed into the ground below. As for the armor formed by the battle word manual, it shattered into pieces. Too powerful. This is the strength of a perfected Sir God. Compared to this, the puppets are too weak. Qin Feiyang muttered. Not only was the armor shattered, but his entire chest was also caved in. His bones were broken and his flesh was badly mangled. Even his internal organs were fatally injured. It turns out that without Lunatic's protection, you are just a piece of trash. Nya Kong's face was full of disdain. But suddenly, he noticed the blood that Qin Feiyang spat out and his eyes widened. What was going on? Why was the blood purple gold? He went forward in shock and took a closer look. His body trembled. It actually had a dragon's aura. This is the legendary purple gold dragon blood. Nya Kong's face was filled with disbelief. How could there be purple gold dragon blood flowing in this person's body? It was passed down from generation to generation. 7,000 to 8,000 years ago, there was also a human with purple golden dragon blood flowing through his veins. This person was the monstrous genius who was famous in the northern region at that time, but then disappeared. Until now, he was almost forgotten by people, Qin Badian. Nya Kong looked up at Qin Feiyang who was slowly standing up and asked in surprise, "What is your relationship with Qin Badian?" "He is my ancestor." Qin Feiyang grinned. "Your ancestor?" Nya Kong was extremely surprised. It seems that my ancestor was quite famous in the northern region back then. No matter who it is, they all know of his existence. Qin Feiyang said. Although the name Qin Badian has disappeared for thousands of years, many people still remember it. Especially those from our Nine Heavens Palace. But it's really surprising that you're actually his descendant. But you still can't avoid death. Fighting soul, open. Nya Kong laughed sinisterly. With a low roar, a golden domain appeared out of nowhere. As soon as the domain appeared, it was infinitely enlarged and enveloped Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang suddenly felt an invisible force pressing down on him. His cultivation instantly dropped by a small realm. Qin Feiyang was shocked. This is my body talent. It can deprive the opponent of a small realm of cultivation. Now that your cultivation has dropped to perfect war god, you have no chance of winning. Obediently accept your death, so that you won't suffer any physical pain. But in the end, I'll let you see my true strength. Nia Kong laughed arrogantly. He placed his hands in front of his chest and quickly formed seals. First, a golden square seal appeared. It was the tiger seal. Immediately after, another golden square seal appeared. At the bottom, there was a living golden dragon. Tiger seal, dragon seal. These two deity skills are my strongest techniques. It's your honor to die under these two deity skills. Now, you can go to hell. Nia Kong said proudly. Then, killing intent burst out from his eyes. The two divine seals cut through the sky like two mountains, one in front and one behind, attacking Qin Feiyang. That terrifying oppressive force caused Qin Feiyang to practically be unable to breathe. Sigh. However, there was a trace of regret on his face. He sighed, I never thought of killing you. If you didn't take the initiative to provoke me, I would have even forgotten about your existence. Why? Are you trying to gain sympathy? Nia Kong sneered. Sympathy? I'm not trying to gain your sympathy, I'm sympathizing with you. Isn't it good to be alive? Do you have to court death? Qin Feiyang said. At this point, you still dare to be so arrogant. You're really stupid. Nia Kong laughed again and again. His face was full of contempt. Sigh. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. He muttered, although I don't want to rely on you, there's no other way. Please make your move. Shwa. As Qin Feiyang's voice fell, a gray figure swept out from his body. It was the spirit of the gray castle. Nia Kong looked at the spirit in surprise. Because the moment the artifact spirit appeared, he felt a great sense of danger. The spirit still couldn't see its face, but the disdain for Nia Kong, whether it was Qin Feiyang or Nia Kong himself, they could clearly feel it. The spirit raised its hand and pointed in the air. Boom! A force of death suddenly roared out. Kacha! The tiger subduing seal and dragon subduing seal shattered in an instant. What? Nia Kong was dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, he quickly turned around and fled. His previous arrogance was gone, and his face was full of fear. His perfect divine technique was shattered so easily. How strong was this person? Qin Feiyang shouted, don't let him escape. Nia Kong already knew his true identity. Once Nia Kong escaped, he would definitely report it to the higher-ups of Ninth Heaven Palace. If I can't even keep such a small character, then what qualifications do I have to accompany you to the Sky Dragon Sea to find Qin Badian and Lu Jingyang? The spirit sneered. The force of death suddenly turned into waves, sweeping across the sky and quickly drowning Nia Kong. My life force, my divine soul, damn it, what the hell is this? I can't accept this. Nia Kong roared angrily. His body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in 3 breaths, his life force completely disappeared. Only skin and bones remained of his physical body as he fell to the ground. This kind of trash doesn't even have the qualifications to be my puppet. The spirit said disdainfully. With a wave of its arm, the force of death retreated back into its body like a tide. Qin Feiyang swallowed a divine life pill and looked at the spirit with a smile, strong enough. Of course. The spirit smiled proudly, then asked in confusion, why didn't you activate the slaughter domain just now? I wanted to. But you also saw that there is not a single murderer nearby. Qin Feiyang said helplessly. Anyway, no matter what, he must not let the spirit know that the slaughter domain had a time limit. Although your slaughter domain is heaven-defying, its drawbacks are obvious. In a battle of life and death, the opponent will not give you the chance to absorb blood. the spirit said. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Under normal circumstances, I will not activate the slaughter domain. Indeed, it is a little too bloody. All right. The matter has been settled, I will leave first. After saying that, the spirit returned to Qin Feiyang's Qi Si. Phew. Qin Feiyang let out a long breath. The people of the Nia family were finally all eliminated, and there was one less threat in the future. He stepped forward and landed in front of Nia Kong's body. He took Nia Kong's yin and yang ring, and a smile appeared on his face. This Nia Kong's family was really rich. There were all kinds of elixirs. For example, there were hundreds of divine life pills. There were at least billions of divine gems and more than 100 million soul stones. A large part of the 100 million soul stones should be what he gave to Nia Kong. At that time, he used 100 million soul stones to exchange for the soul-gathering divine technique with Nia Kong. Originally, Nia Kong could have enjoyed the 100 million soul stones. But unfortunately, because of his stupidity, it was now back in Qin Feiyang's hands. Sure enough, it's like the old saying. It's you who can't run away, not you who can't force it. Qin Feiyang gladly put away the yin and yang ring, and then immersed his mind into Nia Kong's body. This Nia Kong must have a divine artifact. In the end, he really found a divine artifact in Nia Kong's Qi Si, but it was only a high-grade divine artifact. No wonder Nia Kong did not take it out before. After all, a high-grade divine artifact was not very helpful to a perfect Sir God. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to take it, and casually threw it into the yin and yang ring. Be a good person in your next life. Looking at Nia Kong's body, Qin Feiyang muttered. With a wave of his hand, the soil rolled and buried Nia Kong's body. He then entered the black tortoise world, washed the bloodstains on his body, changed into a clean set of clothes, and flew back to Sky Dragon City. Do you think that madman went to save Jiang Haotian? Although I didn't see madman, with his relationship with Jiang Haotian, he should have gone. Moreover, now that this matter has spread to Nine Heavens Palace, the upper echelons of Nine Heavens Palace will definitely not sit back and do nothing. That might not be the case. Don't you know how Nine Heavens Palace works? Once a disciple leaves Nine Heavens Palace, no matter what difficulties they encounter, they will not help. This Jiang Haotian is a good person, it would be a pity if he died like this. Yes. Back then, when Feng Wenhai framed him, he was still able to let bygones be bygones and forgive Feng Wenhai. It can be seen how kind he is. I just don't understand, such a kind child, why are there so many people who want to harm him? You don't know? A kind person will be bullied. Outside the North City Gate. At this moment, there was a sea of people. Everyone looked at the mountain in front of them and discussed. Time passed little by little. Suddenly, a white figure flew out from the mountain and gradually appeared in front of everyone. That is, Jiang Haotian. He's not dead. Wait, why don't I see Madman? Did he not go? If Madman didn't go, then how did he escape back? Everyone quickly went up to greet him. Qin Feiyang looked at the vast and mighty crowd with a stunned expression. He was too popular now. Chapter 21-23. When did he receive such treatment in the great Qin Empire and Forgotten Continent? He was either scolded or hunted down. Of course. He had to thank the Feng family. It was the Feng family that made him who he was today. During this period of fighting with the Feng family, not only did he gain enough benefits, but he also gained a good reputation. It could be said that he gained both fame and fortune. Qin Feiyang flew over and said shamefully, "What did I do to deserve everyone's concern?" Child, don't say that. We know that you are a good person. Some people just can't bear to see others doing well, so they always play tricks behind their backs. Don't worry, no matter what happens, we will support you from behind. Everyone laughed. Thank you. Qin Feiyang bowed deeply to everyone. You're welcome. Actually, we can't help you much. We can only support you mentally. Back to the topic. How did you escape back? Everyone was curious. Escape back? Qin Feiyang was stunned. After thinking carefully, he suddenly understood. Indeed. Nia Kong's cultivation was much higher than his. It was normal for him to think that he escaped back. That person's speed was too fast. I lost him after chasing him out of the plains. Thinking about it, I really overestimated myself. I actually chased after a great perfection divine lord. Even if I could catch up with him, I was not his match. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. A perfect divine lord died in the hands of a perfect divine lord. If this matter were to spread out, how shocking would it be? Therefore, he still had to hide it. So that's how it is. You were indeed a little too impulsive at that time. Don't do this again in the future. Fortunately, that person had some reservations. Otherwise, you would definitely be in trouble this time. Everyone advised. I will remember. Thank you again for your concern. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. All right then. Let's disperse. It's a pity that those 4 guards died too innocently. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Guards, Qin Feiyang looked down and soon saw the corpses of the 4 guards outside the city gate. Whoosh! Qin Feiyang flickered and landed in front of the 4 corpses. He fell silent for a moment. Don't blame yourself. This is not your fault. The fault lies with the perpetrator. Sooner or later, he will suffer retribution. A few people beside him consoled him. Qin Feiyang sighed. He turned to look at the crowd and asked, "Do any of you know their families?" Everyone shook their heads. I know him. Also, I've already informed their families. They should be here soon. A black-clothed man said. Qin Feiyang looked at the black-clothed man and nodded. Fu Yong, not long after. A sorrowful cry rang out from within the city. Following closely, a group of people rushed out of the city gate. There were women, children, and the elderly. Everyone's face was filled with grief. A group of people rushed out of the city gate and headed straight here. Qin Feiyang and the others stepped aside. They are the family of these 4 people. There are old and young at home. How pitiful. The black-clothed man sighed. The others also had sympathetic looks on their faces. Fu Yong, why are you sleeping? Get up. Don't leave me and the children behind. What will we do in the future? Who the hell is it? How could he be so cruel? A few women lay on the bodies of the 4 guards, crying to the heavens and the earth, becoming a person of tears. The elderly and children next to them were also crying silently. Qin Feiyang looked at the group of people and couldn't help but sigh. He transmitted his voice, "Old Zhao, prepare 4 Qinkuan bags for me. Each Qinkuan bag contains 10 million soul stones." Understood. Zhao Tailai replied. Soon. Zhao Tailai did it. Qin Feiyang walked forward, looked at the 4 women, and said, "For sisters-in-law, please restrain your grief." Jiang Haotian? The 4 women looked up at Qin Feiyang. They hadn't noticed him before. When the children saw Qin Feiyang, besides sadness, there was also a trace of worship in their eyes. This matter happened because of me. I really don't know how to make it up to you. There are 10 million soul stones in each of these 4 Qinkuan bags. Take it as my apology to you. If you need any help in the future, you can come to the 9 Heavens Palace to find me. As long as it's within my ability, I won't refuse. Qin Feiyang said as he took out the 4 Qinkuan bags and stuffed them into the hands of the 4 women. What? 10 million soul stones? The 4 women were all dumbfounded. The family members beside them also had looks of disbelief. 10 million soul stones was nothing to Qin Feiyang, but for such an ordinary family, it was a huge sum of money. They probably wouldn't be able to earn so much in their lifetime. The people around were all dumbfounded. 10 million in one go. The 4 families added up to a total of 40 million. Wasn't this a little too generous? My condolences. Qin Feiyang smiled at the four women and turned to enter the city. Young Master Jiang, this is too much. We can't take it. The four women came back to their senses and hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang's back. Qin Feiyang didn't respond and disappeared into the crowd without looking back. The four women looked at each other, completely at a loss for what to do. This is Jiang Haotian's goodwill. Just accept it. Moreover, you all have children. These soul stones can be left to your children. That's right. With these soul stones, your children will definitely become outstanding in the future. The people around them laughed. The four women looked at each other, looked at the city gratefully, and finally put away the Qingkuan bags. Actually, soul stones aren't much. What? 10 million soul stones aren't much? Are you dreaming? Of course not. Actually, the most important thing is Jiang Haotian's final promise. Jiang Haotian said that if these four families need help in the future, they can go to the Empyrean Palace to find him. Do you think that such a promise is not worth 10 million soul stones? That makes sense. This is Jiang Haotian's promise. Not to mention 10 million soul stones, even 100 million soul stones might not be worth it. This Jiang Haotian is really a good person. I really admire him. In the future, if anyone dares to plot against him, they will be going against us. Yes. We must protect such a good person. The people exclaimed. Qin Feiyang's actions this time won the hearts of the people. When the news spread, countless people praised him. The Treasure Pavilion. In a study. Sheng Guanxiu looked at Qin Feiyang standing outside the door with a surprised expression and said, "What wind blew today? Why did it blow you here?" Qin Feiyang entered the VIP room and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Miss Shengguan to like to joke." "Huh," Sheng Guanxiu laughed dryly and pointed to the tea table beside him. He said with a smile, "Please take a seat." Qin Feiyang did not stand on ceremony. He walked over and sat on the chair. "You don't come here without a reason. What do you need? Tell me." As Sheng Guanxiu spoke, he took out a can of tea leaves from the cabinet beside him. When Sheng Guanxiu opened the lid, a whiff of fragrance immediately rushed to his nose. "This is..." Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. The fragrance of the tea leaves was exactly the same as the tea leaves that the deputy pavilion leader had given him. "The deputy pavilion leader gave this to me some time ago. He said that you like tea, so he told me that whenever you come to the treasure pavilion, I must serve you with this tea. Others don't get such treatment." Sheng Guanxiu said with a smile. "Then shouldn't I feel honored?" Qin Feiyang said. "Of course. The deputy pavilion leader's tea leaves are priceless. Even the 10 elders of the Empyrean Palace don't have a chance to taste it." Sheng Guanxiu said with a proud smile. "I'm really flattered." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. At this moment, a guard ran in hurriedly. When he saw Qin Feiyang, he was stunned. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang looked at the guard suspiciously. The guard came back to his senses and waved his hand with a smile. "Nothing, nothing. Steward, since young Master Jiang has escaped safely, I'll take my leave." "Okay." Sheng Guanxiu nodded. The guard turned and left, closing the door behind him. Qin Feiyang looked at Sheng Guanxiu in confusion and asked, "Steward, what's going on? I heard that you were attacked not long ago. I was a little worried, so I asked him to bring some people to see if he could help you. Apparently, my worries were unnecessary." Sheng Guanxiu said. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He did not expect Sheng Guanxiu to care about him so much. "Don't get me wrong. I care about you because you're now the treasure school's patron," Sheng Guanxiu said. "Huh," Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Even if that's the case, I can still brag about it for a while." Sheng Guanxiu rolled his eyes and said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" "I want to find Lunatic." "Help me," Qin Feiyang said. "Find Lunatic?" Sheng Guanxiu was stunned and frowned. Aren't you close to him? Why do you need my help? It's a long story. Anyway, I have to find him before dark. You have many spies in the treasure school. Help me. Qin Feiyang said. Sheng Guanxiu looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously and nodded. Okay. Men. The guard pushed the door open and entered again. Sheng Guanxiu said, bring some people to find lunatic. Yes. The guard answered respectfully and turned to leave quickly. Sheng Guanxiu looked away and asked Qin Feiyang, is there anything else? Yes. You haven't replied to me about the divine dragon's soul, the ultimate spirit lotus, and the dragon god's flower last time? Qin Feiyang said. I've asked my master and the deputy pavilion leader about this, but they haven't given me any orders yet, so I can't make a decision on my own. Sheng Guanxiu said apologetically. Qin Feiyang was a little depressed. He said, is it really that difficult? The dragon god's flower and the ultimate spirit lotus are small matters. I can give them to you now. But the dragon's soul, to be honest, is not a child's play. Sheng Guanxiu sighed.